Summing, having been reborn in a fantastical realm, originally harbored a simple desire for a tranquil existence. However, Huey's tragically met with the Kalama to annihilation of his family. Fortuitously, in this moment of despair, Hune expected lie awakened God-off slaughter system, a peculiar entity through which he could acquire power by slaughtering living beings. Assuming understood thought to possess the strength to suppress all, he must pay a monumental price, one a thought could entail the demisov countless lives. Yet, confronted with theme mitted toward shis familiand, the suffering goft world, salut determination, in him. If this could indeed grant them the power to protect themselves and those he cherishes, then what harm could there be in such sacrifices? In the land of Xuanzhou, within the city of Liyun under the dominion of Qixao Empire, Su Ming knelt before the Yuan soft Su familiar state, his body trembling slightly. In his bloodsheddies, an indescribable anguish and regret were palpable. His hands were clenched in toe fists, nails digging deep into his palms, yet the felt no pain in lie a heart that throbbed a sifpier said be 1,000 needles. A torment the treasonated deep within. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming's slaughter echoed with a killing sharpness, sending shivers down his spine as oft Hosuo heard it. Is that the master of Su family? Alas, the methods of the Tianchuan sector etra merciless. What divine being Su familia fin tyrants complete a slaughter. I heard it was because Su family's daughter, Suzy, rejected headvin so fat true a disciple of Tianchuan sect. Inciting thyro fein elderhu, inafido fridge, annihilated the entire Su family without leaving a single remnant. Such ruthlessness, the elder of Tianchuan sect must be an unparalleled powerhouse of celestial realm. Thecrode murmured in discussion, dear gazestewards Su Ming fled with sympathy and lamentation. Admiral's 16 year so fage, Su Ming was the master of Su family, own oft hey tree great clans in Loyun city, gifted with extraordinary talent. By the stenderage, hehadal rediriched these event stage of meridian opening, shining bright lie say news tern Loyun city. The Su family weighs a these inithifit spower, poised to become the foremost fam lion thesity. Yet, aloe thighs was obliterate dunder the striko fought Yanchuan sectelder. With the exception of Su Ming, ho had been away training, nani off Su familiar survived. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming slaughtered increasingly frenzied, as if he suffered really as Heisener despair and pain through to cacophony. However, Ash's laughter gradually faded. Hess sat listless lie amidst the Yuans, his expression vacant, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He's is devoid of spirit to Mershel berefto fit soul. Ancien orphanant blue star, had suffrage reatlie in his past life. In this new existence, Hebek Hamathil des Sanoft Su family, experiencing unprecedented happiness and warmth. In this world whereth the strong prevailed, he did not crave immense power, merely hoping to live peacefully with his loved ones. However, the destruction of Su familia Torettalis beautiful aspirations. Hellas Thisperants, siblings, and all these vant soft Su familithos Su hower rethimus significant people in his life. He had belly vet the tat last, heckled possessive everything, only to find it wash beautiflating mirage, goni in an instant. Su Ming's sarms falimplyto, his adessa sheva his face breasted against the cold stone. The Tianchuan sect, asonofta dominant for soft Qixao Empire, loomed before him like an insurmountably mountain. Waled Su family was butin and tinthairais. What must I do to seek vengeance? Thimi Jessoff his sparent surfaced in his mind, his complexion growing ever paler, a faint disser for death stirring within him. Has struck his own face fiercely, attempting to expel such thoughts from his mind. Blood trickled down his cheek, Yetha felt no pain. Revenge I cannot de a must not de. Hemmer murmured incessantly, his eye as flashin gwit madness on resentment. Just then, something jinthera blackhot to Satanshin, causing pupils to constrict sharply. It was a blood-stained jade pendant, standing out starkly against the grotesque backdrop of carnage. Upon seeing it, Su Ming could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded down his cheeks, staining istiter regiments. This pendant was his father's most cherished item, capable of fastening theflau of spiritual energy and clarifying themend. Perhaps out of fear of Tianchuan sex might, if it not be and take him be anyone else, lying quietly there. Su Ming extended a trembling right hand, yearning to grasp the pendant. Ash's fingers brushed against the congealed blood and flesh. It felt as though his shiart was being cleaved by 1,000 blades, a pain unbearable. Hekud hardly fathom thessaneth that lay beneath the pendant, but the finala lifted it. Wiping it clean with his clothing, gent like caress sinjadis if hekudensmer glimpse his father's saturnaliginal smile. Father. Fresh blood dan tears his trium down Su Ming's face, staining the pendant to deep crimson. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, as if he hadless this ends of direction. After a long pause, Heslola lifted head, casting gay vinge fulgazi towards the distant horizon. In his chart, harrower Tianchuan sect. Onadi, summing, shalinchuri your total annihilation. This was Su Ming's vow, apramisitoma Keith Tianchuan sect paidierly. Hued na the site teto sacrifice he somebody and soul for this cause. At that moment, two cold mechanical voices resonate in Su Ming's minding. Host's intensa hatra detected. The invincible slaughter system has been activated. Ding. Congratulations, host. On receiving our initial gift blood off demon god. Su Ming's form trembled, his expression shifting dramatically. As a former inhabitant of the Blue Star, he was no stranger to Thairm system. Hekla ched the jaw pendant tightly, a fervent light flesh in his eyes. Then, Hebao deply 3 times towards Thiruan soft su familia state. Father, mother. Ishalavengeth su family. I will makathene tire tianchuan sect pay fori ordemise. I will tear Thatan's gator to shreds. Suthati umaristin peace beneath the Nina springs. Su Ming howled, his voice saturated with an overwhelming killing intent that sent chills through onlookers. With a falaf su family, only Vingi and Siand obsession remained within Su Ming shirt nothing else. In the periphery of the Yunshan mountain range, night descended, devoid of stars and moonlight, enveloping the world in an eerie silence that was almost suffocating. Host. Su Ming. Cultivation level. 7th stage of opening meridians. Soul realm. Upper mortal realm. Techniques. None. Martial arts. Wind whisper sword technique. Minor accomplishment. Superior human grade. Breaking cloud fist. Major accomplishment. Medium human grade. Spirit shadow step. Minor accomplishment. Medium human grade. Items. Blood of the demon god. Kill value. 0. Su Ming scrutinized the system panel detailing his status. His gaze imbued with profound intensity. The system functioned by slaying living beings to seize their life force, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. This was an exceptionally cruel method, necessitating relentless slaughter to acquire power. Truly a manifestation of demonic practices. Yet, Su Ming, in his current state, was no longer constrained by any rules. As long as he could attain sufficient power for vengeance, he would willingly sacrifice his soul to the devil. As Su Ming understood, in this world, cultivation tiers were categorized as opening meridians, spiritual sea, divine mansion, celestial being, venerable, sovereign, and supreme. Whether a higher realm existed beyond supreme, Su Ming could not ascertain at this moment. Soul cultivation levels: mortal realm, profound realm, heavenly realm, sacred realm, emperor realm. The blood of the demon god. Su Ming murmured, gazing at the system's description of the demon god's blood. Blood of the demon god. A drop of divine blood originating from the supreme demon god, heavenly burial, containing unfathomable power. Once integrated, one becomes eternally demonic. There is no turning back. Transforming into a demon, Su Ming's eyes constricted slightly, his heart trembling with unease. At that moment, an immense shadow of the demon god, unimaginable in size, materialized in his mind, obliterating endless galaxies and worlds with a single strike. Those colossal demonic eyes, akin to countless worlds, locked onto Su Ming, rendering him momentarily dazed, as if plunged into an abyss of darkness. Gasp. Su Ming gasped for breath, his eyes flickering with horror, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. That was the heavenly burial demon god. What unfathomable power, what grandeur! Merely a glance, even separated by infinite time and space, made Su Ming feel as though his soul might shatter, as if the entire world trembled in response. I must merge with the blood of the demon god. I would not hesitate to forsake my humanity. With that thought, Su Ming's gaze intensified, gripping the jade pendant in his hand, his heart murmuring fervently buzz. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power surged violently into Su Ming's body, the excruciating pain almost compelling him to scream. Yet, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any utterance. Crack. Every bone in his body felt as if it were shattering, only to be reforged, then shattering again, and reassembling. Crimson demonic patterns gradually emerged upon his body, slithering like venomous serpents along his skin. Exuding a chilling aura, ugh, Su Ming stifled a groan, his eyes now filled with bloodshot veins, the tearing pain nearly causing him to faint. His gaze was enveloped entirely in crimson, and his black hair gradually transformed into a silvery hue. Appearing eerily enigmatic in this moment, Su Ming seemed to embody a bloodthirsty Azura, instilling fear and trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon him. Boom. Suddenly, Su Ming unleashed a punch into the void. A deafening sonic boom resonated, visible shockwaves radiating outward. Rumble. Gigantic trees were cleaved in two, a shower of splintered wood raining down like confetti. Su Ming slowly opened his crimson demonic eyes, his flowing white hair dancing in the wind. Yet his exquisitely handsome visage bore an unsettling, sinister smile that sent shivers down spines and evoked apprehension. This power, Su Ming gradually clenched his fist, observing the overwhelming force generated by his casual punch. A smirk creeping onto his lips, the limit of the opening meridian's realm was 10,000 pounds of force, yet with merely 4/10 of his strength, this punch achieved tens of thousands of pounds. Had he not yet sensed the gathering of the spiritual sea within him, Su Ming might have doubted. He had already reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Host, Su Ming, cultivation level, 10th stage of opening meridians, soul realm, lower profound realm, techniques, Demon Emperor slaughtering heaven scripture, supreme, unlocked, martial arts, wind whisper sword technique, minor accomplishment, superior human grade, breaking cloud fist, major accomplishment, medium human grade, spirit shadow step, minor accomplishment, medium human grade, physique, true demon indestructible body, first stage, kill value, 0, current progress of absorbing demon goddess blood, 0. 0000001, true demon indestructible body. Observing the changes in the system panel, Su Ming nodded slightly. The true demon indestructible body granted him an over 10-fold enhancement in strength, rendering his physique incredibly resilient. Moreover, PFF, Su Ming brandished his sword, severing his left hand with a single stroke. Without a hint of hesitation, he didn't even furrow his brow, as if it were merely a piece of wood. Blood gushed forth, yet within the span of 3 breaths Su Ming's left hand had already returned to its original state, indistinguishable from before. The severed hand that fell to the ground instantly transformed into a pool of black blood, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. The result aligned almost perfectly with his expectations. The formidable physical power and terrifying regenerative ability were the greatest benefits the true demon indestructible body conferred upon him. My current true combat power, even when facing some peak spiritual sea realm opponents, would be utterly unafraid. Su Ming licked his lips, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the technique section of the panel. The Demon Emperor slaughtering heaven scripture was a treasure contained within the blood of the demon god, a genuine supreme technique. To break through to the spiritual sea realm was the minimum requirement for entry. Ding! Spiritual sea realm breakthrough task initiated. Task objective: slay 3 spiritual sea realm beings. Task reward: unlock Demon Emperor slaughtering heaven scripture. Chapter 3. First encounter with Tianxian. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Slay 3 spiritual sea realm beings. Su Ming pondered briefly. He was indeed eager to test his newfound prowess. Even in the periphery of the Tianxian mountain range, there should be an abundance of second-tier demonic beasts in the spiritual sea realm. With this thought, Su Ming's gaze flickered, and his figure swiftly darted deeper into the Tianxian mountain range. Roar! Before long, Su Ming encountered a colossal wolf-like demonic beast. It measured nearly 3 meters in length, its form exuding ferocity, covered in a thick layer of grayish-brown scales akin to armor, radiating a chilling glimmer. The demon scale phantom wolf, a paragon among second-tier demonic beasts, possessed strength comparable to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, reigning effortlessly over the periphery of the Tianxian mountain range. Roar! Upon spotting Su Ming, the demon scale phantom wolf let out an enraged howl, its emerald green eyes locking onto him with a fierce glare. It was a primal instinct driven by a hunger for prey. Sensing the vibrant life force of the human before it, which promised substantial benefits and the potential for elevation to a higher tier, boom, the demon scale phantom wolf lunged forward with blinding speed. Its claw aimed directly at Su Ming's head. The glint of savagery in its emerald eyes hinted at its anticipation of the fate that awaited the audacious human. But, bang! Su Ming unleashed a punch. The force howling forth as it connected with the wolf's sharp claw, sending it flying backward. Rumble. The massive body crashed down, blood spilling forth, and after merely a few convulsions, it fell silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a spiritual sea realm being. Your cultivation has been slightly elevated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a spiritual sea realm being. You have gained 0.5 kill value. As the life force of the demon scale phantom wolf extinguished, the system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. He felt his strength seemingly receiving another boost, the spiritual veins within him appearing to swell. A faint smile graced Su Ming's face. Indeed, as the system stated, by slaying living beings, he could extract power from them. A genuine shortcut. Moreover, the kill value, according to the system's introduction, once it reached 100 points, could harness the power of the demon god, granting him immense strength far exceeding his limits within a short time. 1-3 Su Ming gazed at the somewhat shriveled body of the demon scale phantom wolf beneath him, his eyes deep with contemplation. Brother Yunlan, is that Lingyuan jade truly located here? At that moment, an exceedingly faint sound drifted from the distance. Reaching Su Ming's ears instantly, he swiftly retracted his aura, blending into the thicket, quietly observing. Swiftly, for figures clad in flowing white robes and adorned with jade crowns, their feet encased in cloud-like boots, hurriedly advanced towards the dense forest while engaging in fervent discussion. These 4 individuals were all practitioners of the spirit sea realm. As Su Ming beheld the emblem upon the white robes, his brow furrowed, and his gaze turned icy, glimmering with a fierce, murderous intent. They were members of the Tianxian sect. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit origin jade fruit is guarded by a formidable beast, the Qingshan poison python, which possesses strength that reaches the middle tier of the spirit sea realm. Should one fall victim to its toxins, death is assured in an instant. This is the spirit sword bestowed upon me by my master, named Poyu. Its sharpness is nothing short of terrifying, capable of effortlessly slicing through even the defenses of a divine palace realm expert. United, we 4 shall undoubtedly be able to slay this Qingshan poison python. A strikingly handsome young man spoke, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, its blade dark and emanating a chilling brilliance. Soon, after traversing several thousand meters, he pivoted the sword to point at a colossal ancient tree ahead, bellowing, "Everyone, let us strike swiftly. Engage." The other 3 responded in unison. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the 4 figures shot towards the ancient tree like meteors. Boom! The leading young man swung down his sword, unleashing a radiant blade of light that struck the ancient tree like the shadow of a colossal dragon. Roar! At that instant, a massive Tinjiang-long cyan python emerged, hissing and spitting venom. Now is the time. Everyone aid me. The young man wielding the Poyu sword gritted his teeth upon seeing the Qingshan poison python appear, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he leapt forth. His sword swung down like a crescent moon, descending upon the great cyan python. Swish! The sword light tore through the void, unstoppable in its momentum. Simultaneously, the other 3 activated their true essence. 4 attacks were unleashed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The immense body of the Qingshan poison python crashed to the earth, blood gushing forth, its life extinguished. Witnessing this, the 4 displayed expressions of joy, exchanging glances before hastily employing their methods to harvest the spirit origin jade fruit. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared, extending a hand to seize the precious fruit. "Who are you?" the 4 exclaimed, their faces paling as they glared at the mysterious figure that had emerged, anger etched on their features. "The one who shall kill you." Su Ming smiled coldly, his black robe concealing his white hair, revealing only his crimson eyes, exuding an eerie aura. He placed the spirit origin jade fruit into his spatial ring and vanished from sight. Boom! In the next moment, the 4 felt the scenery before them shift, only to find Su Ming had reappeared before them. Bang! Su Ming unleashed a punch, a force equivalent to 100,000 pounds exploding forth, instantly shattering one man's skull, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Slayed a 5th-tier spirit sea realm being, gained 0.5 kill points. Brother Liu. The leading figure's face contorted with rage, wielding the Poyu sword as he struck out. The sword light piercing the heavens like a shooting star. Bang! Su Ming's form flickered once more, evading the dazzling sword beam. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Ming's figure suddenly shifted, appearing like a phantom beside a young woman. His hand morphing into a blade as he struck down fiercely, splat. A jet of blood erupted as a pristine head soared into the sky. Ding! Slayed a 4th-tier Spirit Sea Realm being, gained 0. 4 kill points. Ding! Task of breakthrough completed. Does the host wish to ascend to the Spirit Sea Realm immediately? In less than 2 breaths of time, 2 of the 4 had perished, thereby completing the breakthrough task. Who are you? I am Yunlan, an inner disciple of the Tianqian sect. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. The fear in Yunlan's eyes was palpable as he clutched the Poyu sword, trembling at the sight of his fallen comrades, desperately pleading. Hee, what I kill are the scum of your Tianqian sect. Su Ming's gaze was blood-red, his voice like that of a demon, instilling terror in all who heard it. Not good. Yunlan's expression shifted. To obliterate such a terrifying behemoth is a task of unimaginable difficulty. I find myself in dire need of greater power. Su Ming's gaze was profound as he stared at the vast and boundless Tianqian mountain range. A glimmer of light flickering in his eyes, he murmured, and now is not this Tianqian mountain range the perfect place for my tempering? With this thought, Su Ming moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged deeper into the mountains. He required a relentless slaughter of demonic beasts to amass strength. Meanwhile, at the Tianqian sect, in the law enforcement hall, an emaciated old man clad in gray robes exclaimed, "My disciple has fallen in the Tianqian mountain range. This matter must be investigated thoroughly." His eyes glinted with a sinister shadow, his face contorted with rage. "Who dares to slay Lanner? If I find you, I shall ensure your body is reduced to mere fragments." The old man's furious shout unleashed a terrifying pressure that radiated from his being, causing the disciples of the law enforcement hall to tremble, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, rendered speechless. Yun Su, an inner elder of the Tianqian sect, a formidable presence at the celestial realm, held a prestigious status. Elder Yun, both Yunlan and others have perished in the Tianqian mountains. Have you considered that he might have succumbed to the claws of a demonic beast? A middle-aged man with a stern countenance rose, speaking in a deep voice. Demonic beasts? Yunlan bore the broken spectre sword gifted by me. How could he possibly perish at the hands of a mere beast? Moreover, Yunlan is astute and never engages in reckless ventures. There must be someone who has set their sights on him, intent on killing him to seize his treasures. Upon hearing this, the law enforcement hall fell into a heavy silence, engulfed in contemplation. After a long pause, the middle-aged man finally shook his head and sighed. I shall dispatch 3 law enforcement elders to investigate this matter. With the impending exchange between our Tianqian sect and the Sword Heaven Pavilion, I implore Elder Yun to remain within the sect, though not act recklessly. Humph! Yun Su coldly retorted before sweeping away. You have 7 days. If the culprit remains undiscovered, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yes, the others nodded hastily, watching Yun Su depart. Elder Su, I must trouble you to lead 2 law enforcement elders to accompany you. After a brief moment following Yun Su's departure, the middle-aged man pondered. Then suddenly turned to a white-browed elder. Su Yun, one of the elders of the law enforcement hall, is a formidable powerhouse at the 6th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Indeed, I shall personally lead this investigation. Su Yun nodded, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. 3 days later, in the Tianqian mountain range, roar! The terrifying roar of a beast reverberated through the skies, stirring a tempest that rattled the forests and startled numerous creatures. A colossal, pitch-black giant ape, towering several dozen feet, roared as it swung its massive fists, tearing through the air with a suffocating aura of pressure. Boom! With one punch, several enormous trees splintered into fragments, sending dust swirling into the air. Obscuring visibility, Yu Ming stood immobile on a branch, his black robe billowing in the wind, his eyes glimmering with an indifferent light as he gazed at the roaring giant ape. The giant iron ape, a 3rd-tier demonic beast, was comparable to a formidable being at the onset of the Divine Mansion realm. Roar! The giant ape bellowed once more, suddenly swinging its colossal fist towards Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze remained as calm as water. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded the broken spectre sword and unleashed a single strike. Whoosh! The sword energy howled forth, colliding with the descending fist of the giant ape, producing a resonant clang. In that instant, Su Ming's thoughts surged, and the dark true essence in his hand transformed into a terrifying soul-devouring demon flame. Hurling towards the giant iron ape, roar, a piercing scream echoed across the heavens as the fragile soul of the giant iron ape was instantly consumed, leaving behind a massive corpse that crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the Divine Mansion realm. Cultivation has risen to the 10th level of the Spiritual Sea realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the Divine Mansion realm. You have gained 5 slaughter points. With the 2 notifications from the system, pure and rich energy surged into Su Ming's body, allowing his cultivation to rapidly break through to the peak of the Spiritual Sea realm within mere moments. In just 3 days, Su Ming had achieved the pinnacle of the Spiritual Sea realm through the relentless slaughter of demonic beasts. Now, just a step away from the Divine Mansion realm. Ding! A task to break through to the Divine Mansion realm has been issued. Slay 3 beings of the Divine Mansion realm or slay 100 beings of the Spiritual Sea realm. Task reward, 2nd layer of the Demon Emperor's Slaughtering Heaven Sutra, Heart of the Demon Seed. 3 beings of the Divine Mansion realm. Looking at the breakthrough task issued by the system, Su Ming smiled faintly, but then his brow furrowed slightly. The soul of the Xian realm granted him an exceptionally keen perception, allowing him to distinctly sense 3 powerful energy fluctuations rapidly approaching him. Su Ming turned his head, only to see 3 middle-aged men clad in platinum robes, walking upon the void with astonishing speed, nearly arriving in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the conspicuous insignia on the 3, Su Ming's expression turned icy, his heart brimming with a chilling killing intent. More of those Tianqian sect scoundrels. Junior, I am Jiang Ming, one of the law enforcement elders of the Tianqian sect. Why do you possess the belongings of our sect's elder? One of them pointed at the broken specter sword in Su Ming's hand, his tone laced with accusation. Heh, Elder Yun's broken specter appearing in the hands of this brat makes it abundantly clear who the murderer of Yunlan is. The leader sneered, mockery evident in his eyes. Kneel, then self-destruct your cultivation and accompany us back to the Tianqian sect. There will be those who will deal with you. Su Elder, why waste words on this brat? Whether he is the true culprit or not, we should first kill him, then search his soul for answers. Everything will become clear. Another scoffed disdainfully, approaching Su Ming while exuding a powerful aura. Su Ming coldly chuckled, aiming the broken specter sword directly at the 3. Before you perish, I wish to ask you one thing. His blood-red eyes fixated on the trio, his voice chilling. Ha ha ha, before we die? What a grand jest. At his words, Jiang Ming erupted into raucous laughter, his expression one of utter contempt and ridicule. The other 2 joined in, their eyes regarding Su Ming as if he were an imbecile, a mere junior of the Spiritual Sea realm daring to act arrogantly before them. The powerful beings of the Divine Mansion realm. It was sheer folly. Have you had your fill of laughter? In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent enveloped the entire vicinity, causing the temperature to plummet. The 3 men's expressions shifted slightly, their mocking smiles freezing as an inexplicable fear surged within them. They sensed a hint of danger emanating from Su Ming. This was no illusion. The Su family of Luoyun City. Who obliterated them? Su Ming's expression was frigid, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Su family, Su Yun steadied his mind, and upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept onto his lips, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he slowly spoke. Heh, that wretched Su dared to refuse young Master Chongqing's request, truly unaware of their own insignificance. To meet such an endias merely retribution for their actions. Young Master Chongqing's master is a peak celestial being. Even 1,000 miles apart, he could obliterate that lowly Su family in a single strike. Heh, could it be that you are the remnants of that Su family? Su Yun's smile took on an eerie quality, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Crack, crack. Meanwhile, Su Ming's fists clenched tightly, the joints emitting a series of crisp cracking sounds. Young Master Chongqing. His eyes seemed to be filled with boundless bloodshed, his voice as cold as the depths of hell. You are truly deserving of death, truly deserving of death. In an instant, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, his figure akin to that of a specter, moving with unbelievable speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had arrived before the trio. Boom. Su Ming condensed the dark true essence and unleashed a punch. Not good, be careful. Upon seeing this, Su Yun's expression drastically changed, and he cried out in alarm. Bang! As Su Ming's punch struck out, carrying with it an overwhelming surge of dark power, it pierced through one man's right chest. Blood sprayed, flesh and gore splattered. The man's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Jiang Ming roared, drawing a long sword and slashing out, channeling the power of the divine mansion within him to create a radiant sword light aimed at Su Ming's head. Bang! A thunderous boom echoed as Jiang Ming was sent reeling back several feet, blood spewing from his mouth, his face ashen, his expression one of shock and horror. Chapter 6. Stepping into the Divine Mansion. The thunder of annihilation. Elder Jiang, the strength of this individual. The one who had been wounded by Su Ming clutched his chest, his face ashen, struggling to speak. Had he not possessed the cultivation of the Divine Mansion realm? That terrifying blow from Su Ming would have been sufficient to claim his life. Observing this, Su Yun's expression also hardened, revealing a trace of apprehension in his eyes. No, this brat cannot possibly possess only the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm. He must be concealing his true strength. You little bastard. I shall see what you rely on to dare act so arrogantly before us. Su Yun's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he summoned a purple long knife, unleashing a blade of light that soared into the heavens, carrying a terrifying might as it cleaved towards Su Ming. Simultaneously, Jiang Ming moved in tandem, unleashing an incredibly sharp sword light that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Su Ming. You brat. Prepare to meet your end. You little bastard, perish before me. Jiang Ming and Su Yun shouted in unison, their auras surging to their zenith, a terrifying torrent of true essence erupting forth like a raging tide. Crashing towards Su Ming, in the face of the three's assault, Su Ming remained unfazed, a cold smile creeping across his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling demeanor, unaware of the impending doom. His gaze turned icy, and dark true essence surged in his hands. 100,000 spirit stones, along with these medicinal pills. Su Ming carefully stored away 3 pieces of the Qinkuan ring, and at this moment, he had already formulated his plans in his heart. Tianya City, the location of the branch of the Xinyun Pavilion, stands as the premier trading house of the Qishao Empire, replete with advanced martial arts techniques and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Su Ming's objective was to journey to the Xinyun Pavilion in Tianya City to procure some necessary items. Naturally, should anyone dare to trouble him, Su Ming would not hesitate to respond in kind. 2 days later, in Tianya City. Have you heard? 3 law enforcement elders of the Tianqian sect perished in the Tianqian mountain range. The sect leader is furious and has dispatched a large number of powerful individuals to hunt down the murderer. To dare slay the law enforcement elders of the Tianqian sect, one wonders who this fiend could be? Uncertain. After all, the Tianqian sect is immensely powerful. They will likely uncover the culprits soon. Indeed, as Su Ming traversed the streets, he continually overheard conversations regarding the Tianqian sect, their words laced with awe, trepidation, and panic. Just as he had anticipated, the previous day, the Tianqian sect had dispatched dozens of formidable warriors to the Tianqian mountain range. Seeking to capture Su Ming to avenge the fallen law enforcement elders, it was rumored that the sect even deployed 2 beings of the celestial realm, along with over 20 experts from the Divine Mansion realm. Such a display left many practitioners in shock, marveling at the immense strength of the Tianqian sect. Before the Xinyun Pavilion, Su Ming halted, gazing at the towering edifice before him, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. With a gentle push, Su Ming opened the grand doors of the Xinyun Pavilion, whereupon a maid clad in purple approached him. Young master, how may I assist you? The purple-clad maid smiled sweetly, her voice as melodious as a lark. I seek some advanced martial arts techniques, if you please. Upon hearing this, the maid's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. Responding respectfully, young master, please follow me to the VIP room. I shall arrange everything for you. Very well, Su Ming nodded, following the maid into the interior of the Xinyun Pavilion. Inside, the furnishings were extravagantly luxurious, with numerous pavilions seemingly in disarray yet remarkably orderly. Treasures were scattered throughout, a dazzling array that left one awestruck. Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely trailing behind the maid. After walking for what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, the maid led Su Ming to an elegantly decorated chamber, where a middle-aged man radiating a fierce aura and sharp gaze was seated. Upon entering, The purple-clad maid bowed respectfully, addressing him, Master Wu. You may withdraw. The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the maid to leave. Yes, she complied, bowing once more before gracefully exiting and closing the door behind her. Once only Su Ming and the middle-aged man remained. Su Ming slowly raised his gaze to meet the man's eyes. Young master need not be so reserved. I am Wu Tianqing, the head of this Xinyun Pavilion branch in Tianya City. The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Ming with a warm smile, then continued, Might I inquire what quality of martial arts you wish to procure? Our Xinyun Pavilion undoubtedly possesses a plethora of options to satisfy you. Wu Tianqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded Su Ming, who was cloaked in a black robe. Given his physique, he appeared to be a youth, yet his aura was inscrutable, resembling a shroud of mist, deep and unfathomable. Chapter 8. The Anomaly, Bang. In response, Su Ming placed a Qinkuan ring upon the table, stating calmly, Within this ring are 98,000 low-grade spirit stones, over 300 first-grade medicinal pills, and more than 22nd and 3rd-grade pills each. Oh? Wu Tianqing narrowed his eyes, a gleam of sharpness igniting within. He picked up the Qinkuan ring, casually examined it, then placed it back on the table with a hint of surprise dancing on his lips, exclaiming, Young master truly possesses considerable wealth. As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Su Ming. This is a low-grade earth-level martial technique, the Nine Heavens Sword Art. Its power is formidable. However, it requires one to attain the Divine Mansion realm for cultivation. Wu Tianqing spoke with a hint of pride. Low-grade earth-level martial techniques could stir up bloodshed and strife. Their value was indeed extraordinary. What do you desire? Su Ming asked straightforwardly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was aware that low-grade earth-level martial techniques could not be acquired for a mere 100,000 spirit stones. He sensed that Wu Tianqing's intentions were far more ambitious, as expected. Wu Tianqing's lips curled into a strange smile, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed it upon Su Ming. Young master is indeed astute. I shall not beat around the bush. I hope you will consent to my request to join our Xinyun Pavilion. Join the Xinyun Pavilion? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Indeed. Wu Tianqing nodded with a smile. Continuing, at such a young age, you have already reached the Divine Mansion realm. You are truly gifted. Should you join our Xinyun Pavilion, you will undoubtedly receive our vigorous support, and your future prospects will be boundless. Wu Tianqing's voice was laced with enticing allure, stirring the heart. Meanwhile, Su Ming's lips pressed together, his gaze profound, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, he secured the Qinkuan ring, then lifted his head to meet Wu Tianqing's gaze. His expression turning somewhat frosty as he replied, I apologize, but I must decline your offer. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianqing's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. What? Do you believe my offer lacks merit? Or do you consider the Xinyun Pavilion unworthy of your presence? Wu Tianqing's tone brimmed with arrogance, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. No one had ever dared to refuse the Xinyun Pavilion. Such a rejection was an affront to their dignity. Su Ming regarded Wu Tianqing with a piercing gaze, his crimson eyes glimmering ominously, and his voice resonated coldly. Should you utter another word, I shall end your life. Wu Tianqing's eyes widened, an inexplicable sense of danger washing over him in that moment. He was a being of half a step into the celestial realm, one of the 72 esteemed heads of the Xinyun Pavilion, a figure of immense power and influence whose mere stamp of his foot could shake the very foundations of Tianya City. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to utter another word, merely watching as Su Ming's figure receded into the distance. After a lengthy silence, Wu Tianqing finally emerged from his reverie, inhaling deeply as his gaze flickered with contemplation. Who exactly was that youth? A thread of wariness unfurled within him, a foreboding sensation that he had inadvertently stirred a colossal trouble. Zhou Lao. Wu Tianqing suppressed his inner turmoil and called out to the doorway with a grave tone. Headmaster An elderly man with gray whiskers and piercing eyes stood tall, his features sharp and defined, his voice gravelly. Keep a close watch on that young man. Inform me immediately of any developments. Wu Tianqing's gaze turned icy, his tone ominous, imbued with a chilling intent. After issuing his command, he produced a communication talisman, stating, Elder Liu, it seems I have located the enemy of your Tianxian sect. Buzzing. As soon as he finished speaking, the talisman transformed into a flurry of light. Dissipating into the distance, a cold, ruthless glint flickered in Wu Tianqing's eyes, shining with a malicious intensity. To refuse the Xinyun Pavilion? I shall see what abilities you possess to escape from this Tianya city. Why not eliminate him? You are a true demon. Why must you mingle with these lowly mortals? That wretched little ant. What right does he have to converse with you? Annihilate this city. Eradicate every last one of these humans. Upon leaving the Xinyun Pavilion, a cacophony of furious roars echoed in Su Ming's mind, representing a certain desire within him. The true essence of his dark nature, Su Ming had long forsaken his humanity. Now he was a genuine demon, deriving unparalleled pleasure solely from slaughter and bloodshed. No, I cannot. That he bears me no grudge. I must not act so. Coward. Look at the humans in this city. They are not of your kin. They are merely your prey. Kill them, kill them. If you desire vengeance, you must eradicate these despicable ants to obtain true demonic power. Su Ming's head throbbed with agony as two conflicting thoughts battled. I am a human. Yet I am also a demon, ultimately requiring that final boundary. Su Ming closed his eyes, silently reciting, suppressing the violent desire for slaughter. Suddenly, within the realm of his soul perception, he was taken aback to detect several powerful auras swiftly approaching this location. Chapter 9. The demon within buzzing. In an instant, numerous formations flickered in the surrounding space, powerful restrictions rising like walls, completely sealing off a radius of several thousand zhong centered around Su Ming. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be utterly isolated. The Tianqian sect commanded that any bystanders retreat beyond 1,000 zhong. A voice, deep and thunderous, erupted with a resounding boom. Following this, dozens of figures materialized in the void above, surrounding Su Ming entirely. Look, because of your ignorance, you have already been targeted. Perfect. Eliminate them. Slaughter all living beings in this place, and inform these ants what true demonic power is. He. The voice in Su Ming's mind echoed once more, filled with madness and bloodlust. The head of the martial pavilion, is he the one? In the void, a man clad in purple robes fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. His voice calm and devoid of any fluctuations, yet the terrifying aura emanating from him twisted the surrounding space violently, akin to that of a primordial beast. Indeed, this man's movements are enigmatic. And he possesses a vast wealth. He must be the one you seek. Wu Tianqing glared at Su Ming, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Boy, where do your spirit stones come from? If you do not clarify, do not blame these experts from the Tianqian sect for being unkind. The other powerful figures from the Tianqian sect also fixed their icy, piercing gazes upon Su Ming. Crack. At this moment, Su Ming surprisingly placed a finger in his mouth and bit down forcefully, shattering it. His eyes resembled two blood-red crescent moons, radiating a chilling glow, as the rage within him threatened to engulf his rationality completely. A drop of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Su Ming lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Wu Tianqing, his voice frigid. Why? When I clearly spared you. Do you insist on seeking death? Whoosh. A fierce wind howled, lifting Su Ming's black robe, his white hair billowing as if he were a demon incarnate. Indeed, you humble insects share the same essence, truly repugnant. Utterly detestable. Whoosh. In an instant, Su Ming's figure vanished from everyone's sight, transforming into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards Wu Tianqing with ferocity. He was like a bolt of black lightning, moving with unimaginable speed. This moment, the man in the purple robe struck out with his palm, unleashing a wave of purple mist that shattered the void into fragments, as if a mirror had cracked. This strike contained an overwhelmingly tyrannical force, instilling terror in all. The might of a celestial being, boundless and unstoppable. Boom. Su Ming was forcefully suppressed, his entire being buried deep within the earth, entombed in dust. Truly a madman. This child must undoubtedly be a denizen of the demonic path. He cannot be spared. Kill this demon. Avenge the three elders. Demon. Meet your end. With a furious shout from several experts of the Tianqian sect, they surged forth, unleashing their respective martial arts towards the figure buried beneath the soil. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks struck down fiercely, leveling the area where Su Ming lay, clouds of dust rising, obscuring the scene within. Just as everyone began to relax slightly, a chilling, piercing laughter suddenly echoed from within the dust, as if it originated from the depths of hell. In an instant, an icy chill surged from all directions, plunging everyone into a frigid abyss, causing every pore to freeze at that moment. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by the horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart. Rip, a powerful figure from the Tianqian sect, was gruesomely ripped asunder, a torrential rain of blood showering down, staining the ground crimson. Ding! Slain a 9th-level God Mansion Realm expert. Cultivation increased to 3rd-level God Mansion Realm. Ding! Slain a 9th-level God Mansion Realm expert. Gained 4.5 kill points. Su Ming's eyes deepened to a shade of red, as if they contained a boundless sea of blood. He gazed upward at the heavens, stepping forth as his body transformed into a shadow, soaring skyward like a specter. This boy is extraordinary. Upon witnessing this, the man in the purple robe's expression shifted slightly, an ominous premonition rising within him. His name is Lu Xian, one of the inner elders of the Tianqian sect, of esteemed status and genuine celestial power. Tian Yuan Palm, Lu Xian shouted, as his true essence surged, his right arm instantaneously morphing into a colossal purple handprint. This handprint resembled the palm of a celestial being, carrying an overwhelming force as it descended from above. Boom! The clouds in the sky shattered. For the might of a celestial being was simply too formidable. With a mere gesture, it could unleash destruction capable of splitting mountains. In the face of such a powerful strike from a celestial being, Su Ming's gaze remained devoid of panic, instead becoming increasingly cold, indifferent, and fierce. Swish! His figure suddenly flickered. Then, a bolt of black lightning surged forth. Boom! In that moment, the heavens seemed to roar in fury, several bolts of annihilation thunder howling forth like a celestial dragon. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided, unleashing endless ripples throughout the realm, causing the restrictive formation to tremble slightly. Wu Tianqing stared in disbelief at this scene, astonishment etched on his face. This strike was equal in might. That youth, with the power of the God Mansion realm, countering a blow from a true celestial being. How is this possible? Wu Tianqing felt as if his heart was about to cease its beating. Historically, the celestial realm has represented the true transcendent state. Below the celestial realm, all are mere ants. This saying is not an exaggeration. The gap between the God Mansion realm and the celestial realm is akin to the disparity between ants and elephants. An insurmountable chasm. Yet now, he was witnessing a scene that could only be described as miraculous. A mere youth at the 2nd level of the God Mansion realm battling on par with a genuine celestial being? Chapter 10. Slaying the Celestial, transforming into true demonic power. At this thought, Wu Tianqing felt a creeping sense of dread. Such a prodigy, if given several hundred years, would undoubtedly become an unfathomable terror. In that moment, his gaze towards Su Ming was filled with trepidation. Since a grudge had been established, the only path left for this child today would be one leading to death. Puff! With one strike, Lu Xian was forced back several steps, a gaping hole the size of a fist piercing through his shoulder, blood gushing forth, a sight both horrifying and shocking. Su Ming was not without injury either. His body was covered in cracks, skin peeling back to reveal glimpses of white bone. However, thanks to the terrifying regenerative ability of the true demonic body, even with such injuries, within 10 breaths, Su Ming had fully recovered. Showing no signs of harm, witnessing this, Lu Xian's expression darkened further, the apprehension towards Su Ming intensifying, wishing to crush him to dust immediately. You little brat, today I shall see how many lives you have left. Lu Xian's eyes glinted coldly, his body transforming into a streak of flowing light, surging towards Su Ming in an instant. He wielded a purple jade sword, radiating celestial brilliance, slashing downwards as if to cleave through the heavens and sever the cosmos. That is the Tian Yin sword technique? A powerful figure from the Tianqian sect seemed to recognize this sword technique, exclaiming in shock, the Tian Yin sword technique. This is one of the highest secrets of the Tianqian sect. Elder Lu is truly enraged. In an instant, all present had fiery glimmers in their eyes, as if they could already envision Su Ming's tragic fate. You little beast, perish! Lu Xian's eyes burned with rage, the murderous intent soaring. His sword contained a profound sword intent, as if a purple dragon descended from the heavens, lunging towards Su Ming. Buzzing, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, as the dark divine hall within him roared and resonated. Amidst the swirling black mist, countless shadows of demonic gods emerged, a pair of dark divine eyes opening in the void, seemingly poised to devour everything, die. In an instant, the malevolent deity seemed to utter words of truth. A bolt of black thunder, piercing through the heavens and the earth, suddenly descended with a tremendous crash, colliding violently with the violet dragon. At that moment, the entire city of Tianya trembled violently, countless structures crumbled, and chasms, deep as 100 fathoms, spread forth like a celestial chasm. The crowd gazed vacantly at the sky, only to witness what appeared to be an immortal demon from the depths of darkness standing tall, its terrifying eyes sweeping downward, instilling a shiver of dread in all beings, evoking an instinct to prostrate themselves. Ugh! Lu Xian's wretched screams echoed across the skies, and even the Tianyan sword technique could not withstand the horrific annihilation thunder. Collapsing instantly, half of his body exploding into a mist of blood, he staggered back repeatedly, his complexion as pale as death, his eyes nearly bursting with rage and despair, staring at Su Ming, his gaze filled with boundless resentment and fury. How could he be defeated by an ant of the divine palace realm? I shall not accept this, I shall not. Bang! In that moment, the illusory figure of the demon struck down with a forceful palm, reducing Lu Xian to a mere cloud of blood mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-level celestial being. Cultivation has risen to the 7th level of the divine palace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-level celestial being, gaining 10 kill points. 2 system notifications echoed in Su Ming's mind, and at that instant, his cultivation surged explosively to the 7th level of the divine palace. The dark divine hall within him expanded in an instant, as if it contained an endless aura of darkness, rendering all hearts tremulous. Death, death, death. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to have lost all rationality. His crimson eyes filled solely with a bloodthirsty, insatiable desire for slaughter. He cackled madly, I shall slaughter all you wretched beings, ha 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 ha, perish. Su Ming's deranged laughter filled the air, and at this moment, the demonic nature within him erupted completely, causing everyone in Tianya City to feel an inexplicable terror. Damn. He killed Elder Lude. Flee. Flee. Ah. Some strong members of the Tianxin sect turned pale in horror, unable to suppress a shiver, a chill running down their spines. Immediately, he bellowed, breaking the binding formation, transforming into beams of light, racing towards the city's outskirts, trying to escape. The blood-red gaze of Su Ming flickered, and he laughed wickedly. Since you have come, oh, not even think of leaving. Whoosh! The next moment, Su Ming transformed into a dark red flash of lightning, instantly pursuing them with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. Above the heavens, several sprays of blood blossomed like fireworks, followed by continuous wails, swiftly transformed into an endless mist of blood. Who dares to act so brazenly in my Tianya city? In an instant, several figures shot up from various locations within the city, angrily shouting at Su Ming. Crackle. Crackle. Spare me, spare me. At this moment, Wu Tianqing was struck by Su Ming's palm, shattering half of his body, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, blood constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. Bang. Following that, Su Ming stomped down heavily, directly crushing him into a pulp. Guildmaster Wu, you. The many strong individuals of Tianya City, their eyes filled with rage, trembled at the sight of Wu Tianqing's plight. Wu Tianqing was a member of the Xinyun Pavilion. How dare he act against someone from the Xinyun Pavilion? Ha ha ha! Wretched beings, this is the fate of those who oppose me. Su Ming threw his head back and howled, his white hair dancing wildly, resembling a blood-soaked demon, instilling fear into the hearts of all. He slowly turned his head, his chilling gaze sweeping over the many powerful figures of Tianya City, his grim and frigid voice resounding at this moment. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 11. Blood-stained Tianya. The sword sovereign descends as his voice fell. The figures of the many strong individuals in Tianya City froze, their faces turning ashen. Demon, do not be arrogant. In an instant, an elder clad in golden robes stepped forth, his murky eyes boiling with killing intent, and suddenly, a massive golden spear appeared in his hand. He was the lord of Tianya City, though he had not yet reached the realm of celestial beings. His strength was nonetheless terrifying, standing at the pinnacle of the divine palace realm. "Everyone, follow this city lord to counterattack." The lord of Tinya City bellowed, unleashing his true essence. A multitude of formation runes flickered madly, coalescing into a golden hand, striking towards Su Ming. This was the killing formation within Tinya City, known as the Golden Sun Extermination, composed of 1,280 runes, its power astonishing. Capable of slaying celestial beings. Kill. If you wish to run rampant in Tinya City, first ask us if we agree or not. How dare a madman wreak havoc in Tinya City? The many strong individuals within Tinya City roared in unison, wielding their weapons, transforming into streaks of light, charging towards Su Ming. Simultaneously, the Golden Sun Extermination Formation unleashed an endless torrent of might, as if it were about to tear the heavens apart, crashing down towards Su Ming. "Ha ha ha! Come, wretched ants, use your lives to amuse me." Su Ming grew increasingly deranged, his broken specter sword suddenly erupting with blinding black light, roaring forth like a black dragon, instantly colliding with the giant hand formed from the Golden Sun Extermination Formation. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated, deafening like the clash of 10,000 thunders, causing everyone present to feel their eardrums ache, their faces turning pale. Su Ming stood in the void, his aura soaring to its zenith. Resembling an ancient demon awakened, the overwhelming killing intent and malice sweeping across the entirety of Tinya City, making countless strong individuals tremble in fear. His crimson eyes radiated a chilling ferocity, as if he intended to devour all present. He tilted his head, his handsome yet sinister face now twisted with savagery. "Tinya City? Huh? Today I shall reduce you to ashes. Die." The next moment, Su Ming's figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a jet-black streak of light. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, disappearing from his original position, reappearing before the Lord of Tinya City. "Ah!" The Lord of Tinya City let out a mournful cry. Before Su Ming's colossal strength, he resembled a fragile puppet. Without even a shred of room for resistance, in the face of true malevolence, their resistance appeared utterly laughable. Boom! Blood flowers filled the sky, like blooming red spider lilies. Su Ming, akin to a soul-harvesting grim reaper, relentlessly reaped one life after another, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood in his wake. He is a demon! A demon! Help! Help! The chilling cries of despair echoed endlessly. At this moment, no one in Tinya City dared to confront him. Every passing second saw hundreds of lives buried here, the stench of blood permeating the air, resembling a realm of Azura. The broken specter sword in Su Ming's hand radiated a terrifying black light, as if the grim reaper had descended, harvesting lives with impunity. In merely the span of a single incense stick, the entirety of Tinya City seemed to transform into an abyss of death. All the powerful individuals within Tinya City were eradicated by Su Ming, not a single one spared. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Ming stood atop the endless corpses, laughing maniacally. His body was drenched in crimson blood, appearing exceptionally ghastly and terrifying, evoking a sense of dread that sent shivers down the spine. He was acutely aware of his actions. Now, the once laughable line he held in his heart had been utterly trampled, resorting to any means necessary, disregarding everything. Indeed, why should he pretend to possess a semblance of compassion to save a horde of despicable, shameless ants? They are unworthy, they do not deserve it at all. Boom. Just then, above the heavens, as boundless golden light erupted, an earth-shattering wave descended, akin to the cataclysm of an apocalypse, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble, the heavens to shake. Terrifying sword intent surged forth, like a raging tide, sweeping across the world, threatening to tear the very void apart. A figure materialized at the pinnacle of the void, clad in a flowing white robe that fluttered in the wind, his countenance resembling a jade crown. His eyes like stars, exuding a sense of indescribable sanctity, akin to a celestial being from the heavens, beyond reach. He bore an ancient long sword on his back, its bronze blade emanating a mysterious glow. With countless inscriptions shimmering, like stars twinkling in the night sky, Sword Sovereign, by Maching. The survivors of Tinya City, upon witnessing this, their pupils contracted sharply, trembling with excitement. The name of the Sword Sovereign, who in the Qishao Empire does not know. Who does not revere? He is a living legend, the most gifted individual in the Qishao Empire over the millennia, who once single-handedly slew 10 demonic celestials. He harbors an unyielding disdain for evil. His heart brimming with compassion, and an overwhelming righteousness emanates from his very being, earning him the reverence of the world as populace. At this moment, the Sword Sovereign has indeed descended upon Tianya City. Inciting frenzied excitement among the surviving inhabitants, we humbly bow before the Sword Sovereign. We welcome you, esteemed Sword Sovereign. We beseech you to vanquish this demon and rescue our Tianya City. In an instant, countless individuals fell to their knees, prostrating themselves before the towering figure, akin to a deity, fervently pleading. The arrival of the Sword Sovereign shone like a glimmer of hope amid the suffocating darkness of despair. And surely, Tianya City shall be saved. Chapter 12. The Power of the Demon God, Eternal Night of Darkness. The Demon. The Sword Sovereign surveyed the horrific scene within Tianya City, where corpses were piled high, and rivers of blood flowed, causing his brow to furrow ever deeper. His gaze shifted to Su Ming, now a bloodied figure, his expression chillingly frigid. The slaughter of innocent lives, such a sin, can never be forgiven. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, whoosh, a surge of sword energy flickered and vanished, yet, boom, as boundless dark essence surged forth, that sword energy abruptly shattered, dispersing into motes of light that rained down. The Ding, initiating the breakthrough task for the Celestial Realm. Slay 3 beings of the Celestial Realm or 100 beings of the Divine Mansion Realm. Ding. The host's current kill value is maxed out. Shall the host immediately bear the power of the Demon God? After bearing, the breakthrough task will be disregarded, advancing to the Celestial Realm. Sword Sovereign. Su Ming casually wiped the blood from his face. Gazing up at the magnificent figure resembling a savior, the icy demeanor in his eyes growing ever more intense. I have heard many tales of you. I never imagined that one day I would become the demon of those stories. Ha ha ha! Su Ming smiled expressionlessly, his laughter resonating with an eerie, chilling quality that sent shivers down the spines of all in Tianya City. Those who dare to slaughter the innocent deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The Sword Sovereign's voice was devoid of warmth, as frigid as ancient ice, lacking any emotional fluctuation, as if Su Ming were merely an object, easily disposed of. Swish, with a mere flick of his finger. An infinite number of flying swords tore through the air, hurtling towards Su Ming with a piercing whine. The sky was filled with blades, dancing like silver dragons. However, at that moment, Su Ming wore a strange smile. System, bear the power of the Demon God. Rumble. In the next instant, with a resounding explosion, the heavens and earth erupted with a thunderous sound of annihilation, as if the very fabric of reality were collapsing. Ding! Successfully bearing a fragment of the Demon God's power, current source power. Eternal Night Demon God. Ah! An endless torrent of power surged violently into Su Ming's body, causing it to shatter and reconstitute repeatedly. The cycle of destruction and regeneration occurring over and over. A deluge of blood cascaded forth, staining the earth crimson. Su Ming's form had been shattered dozens of times. Countless fissures marred his skin. A sight most horrifying. Even a mere fragment of the Demon God's power was beyond what his current might. We extend mercy to the inhabitants of Tianya City, for they are all but innocent souls. At this moment, the Sword Sovereign unexpectedly lowered his weapon and knelt before Su Ming, uttering words of almost desperate supplication. Oh! Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue, and he halted. You are indeed a person worthy of admiration. I may spare them, however. Here, Su Ming abruptly paused, a glimmer of mockery evident in his eyes. You must submit to me. I shall plant the seed of darkness within you, controlling your thoughts and your very existence, transforming you into my most loyal servant. I am quite eager to witness how the legendary benevolent Sword Sovereign would appear if he were to become a ruthless demon. Su Ming chuckled softly, the mockery in his eyes intensifying. You? Hearing this, the Sword Sovereign's expression shifted continuously, his eyes filled with horror. What are you afraid? Su Ming sneered. Suddenly, the Sword Sovereign threw his head back and laughed, his voice a haunting wail. If I could exchange my life for the peace of an entire city, what would it matter if I became a mere walking corpse? The Sword Sovereign has perished today. What remains is but a puppet. Fine. you shall come to cherish the decision you made today. Becoming my servant is indeed your supreme honor." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Ming's eyes as dark energy surged in his hands, instantly activating the Heart of Darkness seed. In an instant, Bai Maching emitted a muffled groan, his gaze becoming hazy and void. Countless tendrils of black mist enveloped his body, and a dark mark flickered on his forehead before swiftly vanishing from sight. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited no signs of resistance, and soon the Heart of Darkness seed was planted within his soul, merging completely with him. "I, your subordinate Bai Maching, have met my master, before long." Bai Maching knelt once more, reverently bowing to Su Ming, his words resolute and devoid of any defiance. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Bai Maching possessed the pinnacle of the celestial realm and was a formidable figure within the Qishao Empire. Making his allegiance a significant boon for Su Ming. Beep. The time for the demon goddess power to manifest has ended. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the first level of the celestial realm, and your undying demon body has progressed to the second tier. Beep. You have received a breakthrough reward for entering the celestial realm. The Demon Emperor's Annihilation Scripture, Volume 3, Shadow Summoning. At that moment, the system's notifications echoed in succession, abruptly interrupting Su Ming's thoughts. Boom. A series of explosive sounds emanated from within his body as overwhelming power surged into him, causing his cultivation to rise rapidly. Simultaneously, the power belonging to the eternal night demon god gradually dissipated, and the world regained its light. Su Ming opened his eyes, a glimmer of demonic radiance swirling within them. At this juncture, he was enveloped in a haze of demonic energy, resembling an ancient demon descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an aura that was both profound and terrifying. "Congratulations, Master. You have stepped into the celestial realm." Upon witnessing this, Bai Maching spoke with utmost respect, his expression imbued with unwavering devotion. He had been implanted with the seed of darkness, and his body and soul transcended the realm of humanity. Though not yet a full demon, he was now half demon. While he retained his cognitive faculties, the goodness in his heart was gradually extinguished, and the demonic essence began to flourish, precisely what Su Ming required. The effect of shadow summoning is to continuously summon shadow demons from the abyss. Su Ming's eyes flickered with interest. Buzz. With a casual wave of his hand, a grotesque, pitch-black demon materialized from his shadow. Upon seeing Su Ming, the shadow demon lowered its head, prostrating itself on the ground. Its strength was likely at the level of the divine mansion realm. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. With a mere thought, he could summon thousands, even tens of thousands of demons with ease. This indeed presents a formidable strategy. With this thought, Su Ming nodded, a hint of cruelty glinting in his gaze. Thus, he had acquired the means to confront the Tianqian sect head-on. Even if he could not prevail, he could retreat unscathed. "Let us proceed." Su Ming's gaze swept over the trembling mortals of Tianya City before shifting to Bai Maching as he spoke in a low voice. "Understood." Bai Maching, expressionless, acknowledged and then followed Su Ming, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 14. The Undying Demon Lord, sword pointed at Tianqian 3 days later, at the Tianqian sect's Grand Hall. The opulent hall adorned in gold exuded an atmosphere of solemnity and chill. At this moment, the sect master of Tianqian, 12 core elders, and the heads of various halls had gathered, the air thick with tension, suffocating in its intensity. 3 days prior, a demon had appeared in Tianya City, slaying an inner elder of the Tianqian sect along with several powerful members. Additionally, all those above the divine mansion realm in Tianya City were exterminated. Ultimately, the sword sovereign Bai Maching descended, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, yet was vanquished. Now the name of the sword sovereign had become a mere shadow of its former self, while the formidable demon was now revered as the Undying Demon Lord. In just 3 days, this name had spread throughout the entire Qishao Empire, creating an uproar across the realm. Even a figure as powerful as the sword sovereign had fallen to the Undying Demon Lord, becoming his puppet. Such strength was utterly terrifying. Have we ascertained the true identity of the Undying Demon Lord? After a lengthy silence, a voice resonated within the vast hall, deep and authoritative, imbued with immense power. It belonged to a stooped elder. His face withered and lined, yet his eyes were fathomless, As if capable of devouring all, he was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Tianqian sect, known as Dan Xuanzi, a figure of immeasurable strength and high esteem throughout the Qishao Empire. Master, the undying demon lord, is named Su Ming. He hails from a small city, and it is unclear what fortuitous encounters he has had, but his rapid rise in power is astonishing. Upon hearing this, the sect master of Tianqian also spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. I recall that the Su family of that small city was annihilated by Elder Yan. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards a red-haired elder clad in fine robes. His eyes narrowing slightly, Yan Chen, the 3rd core elder of Tianqian sect, a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and the master of the current foremost prodigy of Tianqian, Luo Changsheng. Could it be that Su Ming is indeed of the Su family? A mere mortal clan. How could they? Yan Chen's expression shifted repeatedly. If this were true, the undying demon lord and their Tianqian sect would be irrevocably bound in a blood feud, destined to be enemies for life. Hemph! Dan Xuanzi let out a cold snort, his tone tinged with anger. Why must you annihilate the Su family? What ties does a small city-s family have with our Tianqian sect? Why did you feel compelled to eradicate them all? In that moment, Yin Chen stiffened slightly, his face betraying some discomfort. It was I who requested Master to destroy the Su family. That wretched individual dared to defy me. In a fit of rage, I implored Master to eliminate that entire family. At this juncture, a youth with a graceful demeanor and a tall stature, exuding an air of pride, entered the grand hall and began to explain. "Hahad, you are the current pride of our Tianqian sect, Luo Changsheng." Dan Xuanzi's gaze flickered. Focusing on the handsome youth, it was said that this child was born amidst celestial phenomena, a being of exceptional fate. A natural prodigy, he opened his meridians at 9, entered the spirit sea at 12, and condensed the divine mansion at 16. Now, at 20, he was on the verge of achieving the celestial realm, truly a genius among geniuses. With limitless potential, I, disciple Luo Changsheng, have come to pay my respects to the ancestor. Upon hearing this, Luo Changsheng also bowed respectfully, exhibiting a demeanor of humility. Indeed. Dan Xuanzi nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Such a prodigy, though be utilized by the Tianqian sect, is indeed a great fortune. Enough, though the undying demon lord is formidable, our Tianqian sect is not a pushover. Should he dare to set foot in our domain? What awaits him? Dan Xuanzi's words trailed off, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Only a path of death awaits. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Tianqian sect, atop a towering mountain. Host, Su Ming. Cultivation level. 2nd stage of Celestial Realm, Soul Realm. Upper Profound Realm. Technique. Demon Emperor's Slaughtering Heaven Sutra. 3rd layer, Supreme. Martial Arts. Annihilation Sword Technique. Perfected. Heavenly Low Grade. Heavenly Peak Divine Seal. Great Accomplishment. Heavenly Low Grade. Divine Shadow Movement. Great Accomplishment. Earthly Upper Grade. Physique. True Demon Immortal Body, 2nd stage. Killing Value, 10. 5. Special Abilities. Soul Devouring Demon Flame, Annihilation Thunder, Heavenly Heart Demon Seed, Shadow Summoning Demon. Current progress of Absorbing Demon Goddess Blood, 0.0001. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, surveying the current system panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. His power had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. The progress of absorbing the demon god's blood had reached 1/10,000th, and his true demon immortal body had advanced to the 2nd stage. Thanks to the identity of Bai Machin, he had also acquired several high-tier martial techniques. With the prodigious comprehension speed of his true demon body, he had mastered them to great completion in just 3 days. Master, upon seeing Su Ming awaken, Bai Machin, who was guarding him, promptly bowed and spoke respectfully. Su Ming nodded slightly, then gazed towards the distant horizon, where it seemed he could faintly perceive the silhouette of a colossal mountain. Like a towering pillar piercing the heavens, that was the location of the Heavenly Profound Sect, the Heavenly Profound Sacred Mountain. Heavenly Profound Sect, your doom is nigh. The cold voice resonated across the mountain, causing the entire void to seem as if it transformed into frost, chilling to the bone. Buzz, he spread his fingers wide, and boundless shadows swiftly engulfed the entire mountain, among which countless ferocious demons roared forth, exuding an eerie aura of slaughter. Roar. In mere moments, tens of thousands of shadow demons emerged from the darkness, racing towards the heavenly profound sacred mountain under Su Ming's will. Go forth, annihilate everything for me. Let the heavenly profound sect vanish completely. Let those wretches plummet into the abyss of death. A chilling glint flickered in Su Ming's eyes, his voice frigid, echoing like a demonic decree. Now the time for vengeance had arrived. Chapter 15. The Descent of Shadow Demons, the Calamity of Xuanchu on the other side, beneath the heavenly profound sacred mountain, Xuanchu City.as, one of the cities under the control of the heavenly profound sect. Xuanchu City was impressively grand, with towering buildings closely packed, its prosperity rivaling that of a royal capital. Upon the towering city walls, numerous guards clad in dark armor patrolled, their expressions solemn and eyes sharp, vigilant against any external threats. This moment, within a tavern in Xuanchu City. Senior Brother Luo, I have heard that even Master Dan Swansea holds you in high regard, and has bestowed upon you a earth-tier spirit treasure? That is indeed the case. In a lavish private room, Luo Chongqing sat at a table surrounded by 3 disciples of the heavenly profound sect, a hint of pride curving his lips as he listened to their flattery. The treasure bestowed upon me by my master is called the Luo Heart Realm, capable of withstanding any attack below the 5th stage of the celestial realm, Luo Chongqing declared with an air of arrogance. Fully aware of his elevated status within the sect due to his first-hand experience of Master Dan Swansea's treatment of him. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a treasure, even the elders within the sect might not possess, yet Dan Swansea effortlessly gifted it to Luo Chongqing, a treatment that was simply enviable. Brother Chongqing, I plan to visit you before midnight today. Is that all right? At this moment, beside Luo Chongqing, a petite and stunningly beautiful young woman blushed slightly, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him. Speaking softly, Luo Chongqing was momentarily entranced, his attention entirely captured. The young woman's skin was as delicate as jade, her figure wrapped in a white dress that accentuated her graceful curves, making her all the more captivating and endearing. Of course, if junior sister Yun has any cultivation queries, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall certainly assist you. Luo Chongqing's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the enchanting young woman before him. The young woman replied softly, lowering her head and casting her eyes down. Witnessing this, the other 2 could not help but curse under their breath, feeling a pang of jealousy. This individual was merely an inner sect disciple, her cultivation only at the nascent stage of the divine mansion realm. Yet she had bewitched Luo Chongqing to such an extent, which was truly disdainful. Senior Brother Luo, I too have a gift I wish to present to you. One of the other disciples, a seemingly frail and delicate young man, stood up with a flattering smile, extending a Qinquan ring. He'd, very well, very well. Seeing this, Luo Chongqing's smile grew even more pronounced as he unceremoniously accepted the Qinquan ring. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a spray of crimson blood, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. The expressions of everyone present froze in shock as they beheld the young man who had offered the Qinquan ring. He was now severed in 2. Blood gushing, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Luo Chongqing's face also changed dramatically in that instant. Run! Roar! Instantly, from the shadows, several terrifying demons surged forth, viciously tearing apart every living being in sight. Brother Chongqing, save me! Help! Bang! Yun! The young woman was also brutally torn apart by several demons, her shrill screams abruptly cut off, her head rolling to the ground, her eyes wide open in death, filled with endless terror. Who is it? Who dares to wreak havoc on my heavenly profound sect's territory? Luo Chongqing roared, his body shimmering with countless stars, radiating like a blazing sun, his fists cracking from the immense power surging forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In that moment, myriad starry lights erupted from Luo Chongqing's body, cascading like a suspended river of stars, sweeping outward and obliterating hundreds of demons. He soared into the air, leaving the tavern, only to discover the entire Xuanchu city had succumbed to darkness, countless terrifying dark demons rampaging, devouring everything in sight, transforming the city into a hellish landscape in an instant. Above in the void, 2 terrifying figures, exuding an aura like a chasm, gazed down upon the chaos, their eyes cold, instilling dread akin to the rulers of the abyss. Sword Sovereign? Luo Chongqing trembled, staring at the 2 figures in the void, his pupils constricting, disbelief etched across his face. Beside the sword sovereign stood a figure clad in black robes, emanating a terrifying pressure that surpassed all beings, as though a true deity had descended, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. That was the undying demon lord. Flee. At this thought, Luo Chongqing's heart raced, hastily summoning a teleportation talisman to escape. Buzz. However, at that moment, the space around him suddenly constricted by Machen's expression devoid of emotion. With a subtle motion of his fingers, he brought Luo Chongqing before the two figures. Master, I have caught a rat that was lurking in the shadows. Machen's gaze was icy, his fingers seemingly poised to crush Luo Chongqing. No, you cannot kill me. I am Luo Chongqing, the foremost prodigy of the Heavenly Profound Sect, the future sect leader. If you kill me, it would be tantamount to offending the entire Heavenly Profound Sect. No one would be able to protect you then. Luo Chongqing's face turned pale with fright, his voice trembling. Luo Chongqing? Upon hearing this name, Su Ming's hands trembled uncontrollably. He slowly turned his head. The murderous intent in his eyes nearly crushed the very being of Luo Chongqing before him. Finally, I have found you. At last. Su Ming's tone was chilling, his words laced with boundless wrath as he stepped forward, his aura growing increasingly oppressive. Why did you annihilate my Su family? His face was almost pressed against Luo Chongqing's, their breaths mingling, causing Luo Chongqing's heart to nearly stop. No, it was not me. It was Yin Qin. He is the third core elder of the Heavenly Profound Sect. He is the one who destroyed the Su family. Luo Chongqing's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, panic-stricken as he desperately defended himself. And Su Ming, with a cold chuckle, the extreme fury within him threatened to engulf him. Liar! Luo Chongqing's screams echoed incessantly. His arms were crushed, blood sprang forth, his body covered in ghastly wounds, a horrifying sight to behold. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Su Ming fiercely grasped the neck of Luo Chongqing, and under the terrifying force, Luo Chongqing was in excruciating pain, his eyes wide open, blood continuously flowing from his mouth and nose. I will not allow you to die so easily. I will make you witness the downfall of the Tianxian sect, and subject you to the cruelest tortures this world has to offer, leaving you unable to live or die. Chapter 16. The Path of Revenge, the Torture of Yin Qin. Su Ming's voice resembled the whispers of hellish demons, causing Luo Chongqing to tremble uncontrollably, his heart filled with indescribable terror. Spare me, I can give you anything. I beg you. Do not kill me. At this moment, Luo Chongqing felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on his throat. Struggling to speak, let go of Chongqing. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant sky, and several figures, like lightning, rushed through the air, confronting Su Ming from afar. Have they finally arrived? Su Ming casually tossed Luo Chongqing behind him, and numerous shadow demons immediately bound him, rendering him immobile. Undying Demon Lord, what do you intend to do? A burly man surveyed the chaotic scene in Xuanchu City, a flicker of apprehension crossing his brow as he solemnly inquired. Undying Demon Lord? A fitting title. Upon hearing this, Su Ming expressed a certain admiration for the moniker, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. What does this Demon Lord intend to do? He tilted his head, his mouth splitting into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile, his voice as chilling as a blade. To annihilate the entire Tianxian sect, and make you worthless scum pay the price. Roar. As his words fell, Su Ming's right hand waved, and countless shadow demons surged into the sky, dense as locusts, blotting out the sun. Damn it! The burly man cursed angrily, a massive blade appearing in his hand, and he leapt fiercely, propelled by a gale, aiming to slash at the torrent of shadow demons. Boom! With one strike, thousands of demons exploded into a mist of blood, the scene utterly spectacular. I am Li Xiao, the 9th core elder of the Tianxian sect. Undying Demon Lord, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Li Xiao's gaze was icy, the 3-foot-long blade in his hand swirling with overwhelming malevolence as he ruthlessly slashed at Su Ming. Seeing this, Machen attempted to move, but was stopped by Su Ming, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Watch over Luo Chongqing. This Demon Lord will slay this oblivious wretch. Su Ming's blood-red eyes glinted like blades, his dark true essence boiling within, his form transforming into a blurred shadow, vanishing in an instant to appear beside Li Xiao. Seeking death. Li Zhao's gaze sharpened as he swung his massive blade down at Su Ming with great force. He was a terrifying powerhouse at the 8th level of the celestial realm, his physical strength unparalleled, making the swing of his blade even more formidable. Yet, bang! In the next moment, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before stabilizing, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his face as pale as a ghost. With just one punch, Su Ming shattered his blade's momentum, breaking through the proud defenses of his physical body. Li Zhao's expression turned blank, shock and disbelief filling his eyes, a storm of turmoil erupting within his heart. Undying Demon Lord. Truly someone capable of defeating the Sword Sovereign. Undeniably formidable. Boom. At this moment, several figures tore through the air. A terrifying pressure enveloping the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Undying Demon Lord, you possess immense audacity. How dare you massacre so brazenly in Xuanchu City? Do you take us Tianxian sect for fools? The newcomers were all terrifying powerhouses of the celestial realm, with the leader exuding an unfathomable aura, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Master, save me. Upon seeing the newcomers, Luo Changsheng, bound by shadow demons, shouted desperately, hope etched across his face. The leader was none other than his master, Yin Chun, the third core elder of the Tianxian sect, a terrifying powerhouse at the 10th level of the celestial realm. Changsheng? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Yin Chun was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes shooting forth boundless fury as he fixed his gaze on Su Ming. Luo Changsheng was of utmost importance to the entire Tianxian sect. Being the heir to the next sect leader, should he fall in Xuanchu City, it would be a significant blow to the sect. Moreover, if word of this tragedy spread, the Tianxian sect would undoubtedly become a laughingstock throughout the Qishao Empire. Undying Demon Lord, immediately return Luo Changsheng to us and depart from Xuanchu City. Today's events can be overlooked. Yin Chun spoke to Su Ming, his voice laced with undeniable authority, seemingly dismissing Su Ming entirely. Yet Su Ming appeared to be oblivious to Yin Chun's words, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Chun, as if regarding a mere object, his eyes gleaming like a venomous snake. This familiar aura he could never forget. Instantly, the horrific scenes of the Su clan flashed through his mind, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes igniting with an inferno of rage and hatred, the killing intent palpable and nearly tangible. How? Yin Chun began to speak again, but before he could finish, Su Ming could no longer contain the bone-deep fury that surged within him, stepping forward and charging at Yin Chun like a bolt of black lightning. Bang! Su Ming's speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous, as he delivered a devastating punch, crashing directly into Yin Chun's chest, sending him plummeting down into Xuanchu City. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, buildings within 1,000 feet were crushed to dust, the ground caving in, leaving behind a pit hundreds of meters deep. In that moment, silence enveloped the world. Everyone stood in a daze, their expressions like stone statues, their minds buzzing, boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the pit, deafening roars echoed, akin to thunderclaps. It was the sound of Su Ming's fists relentlessly pounding, each blow shattering Yin Chun's body, blood splattering and bones fracturing, a scene of utter devastation. Yin Chun let out a heart-wrenching roar. His features a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, his body reduced to a mere puddle of mush, utterly horrifying. Su Ming trampled him underfoot, remaining silent, his fists continuing to rain down, each strike imbued with extreme and terrifying force. Akin to a collapsing mountain, sending shivers down spines. In just a few breaths, Yin Chun was reduced to a puddle of blood, his body completely obliterated. Meeting a tragic end here. The horrifying sight left all the powerful members of the Tianxian sect trembling with fear. Their hairs standing on end, each one silent as a grave, their hearts racing like a tidal wave. A madman. He is an absolute madman. The elder Yin Chun at the 10th level of the celestial realm was mercilessly slaughtered before them. Chapter 17. Celestial Realm 5th level, the end of Xuanchu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a celestial realm 10th level being. Your cultivation has risen to the 4th level of the celestial realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a celestial realm 10th level being. You have gained 5 kill points. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications resonated in Su Ming's mind, causing him to momentarily pause. gazing at the remains of Yin Chen beneath his feet. He shook his head in distaste, the malice within him gradually ebbing away. He was fortunate, Xu Ming whispered coldly, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, realizing in his rage he had killed him outright. Truly a stroke of luck for this man. Nonetheless, the sensation of personally avenging his enemies brought him immense satisfaction. Next, Xu Ming stepped into the void, turning his gaze toward the Tianxian sect members still in a stupor. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. "It is now your turn. The entire Tianxian sect shall accompany the Su clan into oblivion, with despair to perish." His voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating across the skies of Xuanchu City, snapping everyone back to reality, a chill creeping into their hearts racing to their throats. The power of the undying demon lord far exceeded their imagination. Even a 10th-level celestial realm powerhouse could not escape his fate. And what right did they have to contend with the undying demon lord? Roar! In an instant, from the depths of shadow, a colossal shadowy beast, towering hundreds of feet, emerged, its grotesque visage sending chills down one's spine, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. "Ah, I must escape from the Tianxian sect. I do not wish to perish. Flee! Quick, flee!" Ah! In that moment, chaos engulfed the Tianxian sect, faces pale as death, terror-stricken, and an overwhelming dread surged within their hearts, igniting a desperate desire to escape. Some individuals even shattered their communication jade tablets, seeking aid from their sect, yet were met with an eerie silence. The Tianxian sect had utterly abandoned this place, and forsaken those who had come to assist them. With a swift motion, the sword light flickered, and hundreds of fleeing members of the Tianxian sect were cleaved asunder, blood spraying forth, and by Ma Qing's eyes. A chilling gleam flickered. The once benevolent sword sovereign had long since vanished, leaving behind only a sword-wielding demon. Crackle, crackle. The gigantic shadowy beast devoured dozens of powerful individuals from the divine palace realm, its horrifying crunching echoing relentlessly, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Instantly, countless wails, cries, and screams rose in a cacophony, a haunting symphony that sent shivers down the spine. The vast Xuanchu city had transformed into a true hell on earth, rivers of blood flowing, corpses strewn across the ground. "Undying demon lord, we are willing to submit. We beseech your mercy. Allow us to become your servants." Suddenly, several powerful members of the Tianxian sect, each having reached the celestial realm, knelt before Xu Ming, pleading desperately. "I am willing to give up everything. Just spare us. I too am willing to sacrifice all that I am in an instant." Hundreds of Tianxian sect cultivators followed suit, prostrating themselves, their expressions filled with panic and helplessness. Cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, Xu Ming did not even bother to lift his eyelids, coldly uttering, "Eliminate them." "Understood." Bai Maching nodded slightly, as his demon-slaying sword was unsheathed. Boundless sword radiance surged forth, striking down upon these members of the Tianxian sect. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light swept across the void, descending like a torrential storm. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams, a rain of blood blossoming in the heavens, saturating the atmosphere with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Before Bai Maching, they seemed but a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless, and in an instant, they were annihilated. Ding! Slain a celestial realm first-layer expert. Cultivation slightly enhanced. Ding! Slain a celestial realm third-layer expert. Cultivation slightly enhanced. Ding! Slain a celestial realm fourth-layer expert. Cultivation elevated to celestial realm fifth layer. Ding! Slain numerous beings. Gain 10 kill points. The system's voice echoed continuously, and after the slaughter of these Tianxian sect experts, Xu Ming's cultivation finally broke through to the fifth layer of the celestial realm. He lifted his head, his gaze coldly fixated upon the towering Tianxian sacred mountain, a chilling smile curving his lips. Wait, this grand performance has only just begun. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian sect, in the grand hall, a shimmering ethereal screen revealed the horrifying scenes unfolding in Xuanchu City, clearly displayed, causing the expressions of those within the hall to darken, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. Several core elders, witnessing the fall of Li Shao, were consumed by fury, gritting their teeth in anger. I have already sought assistance from the Sword Heaven Pavilion and the Qishao royal family. I trust that it will not be long before powerful allies arrive to aid the Tianqian sect. To combat the undying demon lord, the sect master of Tianqian gazed at the screen, a frigid expression crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Master Ancestor, if you were to confront the undying demon lord, what would be our chances of victory? He then turned to Dan Swansea, the strongest within the Tianqian sect, whose true cultivation had already reached the revered level, and was one of the sect's last trump cards. Less than 50%. After a long pause, Dan Swansea finally replied. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present froze, their faces turning grim. Though this individual's cultivation was merely at the mid-celestial realm, his true strength was utterly terrifying. The 10th layer celestial realm expert Yin Chen was but a plaything in his hands. Dan Swansea shook his head, a hint of trepidation gleaming in his eyes. Moreover, the one accompanying him by Maching is also a formidable force not to be underestimated. What shall we do then? To his words, an elder could not help but speak, his tone filled with hesitation. That old fellow from the Sword Heaven Pavilion owes me quite a bit of favor. This time, he will undoubtedly come to our aid. Not fret too much. Dan Swansea chuckled lightly, his gaze profoundly deep. Furthermore, our Tianqian sect's Tiangang demon-slaying formation is no mere decoration. As long as the formation remains intact, the undying demon lord cannot harm us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd noticeably improved, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The Tiangang demon-slaying formation is the sect's ultimate defensive array. Renowned for its terrifying might, having obliterated hundreds of demonic celestial beings a century ago. Though the undying demon lord is powerful, he surely cannot breach that formidable killing array. Chapter 18. The Power of Heaven and Earth. One sword to annihilate. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion reverberated above the Tianqian sect, causing all to be jolted from their thoughts. He has arrived. Dan Swansea's gaze sharply focused as he flickered away from the grand hall. Appearing above the Tianqian sect at this moment, countless shadowy demons surged above the Tiangang demon-slaying formation, swirling like an endless tide of darkness, blotting out the sun. Boom, boom. The Tiangang demon-slaying formation's array patterns flickered wildly as terrifying attacks were unleashed, transforming into myriad symbols that struck down upon the shadowy beasts, annihilating them entirely. Master Ancestor. The sect master of Tianqian appeared beside Dan Swansea, his gaze fixed upon the overwhelming number of shadowy demons. A trace of horror etched upon his face. "Do not panic," Dan Swansea replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips as he spread his fingers, summoning the power of heaven and earth to form a colossal energy palm that shielded the sky. Boom! With a single strike, the void shattered, the heavens trembled, and countless shadowy demons were instantly obliterated. This is the power of the revered level. An elder stood agape, muttering in awe. The revered level can initially harness the power of heaven and earth, unleashing attacks beyond the ordinary. Even a casual swing possesses the might to annihilate worlds. Moreover, it is divided into 3 tiers: Xianzun, Shengzun, and Dizun, with each tier representing a monumental transformation in the control over the power of heaven and earth. With a thought, the revered level can extinguish all life. Even though Dan Swansea had merely entered the Xianzun stage, he could still invoke the power of heaven and earth, rendering ordinary celestial realm experts mere trifles in his presence. Just a fleeting challenge. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying black, heavenly sword descended with a resounding crash, causing the Tiangang demon-slaying formation to tremble violently, issuing faint cries of lament. Su Ming and Bai Maching materialized above the firmament, gazing down at the Tianqian sect with piercing eyes. "Undying Demon Lord, I advise you to depart immediately. Should reinforcements from my Tianqian sect arrive, escape will be futile." Dan Swansea's gaze sharpened, glaring at Su Ming as he spoke with authority. "Escape? Hee. I would like to see it who, in the end, shall be unable to flee." Su Ming laughed coldly, brandishing a crimson blood sword, standing upon the void, exuding an aura of overwhelming might, his presence akin to that of a demonic deity. The blood sword in his grasp, named Mingxue, was unearthed by Bai Maching within an ancient relic, imbued with boundless malice, and was a true weapon of unparalleled ferocity. Swish, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as Su Ming executed the Annihilation Sword technique. Myriad blood shadows cascading from the heavens, imbued with an inexorable intent to kill, break. Su Ming roared, an unfathomable power surging from his body, as he swung the Mingshu's sword with unbridled ferocity. Boom! With that one stroke, the heavens trembled. The power encapsulated within that sword seemed capable of rending the very sky asunder, causing two slender fissures to appear above the formation. Stop! In an instant, Dan Swansea's expression shifted drastically, his form flickering as he appeared above the Tiangang demon-slaying formation, striking down with a palm. Buzz! A low, muffled groan reverberated through the air, and once again, a vast handprint materialized out of thin air, carrying an overwhelming oppressive force that surged towards Su Ming with lethal intent. The two forces clashed violently in midair, unleashing a terrifying tide of energy that rippled outward, shaking the very earth. Do not presume that I, the true self, would fear you, you fiend. Master Dan Xian let out a cold shout, as boundless power of heaven and earth converged upon his being. In an instant, his aura surged once more, sweeping through the surroundings like raging waves in a storm. Boom, boom. The two collided, producing a series of thunderous roars, akin to the sound of divine thunder. Su Ming's figure flickered, gripping the Ming blood sword. He executed the Annihilation Sword technique, slashing forward once more. Bai Machin unleashed a terrifying sword intent, his sword energy transforming into 10 colossal dragons, clawing and howling as they surged forth. The might of both was extraordinary, causing the disciples of the heavenly Xian sect below to pale in terror, as if they were mere ants standing before deities. Master Dan Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. He was forcibly pushed back several thousand zhong. This scene left many powerful figures within the heavenly Xian sect aghast, some even collapsing to the ground, their faces devoid of color. Even the most formidable experts of the profound venerable realm could not contend with that fiend. Brother, I shall assist you. At that moment, deep within the heavenly Xian sect, the other two supreme elders broke through their confines and arrived at Dan Xian's side. Both of them had reached the threshold of the venerable realm, and although they could not wield the power of heaven and earth, they were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary profound venerables. You? Dan Xian's face turned pale as he gazed at the two before him, forcing a bitter smile. You have yet to break through to the venerable realm, coming here is merely courting death. Retreat at once, lest you squander your lives, brother. Regardless of the circumstances, we are also supreme elders of the heavenly Xian sect. Our sect is in peril. How can we stand idly by? Another supreme elder shook his head resolutely, his face set in determination. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall stand against him. Upon hearing this, Dan Xian felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. He turned slightly, only to behold Su Ming's exceedingly peculiar smile. No? Rip? Dan Xian's eyes widened in horror, his complexion changing dramatically as he heard a clear sound of flesh being torn apart. One of the supreme elders' bodies was reduced to a rain of blood. That scene was immensely shocking. A half-step venerable strongman had perished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. This all transpired far too swiftly, leaving everyone with no time to comprehend. Die for me! Dan Xian let out a furious roar, his right hand sweeping forth, once again invoking the vast power of heaven and earth to crush down. Boom! The terrifying shockwave enveloped the area for tens of thousands of zhong. At such close range, even Su Ming found it difficult to withstand. He was sent reeling, drenched in blood, his left arm utterly severed. The undying demon lord has been injured. Witnessing this, the disciples of the heavenly Xian sect felt a glimmer of hope ignite within their eyes, some even shedding tears of joys if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Is this your power? Su Ming was finally able to stabilize his form after retreating 1,000 zhong. Despite having lost an arm, his expression remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 10th heaven celestial being. Cultivation level has risen to 7th heaven of celestial being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 10th heaven celestial being, earning 5 kill points. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. As the words faded, an endless torrent of energy surged into Su Ming's body, causing his aura to rise exponentially, swiftly ascending to the seventh heaven of celestial being. His injuries were completely healed in less than 3 breaths of time. This exceedingly bizarre scene crushed the flicker of hope that had arisen in the hearts of the heavenly Xian sect into a profound abyss. Chapter 19. 3 venerables gather, burning heavenly golden flames. How is this possible? Dan Xian's body trembled violently, his eyes wide with horror, beyond the capacity of words to express. After withstanding his full force strike, the undying demon lord's cultivation had actually surged. The injuries he sustained had healed in an instant. At that moment, all that remained in Dan Xian's heart was sheer terror, an emotion of despair, unknowingly permeating his entire being. Brother. Another Supreme Elder's face was ashen as he glanced at Dan Xian, hesitating to speak. It was because at this moment, Dan Xian had lost all semblance of his former authority, appearing instead like a frail old man, weak and powerless. Boom. Yet at that moment, an endless cascade of golden radiance poured down from the heavens, illuminating the entire heavenly Xian holy mountain, as if a great sun were rising, radiating brilliant and dazzling light. Seeing this, the face of the sect master of the heavenly Xian sect momentarily froze, then immediately broke into an ecstatic expression, unable to contain himself. It is His Highness, the Golden Sun King. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking members of the heavenly Xian sect were instantly awakened. Ha ha ha, wonderful, the Qishao royal family has come to rescue us. Our hope has truly arrived. We are finally saved. In an instant, many high-ranking members within the heavenly Xian sect erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces filled with the joy of having survived a calamity. The Golden Sun King, one of the 5 great kings of the Qishao Empire, is a super strong man at the profound venerable realm, possessing terrifying power, and is among the most elite in the entire Qishao Empire. Buzz. At that moment, the swords at the waists of the heavenly Xian sect members began to hum incessantly. As if responding to some summons, yearning to break free. Boom. A shadow of a heavenly sword cleaved through the sky, annihilating numerous shadowy demons, reducing them to ashes. Dan Xian, it has been years since we last met. How have you become like this? A hoarse, ancient voice resonated from the void, and as the voice faded, an elder with a stooped figure, wielding a black sword, slowly descended from the air. Among the crowd, someone immediately recognized the identity of this person, their face paling in shock as they exclaimed, "He is the Withered Sword Venerable, the Withered Sword Venerable." Merely the mention of this name was enough to silence the crowd in fear. He is a true elder of the Sword Heaven Pavilion, having reached the profound venerable realm. His mastery of the withered sword technique has instilled dread in countless strong men. At this moment, with the Golden Sun King, the Withered Sword Venerable, and Dan Xian. 3 venerables had gathered at the heavenly Xian sect. Their might overwhelming. Dan Xian was speechless, seemingly still reeling from the previous shock, while the Withered Sword Venerable shook his head slightly, turning his gaze to Bai Machin, saying, "Young man, I never expected you would become this demon's lackey. Truly disgraceful for my Sword Heaven Pavilion." In response, Bai Machin's expression remained utterly unfazed, coldly stating, "To serve my master is my greatest honor." Buzz. He raised his sword high, directing it towards the Withered Sword Venerable. His eyes filled with chilling, killing intent. "Undying Demon Lord? Ha! The fool who dares to wreak havoc upon my Qishao Empire has not made an appearance for quite some time." Simultaneously, the figure of the Golden Sun King emerged from the boundless golden radiance. Clad in resplendent golden armor, he stood with his arms crossed behind him, exuding an air of supreme arrogance, as if he were a deity surveying the world, radiating boundless majesty. Moreover, behind the Golden Sun King, there was a halo of blazing light surrounding him, akin to a divine ring, rendering him nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. "Withered sword? You need not come, a mere foolish demon. I alone can slay him." The Golden Sun King scoffed arrogantly, casting a dismissive glance at Su Ming and Bai Machin. His words caused Bai Machin's eyes to narrow sharply, a fierce sword intent surging forth, palpable as reality. "A braggart that I, the Demon Lord, am eager to see how you intend to slay me." Su Ming spoke coldly, the annihilating thunder coursing over his form, exuding an aura of utter destruction, the terrifying breath of true demons surging like a tide, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. A demon is still a demon, possessing a modicum of strength, yet daring to boast before this king. You are simply courting death. Upon witnessing this, King Jinyoung's lips curled into a mocking smile, his aura radiating brilliantly from behind him, dazzling like the sun itself. Flames of destruction consumed the heavens. Raising his right hand, he summoned boundless power from the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it transformed into a sea of golden flames, carrying with it a terrifying might capable of obliterating all in its path, as it surged towards Su Ming and Bai Machin. The flames of destruction, one of the divine abilities owned by the Qishao royal family, possessed an unfathomable power that could incinerate even the mightiest of Xian Zun realm experts in an instant. Having practiced this divine art since childhood, King Jinyoung had long since mastered it. Now, as he unleashed it, its potency reached an unparalleled zenith. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In that moment, the sky was engulfed by the golden flames, as if the very firmament was boiling, searingly hot, distorting the surrounding space beyond recognition. However, Su Ming displayed no fear. With a cold snort, the desolation thunder erupted from his body, transforming into pillars of lightning that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom. The clash of thunder and fire erupted with deafening explosions, akin to the collapse of the world. The violent energy surged forth like a tsunami, a hurricane sweeping in all directions. The entire sky darkened once more, resembling the onset of doom. This scene left countless onlookers filled with dread. If the three great sages were not a match for the undying demon lord, then they could only await their demise in despair. Clang! At that moment, the sound of clashing swords resonated, as Bai Machin and the withered sword sage engaged in a fierce battle. Their speeds were so extreme that within a single breath, they had already exchanged blows hundreds of times. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light surged, cutting through the clouds, causing the void to tremble. Although Bai Machin was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, his comprehension of sword intent had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. And in his confrontation with the withered sword sage, he showed not the slightest hint of inferiority. Boom! The vast golden flames dissipated into remnants of light, yet the fearsome pillars of thunder maintained their overwhelming might. Still advancing with a force capable of annihilating all, they charged towards King Jinyoung. At that moment, the smile on King Jinyoung's face stiffened, as a sense of unprecedented crisis surged within his mind. A premonition of death. Should he be struck by that peculiar thunder pillar, even he would likely find only a path to demise. Chapter 20. Slaying 3 sages, mission initiated. Whoosh, whoosh. King Jinyoung's eyes narrowed, his figure retreating swiftly to evade the peculiar thunder pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The desolation thunder struck fiercely against the great formation of the Tianxian sect, instantly creating a breach several yards wide, while hundreds of disciples below were transformed into blood mist in an instant. Roar! Witnessing the formation's collapse, a multitude of shadow demons surged in, mercilessly slaughtering the sect disciples, filling the air with screams and wails, blood flowing like rivers, corpses strewn across the ground. What terrifying power! King Jinyoung felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily gasping for breath. Had he not evaded that thunder pillar just now, he would have surely. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. No one can defy their own will, nor can anyone hinder their own steps. What he must do is carve out a path of unmatched bloodshed. Tio ascend to the pinnacle. Standing at the highest point in this world, he gazes down upon the vast sky, with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming aura erupts from Su Ming, instantly soaring into the clouds, causing the winds to shift and the heavens to pale. Father, mother, do you see this? Ming'er has slain all those from the Tianxian sect to avenge you. Yet, this is not my final destination. I shall continue my slaughter, ravaging this Qishao empire, for all beings that dare oppose me must receive the baptism of blood. Su Ming's eyes glowed crimson, a terrifying malice swirling around him, his voice reverberating like thunder across the land. I shall rewrite the rules of this world, trampling the entire realm beneath my feet, even if it means exterminating all life. With a resounding crash, Su Ming summoned unparalleled demonic energy. And in an instant, the entire Tianxian sacred mountain crumbled into nothingness, replaced by a terrifying mountain of darkness, towering at the apex of the heavens. This pitch-black mountain spanned the 9 skies, majestic and grand. Atop which a dark temple flickered in and out of sight, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. Standing atop the mountain of demons, Su Ming's gaze was filled with bloodthirsty coldness, his voice echoing through the firmament. I, the undying demon lord, hereby establish the burial heaven demon palace, commanding all forces within the Qishao Empire to submit to me within 3 days, or face death. A roar that shook the mountains and rivers, causing all beings to tremble. Countless powerful figures were stunned, gazing upward in horror, and could faintly see a colossal demonic mountain obscuring the sky, exuding an oppressive and terrifying presence. The burial heaven demon palace? In that instant, the entire Qishao Empire was gripped by a profound fear, their hearts filled with an uncontrollable dread. Meanwhile, in the Tongtian imperial city, bang! How outrageous! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the furious voice of the Qishao ancestor reverberated throughout. To command all forces of the Qishao Empire to submit? What audacity! Ancestor, calm your anger. The actions of the undying demon lord are tantamount to declaring war on the entire Qishao Empire. Though his power is formidable, he is but 2 individuals and cannot possibly contend with the might of the entire empire. Beside him, the Qishao Emperor hastily spoke in an attempt to soothe, though his words still carried a hint of trepidation. The Tianxian sect has already been annihilated, and the undying demon lord has easily slain 3 esteemed elders. Such strength is truly alarming. The Qishao royal family has also lost a king. No, I can sense the degree of danger this child poses. Longer, swiftly convene the Qishao Council, summoning all powerful beings within the empire to the imperial city to discuss countermeasures. Taking a deep breath, the Qishao ancestor commanded solemnly. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. The Qishao Emperor responded before turning to leave. The burial heaven demon palace. This child's ambition is astonishingly grand. Watching the Qishao Emperor's retreating figure, the Qishao ancestor's gaze sharpened, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes. Su Ming, the eldest son of the Su family from Luoyun City, has risen at an unimaginable speed since the fall of his family. In merely a month, he has cultivated to the peak of the celestial realm. Upon exiting his seclusion, he has uncovered all information regarding the undying demon lord. This individual is undoubtedly an exceedingly terrifying prodigy. Reaching the peak of the celestial realm in a month, such speed is simply unfathomable. Apart from a powerful figure seizing control of another's body, he cannot conceive any other possibility that could grant such a horrific cultivation speed. Even demonic cultivation would be impossible. Su Ming must possess an unimaginably vast opportunity hidden within him. And if he could obtain it, not to mention the sacred sovereign realm, he might even contend for the legendary monarch, the supreme. Such thoughts ignited an intense fervor within the Qishao ancestor, his greed and desire reaching their zenith. Chapter 23. The Shadow Demon submits. The Sword Demon arises a day later, at the Burial Heaven Demon Palace. The dense power of darkness surged and roiled like a tidal wave, the massive demonic mountain standing as an immortal dark deity, dominating the heavens and instilling awe in all beings in this realm. Countless shadow demons lurked in the darkness, emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Today, the Burial Heaven Demon Palace welcomed its first batch of guests. In the presence of the esteemed Demon Lord, I am Lin Yuan, the sect master of the Shadow Demon sect. Within the Grand Hall, several figures knelt in reverence, proclaiming their respect in unison. The Shadow Demon sect, one of the 3 major demon sects within the Qishao Empire, is led by Lin Yuan, a ruthless and cunning figure, whose whereabouts are enigmatic, actions decisive, and strength reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. At this moment, over 500 members of the Shadow Demon sect bowed in the hall, expressing their deference to Su Ming. From his seat, Su Ming cast a cold and indifferent gaze over the crowd of the Shadow Demon sect, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Do you wish to submit to me, the Demon Lord? We vow to follow the Demon Lord to our deaths, never to rebel. The might of the Demon Lord is truly unforgettable for us. At that moment, hearing these words, the members of the Shadow Demon sect trembled with excitement, kneeling fervently, their voices echoing with fervent cries. They resembled a group of fervent devotees, their eyes filled with boundless respect, zeal and fervor as they gazed upon Su Ming. How intriguing witnessing this. A slight smile crept upon Su Ming's lips appearing rather amused. Since it is so, I shall grant you a great fortune. As his words fell, Su Ming spread his fingers, and countless heavenly heart demon seals manifested in his palm, surging forth to penetrate the bodies of the crowd. Only absolute control can ensure their unwavering loyalty. Become his devoted servants. Su Ming does not need a pack of disobedient hounds. Demon Lord, what are you doing? In an instant, the members of the Shadow Demon sect wailed in despair. As the demon seals invaded their minds, causing their thoughts to spiral into chaos, yet soon, they discovered the pain gradually subsiding, their cultivation rapidly soaring, and their reverence for Su Ming reaching a fever pitch, nearly driving them to madness. Lin Yuan pays homage to the Demon Lord. My supreme master. At that moment, Lin Yuan was the first to awaken, his face radiating extreme fervor, and he prostrated himself fervently. Soon, the hall resounded with waves of respectful exclamations. The power of the Heavenly Heart Demon Seal not only allows complete mastery over the thoughts of those marked, but also grants them a trace of demonic bloodline. As time passes, this demonic blood will lead to their transformation, making them true demons. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the demon palace, followed by an overwhelming surge of sword intent, causing the members of the Shadow Demon sect to tremble in their minds, as if shrouded by an invisible sword's edge, suffocating them with an unending sense of dread. Within that sword intent, there seemed to carry a boundless aura of extreme malice, as if it aimed to pierce through the 9 heavens. Has it finally broken through? Witnessing this, Su Ming smiled slightly, a look of anticipation gracing his features. Now, the demonic seed within Bai Maching has long taken root and merged with his prior constitution, transforming into the sword demon body. Today, he has finally taken that step, breaking through to the Xian sovereign realm. This is precisely the scene he has long awaited. Buzz, in an instant, Bai Maching's figure appeared in the hall, his appearance having undergone a tremendous transformation. He had grown to a towering height of 3 meters. Exuding an overwhelming bloodthirsty sword intent, his aura as deep as a chasm, each movement causing the very fabric of space to tremble. His once dark eyes now glowed with a crimson hue, flickering with a chilling bloodthirstiness that sent shivers down the spine. This was Bai Maching's sword demon form. Once transformed into a demon, his power would experience a comprehensive surge. In this state, even the current Su Ming would likely find it challenging to triumph over him. I am, Bai Maching, your subordinate, paying respects to the Demon Lord. Soon, Bai Maching reverted to his human form, bowing respectfully, his tone filled with admiration and fervor. Excellent! From this day forth, you shall be the first lord of the Burial Heaven Demon Palace. Its position is second only to that of the Dark Lord. Su Ming smiled, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. The subordinate expresses profound gratitude for the Dark Lord's grace and vows to serve with utmost dedication until death. Upon hearing this, Bai Maching once again respectfully bowed, his expression gravely solemn. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered slightly, a trace of yearning quietly crossing his depths. Dark Lord, I have urgent matters to report, he quickly began. What is it? Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Report to the Dark Lord, I have received word. Today, the 3 leading powers of the Sword Sky Pavilion, the Fire Sacred Sect, and the Ancient Cloud Sect have gathered in the Heavenly Emperor City, intending to unite and attack our Burial Sky Demon Palace. Lin Yuan replied gravely, his words tinged with apprehension. Historically, the Tianxian Sect, Sword Sky Pavilion, Fire Sacred Sect, and Ancient Cloud Sect have been among the top 4 forces in the Qi Shao Empire, with the Qi Shao royal family reigning above them. With the Tianxian Sect now destroyed, the remaining factions have allied. If they truly come to attack, can the current Burial Sky Demon Palace withstand them? Merely a gathering of rabble. The Dark Lord has yet to seek trouble with them. Yet they dare to come knocking first, Yu Ming scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Perfect. If they come to court death together, it will save me a great deal of trouble. His chilling voice resonated throughout the hall, the boundless dominance contained within causing everyone present to shudder. This was not mere arrogance. Su Ming truly possessed that qualification. The accumulated slaughter value of the system had reached its zenith in the state of bearing the power of the demon god. He dared to confront even the sacred sovereign. The might of the Dark Lord is unparalleled. It seems my subordinate has been overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke respectfully, the worry and apprehension on his face noticeably diminishing. Yet, at that very moment, a voice filled with frigid fury suddenly erupted. Undying Dark Lord, come forth and die. Chapter 24. Thunderous might, all enemies of the world boom. Accompanying the voice was a terrifying pressure emanating from dozens of formidable presences, enveloping the entire demon mountain, causing the very void to tremble violently. Swish, swished, Su Ming's expression darkened, and he immediately flickered into the void above the demon hall. Bai Machin and the others quickly followed. Appearing beside Su Ming, at this moment, in the distant sky, numerous figures exuding terrifying auras materialized, the weakest among them possessing the formidable cultivation of the heavenly human peak. This is, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly, his gaze flickering. That is the current pavilion master of the Sword Sky Pavilion, the Tsang Jin sovereign? Not only that, but the two sovereigns of the Fire Sacred Sect, the Fan Tian and Hua Yun, the Yun Shao sovereign of the ancient Cloud Sect, and even the four sealing kings of the Qi Shao Empire, had all gathered at the burial Sky Demon Palace. How could their movements be so swift? Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the many powerful figures ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips, his murderous intent seeping through. Is this your final choice? Is living not preferable? His chilling voice echoed across the heavens, causing the temperature in the entire realm to plummet to freezing point, sending tremors through the bodies of some powerful beings. Seems the Dark Lord's demands are too unreasonable. We have no choice but to proceed. An elder clad in crimson, with white hair and beard, stepped forth, a faint smile on his face, yet his murky eyes seemed capable of piercing through all. Qi Shao, Taizu? Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Yuan could no longer maintain his composure, his body trembling violently, his pupils constricting. The Qi Shao Taizu, once the strongest individual of the Qi Shao Empire, who single-handedly slaughtered 300,000 enemy soldiers. It is said that although his lifespan is nearly spent, his strength remains unfathomable. It is rumored that he has nearly touched the threshold of the sacred sovereign. With just one more step, he could attain that rank. My lord, there is no need to waste words with this demon. We shall directly slay him, and the Fire Sacred Sect will surely offer our full support. Fan Tian stepped forward, summoning a massive crimson spear that ignited with flames, as if capable of melting all things. How dare a mere demon cultivator be so arrogant, even claiming that all must submit to him? It is nothing short of seeking death. Undying Dark Lord, we have gathered here today for you. You should feel immensely honored. If you are wise, take your own life here, and perhaps you might retain a whole corpse. Hui Yun's expression was equally grim, a murderous glint dancing in his eyes. Should you continue to be obstinate, do not blame us for our ruthlessness, impudence. Upon hearing this, Bai Machin's expression darkened instantly, and he bellowed, Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect the Dark Lord? Boom. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent surged into the sky, like a raging tide, causing everyone present to tremble slightly, their hearts filled with dread. That former sword monarch, has he actually broken through to the Xin sovereign realm? Boom. In that moment, Bai Machin unleashed a sword strike, causing the heavens to shatter and the winds to howl, as if the very void was being obliterated. An overwhelming, unparalleled pressure descended like a torrent. Die. His gaze was frigid, a bone-chilling roar suddenly reverberating through the void. Sword light tore through the void, rending the heavens, carrying with it a terrifyingly unmatched might. Instantly arriving before Hua Yun, those who dare insult the Dark Lord must die. Not good. Hui Yun's face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated. However, before he could retreat 3 paces, that sword light imbued with boundless killing intent had already descended upon him. Hui Yun let out a wretched scream, as the terrifying sword light pierced through his body, exploding into a mist of blood. What? The other powerful figures displayed expressions of horror, their faces frozen in disbelief. With a single sword strike, he killed a Xin sovereign? Everyone, unleash your full strength. Immediately slay these two, and do not give them any chance to escape. Upon witnessing this, the Qi Shao Taizu also let out a cold shout, his body transforming into a brilliant blazing shadow, charging towards Su Ming. Realizing that Su Ming might have been possessed by an unknown powerful being, he could no longer afford to delay. Merely at the heavenly human peak, he possessed the terrifying power to slay Xian sovereigns. If Su Ming truly advanced to Xian sovereign, it would all be too late. Only by gathering all the powerful beings within the empire and striking with overwhelming force could they hope to crush him in the cradle. That is the best course of action. As you command. The four Sealing Kings responded in unison, shooting forth, unleashing their divine techniques, their powers soaring like four falling meteors, crashing down, kill, the three sovereigns, Songjian, Yunxiao, and Fentian, also struck together, launching their assault against Bai Machin and Lin Yuan. Though their cultivation was the weakest, only at the lower tier of Xian sovereign, their combined might could unleash a power comparable to that of a mid-tier Xian sovereign. Yet that they ultimately underestimated Bai Machin's terrifying strength. Boom! In an instant, the dark demonic light surged, engulfing the entire sky. Bai Machin's figure expanded, manifesting the form of the sword demon, his demonic aura rolling like a tidal wave. Sweeping across the mountains and rivers, the bronze ancient sword in his hand transformed into a shadowy demonic sword, radiating a chilling and terrifying aura. Swish! A streak of dark sword light, like a sudden flash of a swan, appeared. Under the cover of this sword light, the surrounding space seemed to be forcibly torn apart. Poochie! In an instant, the three sovereigns halted abruptly, their bodies suspended in midair, their eyes filled with infinite horror and dread. Sizzle! Lines of blood slowly appeared on their bodies, and then, bang, 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 with three muffled sounds, their bodies exploded in an instant, transforming into a rain of blood that fell from the sky, painting the entire realm a deep crimson. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's demon slaves have slain 3 Xian sovereign beings. The breakthrough task for the sovereign realm has been completed. Chapter 25. Ascending to the realm of the profound. Bloodshed across the land. Ding! Task reward acquired. 4 layers of the Demon Emperor's slaughtering heaven scripture. 3rd stage true demon indestructible body. Boom! In an instant, as the system's voice faded, the dormant power within Su Ming erupted forth like a dam breaking. Overwhelming and unstoppable, a terrifying wave of energy surged like an endless hurricane, sending the Qishao ancestor and the 4 great kings flying thousands of feet away, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. This is, the Qishao ancestor's pupils contracted sharply, as he immediately felt an unfathomable pressure emanating from Su Ming, causing his body to tremble and his scalp to tingle with fear. Boom! Su Ming's aura continued to rise. His true demon indestructible body reaching its utmost potential, beginning to undergo a transformation. Boundless demonic energy churned like a vast ocean, twisting and vibrating the very fabric of the void. The overwhelming pressure nearly forced the 4 great kings to the ground, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads. In this moment, Su Ming's cultivation broke through, truly stepping into the realm of the profound. Boom! The terrifying oppressive force descended like a mountain, causing dozens of celestial realm experts to tremble uncontrollably, unable to withstand such fearsome pressure, collapsing to their knees. What intoxicating power! A sinister glint flickered in Su Ming's crimson eyes, a bloodthirsty smile curving at the corners of his lips. Now it is time to send you to hell. As the words left his mouth, Su Ming's right hand clenched suddenly, and he unleashed a punch. Boom! In an instant, the void trembled, space itself shattered. That dreadful punch surged forth like a black sun plummeting, radiating a terrifying wave of destruction. Not good. Retreat quickly. The Qishao ancestor roared, his form transforming into a bolt of lightning as he darted backward. The 4 great kings beside him dared not hesitate, executing their techniques to retreat at breakneck speed. But it was too late. Buzz! That colossal black sun crashed down, enveloping the Qishao ancestor and the 4 great kings within its ominous embrace. Boom! The deafening roar echoed through the heavens, causing the sky to seem as if it were collapsing, the earth trembling violently. This scene was utterly horrifying, sending chills down the spine. Puff! The bodies of the 4 great kings exploded like shattered balloons, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. One punch, merely a casual punch. The 4 great kings, the 4 top-tier powerhouses of the Qishao Empire, were obliterated in an instant. Cough, cough. The Qishao ancestor struggled to rise, blood frothing from his mouth. His left arm reduced to mere fragments. His body trembled violently, the terror in his eyes reaching a peak. What kind of power is this? I have no means of resistance against him. The four great kings were like mere ants, crushed to dust beneath such a terrifying attack. The absolute disparity filled the Qishao ancestor with dread, and within the depths of his heart, an endless despair began to rise. The true strength of the undying demon lord had far surpassed his imagination, exceeding everyone's expectations. The Qishao Empire is doomed. With a heavy heart, the Qishao ancestor slowly lifted his head, only to behold Su Ming's blood-red demonic gaze. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn echoed as the Qishao ancestor's body was mercilessly rent asunder by Su Ming, bathing in his own blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a high-level being of the profound realm. Cultivation increased to mid-level profound. Ding! Current kill value is full. Cannot continue to gain kill value temporarily. The Qishao ancestor has perished. This is the fate that befalls those who defy the demon lord. None shall escape. After slaying the Qishao ancestor, Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the remaining dozens of celestial realm experts in the sky. His voice resonating like an echo from the abyss, causing souls to tremble in fear. Flee now. Upon witnessing the fall of the Qishao ancestor, the last line of defense within the hearts of the onlookers crumbled completely. Panic-stricken, they fled in all directions, desperate to escape. Heed! A strange smile crept onto Su Ming's lips, and with a mere thought, countless shadow demons surged forth, encircling the group, and then tore them to shreds. No. The chilling screams resounded. One after another. In less than 5 breaths, all of them had perished, blood staining the sky. Su Ming's countenance remained calm and unperturbed, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if slaying all present was as effortless as crushing a few ants. He had once offered them a chance for choice, yet alas, none wished to cherish it. Those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish. Su Ming had never been a merciful individual. Nor would he harbor compassion for his enemies. For those who defy him, there was only the path of death. By Machin, Lin Yuan, heed my command. In an instant, Su Ming spoke to, "At your service." The two knelt immediately, bowing in response. You two shall lead millions of shadow demons to cleanse the Qishao royal family, the Burning Fire Sacred Sect, the Sword Heaven Pavilion, and the Ancient Cloud Sect, leaving no survivors. Su Ming's voice was frigid, imbued with an indescribable intent to kill. Furthermore, should you encounter anyone who resists, execute them without hesitation, without regard for any consequences. This demon lord does not wish to see any more defiers. Do you understand? Su Ming's icy gaze bore into the two, his tone carrying an undeniable, utmost dominance. Understood. By Machin and Lin Yuan responded, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. They would make the world understand how foolish it was to defy the demon lord. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Three Sects, the Emperor's Choice. The next day, at the Burning Fire Sacred Sect, with news of the fall of the 9 esteemed elders spreading throughout the empire, the entire sect descended into chaos and panic. The higher-ups of the sect argued incessantly in the council hall, and under the immense pressure from the Burial Heaven Demon Hall, several chose to flee the sect, their whereabouts unknown. Now, the Burning Fire Sacred Sect had utterly disintegrated, its disciples in a state of terror, fearing they might be caught in the wrath of the undying demon lord. At this moment, before the mountain gate, a few guardians seemed to have noticed something. They looked up in astonishment, their gazes drawn to the distant horizon, fear etched on their faces. What is that? They beheld the distant sky, which had inexplicably become shrouded in an ominous darkness, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Demons! Demons! Enemy attack! Boom! With a shout from one of them, the mountain gate of the Burning Fire Sacred Sect erupted. The roar echoed through heaven and earth as the enveloping darkness transformed into endless shadow demons, annihilating everything in sight. Within the Burning Fire Sacred Sect, countless screams rang out, echoing endlessly. At this moment, they finally realized this was not a nightmare, but rather a true calamity. Flee! Run for your lives, junior sister. Junior sistered. No, master, save me. Save me. Under the rampage of the shadow demons, in mere moments, the entire Burning Fire Sacred Sect transformed into a hellish realm, corpses littering the ground, Whoosh, whoosh. The sect's several celestial realm experts immediately sprang into action, unleashing formidable powers against the terrifying shadow demons. Sizzle. The tremendous force obliterated some smaller shadow creatures, but soon after, more colossal demons surged forth from the darkness, tearing those experts apart and devouring them whole. In the skies above, Baimachin slowly appeared, raising the demon-slaying blade in his hand, wielding an awe-inspiring demonic might, mercilessly slashing down. Boom. With a single strike, the mountains housing the burning fire sacred sect collapsed. Countless lives extinguished in an instant, smoke and dust engulfing the sky, obscuring all. The once mighty burning fire sacred sect was ultimately reduced to nothingness, turned to ash. Baimachin's figure resembled a demon from the abyss, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the ruins, searching for any survivors. After all, Xu Ming had commanded him to eradicate all beings of the four factions, leaving no one alive. Boom. He struck again, confirming there were no living souls left. Before sheathing his sword and leading countless shadow demons toward the distant Sword Heaven Pavilion. Haha, Liu Yun sect, are you not the most arrogant and overbearing on ordinary days? Why have you ceased your arrogance now? Ah? On the other side, within the Gu Yun sect, Lin Yuan viciously trampled upon the head of the sect leader, a sinister smile etched across his face. Defying the Lord of Demons? This is the consequence. This is the price. He gestured towards the mountain of corpses and sea of blood formed by countless disciples of the Gu Yun sect, his gaze filled with boundless madness and delight. In the past, the Gu Yun sect had repeatedly suppressed the Shadow Demon sect, forcing him into desperation time and again, nearly leading him to utter ruin. After submitting to the Lord of Demons, he finally had the opportunity for vengeance. Brandishing a demonic dagger, he began to slice away the flesh and blood of the Gu Yun sect leader, piece by piece, feeding it to the shadowy demon beside him. Ah, Lin Yuan, you shall not die a good death. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. The Gu Yun sect leader's face twisted in agony as he let out a wretched scream. Yet he was utterly unable to break free from the bindings of the shadowy demons, ultimately meeting a gruesome end, reduced to a bloody and mangled skeleton. Lin Yuan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly, and with a fierce expression declared, you can't even hope to haunt me as a ghost. You lack that qualification. With that, Lin Yuan turned once more to face the remaining disciples of the Gu Yun sect, his eyes brimming with a frenzied thirst for blood. Die. He roared madly, striking down one disciple after another, slaughtering every last remnant of the Gu Yun sect, and thus, the Gu Yun sect marched towards its inevitable demise amidst this crimson feast. In the Celestial Emperor City, at the Red Cloud Imperial Palace, Your Majesty, the Burning Fire Sacred Sect, Sword Heaven Pavilion, and the Gu Yun sect have all been completely exterminated. Within the opulent Golden Hall, a black-clad guard knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, clearly paralyzed by fear. On the dragon throne, the Red Cloud Emperor caressed the dragon-patterned jade seal in his hand, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Is this the final act of my Red Cloud Empire? How ridiculous, truly ridiculous, Your Majesty. The black-clad guard hesitated, words caught in his throat. Go. Open the city gates. Disperse all who are unrelated to the royal family. Drive them all away. Your Majesty, are you going to? Hearing this, the black-clad guard was immediately struck with horror, hastily speaking up. I know what you wish to say, but this is my final decree. Go. The Red Cloud Emperor sighed wearily, weakly waving his hand. Yes. The black-clad guard trembled, then slowly retreated. The Red Cloud Emperor, seemingly drained of all strength, slumped back onto the dragon throne, a hint of despondency flickering in his eyes. However, the title of a fallen monarch does not sound pleasant at all. Chapter 27. The Red Cloud's Unexpected Turn. Venerable Yun Miao outside the Celestial Emperor City. Dawn gradually approached, the morning light breaking through layers of dark clouds, shining down. The Red Cloud Emperor stood alone outside the city gates, clad in an imposing imperial robe, gazing up at the rosy clouds in the sky, his heart heavy with sorrow that grew ever more profound and difficult to bear. Soon, the distant darkness swallowed the nascent light completely, leaving only the endless night, shrouding the entire imperial city. Amidst the darkness, Bai Machin and Su Ming slowly revealed themselves, casting a disdainful gaze upon the Celestial Emperor city and the doomed Red Cloud Emperor. Their eyes filled with chilling resolve. An empty city? Red Cloud Emperor, is this your final gambit? Bai Machin scoffed coldly, waving his sleeve, a terrifying pressure descending like a mountain, causing the Red Cloud Emperor to shudder, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could the mere peak of a mortal realm withstand the overwhelming might of Bai Machin? Kneel! The icy command pierced the depths of the Red Cloud Emperor's heart like a sharp blade, causing his body to convulse. Ha ha ha! Even in death, I shall not bow before a demon. Convey to the undying demon lord that he will ultimately pay the price for his actions. The Red Cloud Emperor howled to the heavens, his voice laced with madness and determination, utterly oblivious to the consequences. A glint of coldness flickered in Bai Machin's eyes as the blade in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling sword light. Intent on obliterating the Celestial Emperor city in one fell swoop, boom. The sword light tore through the air, carrying a suffocating sharpness that ripped the void apart, as if cleaving the very heavens in two. At that moment, however, the Red Cloud Emperor chose to close his eyes, quietly awaiting the approach of death. He had completely succumbed to despair, knowing that the Celestial Emperor city was unlikely to escape the calamity of destruction today. Yet he refused to kneel before this demon. He would rather die on the battlefield, preserving his last shred of dignity. But just as he believed his demise was inevitable, a deep sigh unexpectedly resonated from the void. Then, bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, as the brilliant sword lights shattered into countless twinkling stars. The Red Cloud Emperor abruptly opened his eyes, looking towards the source of the voice, and there appeared a figure slowly materializing. It was an elderly man, clad in a long blue robe, his deep-set eyes carrying the weight of countless years, as if shaped by the trials of time. He held a black long sword without a sheath, standing there as if able to perceive all changes in the universe, like a towering deity. Senior, you are? The Red Cloud Emperor's pupils constricted, disbelief swirling in his gaze. My name is Venerable Yun Miao. I have been hidden within the borders of the Red Cloud Kingdom for 300 years. Evil demons wreak havoc, causing suffering to the common people, though I am but a wandering soul. I cannot stand idly by for such heinous acts. Venerable Yun Miao calmly regarded the Red Cloud Emperor, an inexplicable light glimmering in his eyes. Red Cloud Sovereign, I admire your choice. Despite the multitude of evil demons invading, you still harbor compassion for the people and remain steadfast in your principles, which I greatly appreciate. And today, your life shall not end. I will eradicate all evil demons, restoring peace to this world. With these words, Venerable Yun Miao took a step forward, and in an instant, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth shifted, and all things resonated as a vast pressure emanated from his being, causing the Red Cloud Emperor to tremble, a sense of profound reverence swelling within him. I, on behalf of the Red Cloud Empire, thank you for your great kindness, Venerable. He resolutely bowed, prostrating himself in gratitude to Venerable Yun Miao. Yet Venerable Yun Miao merely raised a hand to lift the Red Cloud Emperor, not accepting his deep bow, but instead casting a cold gaze towards the endless shadow demons, indifferently uttering a single word. Annihilate! In an instant, boundless power surged through the heavens and earth, transforming into a giant gray palm that obscured the sky. Boom! As the palm descended, the earth trembled, and all was silent. Millions of shadow demons were instantly obliterated, annihilated by the might of heaven and earth, no longer existing. This terrifying scene left Lin Yuan in a state of shock, his mind buzzing. Such power could not possibly belong to an ordinary sovereign-level expert. A holy sovereign? Or perhaps an emperor sovereign? Insolence! Bai Machin roared in fury, transforming into a sword demon. The overwhelming sword intent coalesced in the void into a colossal sword of terrifying proportions, slashing down towards Venerable Yun Miao. Rumble! The thunderous sound reverberated for miles, yet Venerable Yun Miao merely struck down again with a single palm, shattering the heavenly sword. Bang! Bai Machin's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and carving a trench several miles long. Cough, coughed, he trembled violently, crimson blood pouring from the corner of his mouth, his breath becoming exceedingly weak. Lord Bai? Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, rushing to Bai Machin's side to support him. It's nothing. Bai Machin shook his head, his face still pale, yet his injuries were visibly healing at an incredible rate. Oh! Above the vast firmament, the esteemed Yun Miao, upon witnessing the scene, displayed a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "Yet this mere lower-level Xian Zun can withstand a single strike of mine. Truly, this comes as quite a surprise." However, Yun Miao paused. The boundless power of the heavens surged once more, churning like a great ocean. "Under the might of my imperial sovereign strength, how will you defend yourselves?" Boom! In an instant, clouds rolled and the sky changed color. The infinite forces of the universe seemed to coalesce into a colossal mountain. Descending from the heavens, Chapter 28. The power of heaven's burial, battle against the imperial sovereign Yet. That moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Suddenly, several dozen terrifying dark thunder pillars pierced through the heavens and the earth, carrying the overwhelming force of destruction, and struck towards the colossal mountain of heaven and earth. Boom! The thunder pillars exploded, unleashing a terrifying wave of annihilation that obliterated the mountain formed by the heavenly power in an instant. "Haha! Do you dare to kill this demon lord servant? You are not yet worthy." Su Ming's figure slowly emerged from the enveloping darkness, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing, white hair thrashing wildly in the tempest. And in his blood-red eyes, an endless chill of murderous intent glimmered. "Salutations, Lord Demon." Upon seeing Su Ming's appearance, Bai Maching and Lin Yuan immediately knelt on the ground, paying their respects. "You two, retreat to 1,000 miles away." At his command, Su Ming gestured for Bai Maching and Lin Yuan to withdraw, then turned his gaze towards the Yun Miao above, his eyes cold as ice. A being of the imperial sovereign realm? It seems only by once more harnessing the power of the demon god can one hope to contend with him. "Demon lord? To withstand a third of my strength, you indeed possess remarkable prowess." In the void above, Yun Miao's gaze swept over the darkened Su Ming, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yet, if this is all you have, you remain unworthy to battle me." Yun Miao spoke, his voice frigid. Boom! The terrifying might of the imperial sovereign spread forth, akin to a towering wave, sending ripples through the surrounding space, causing it to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. In this moment, regardless of whether it was Bai Maching, Lin Yuan, or the distant Qishao Emperor observing, all bore expressions of horror, their hearts racing uncontrollably, struggling to contain their fear and trepidation. That was a legendary imperial sovereign, a true supreme being, a terrifying force that commanded the powers of heaven and earth. Can the demon lord truly contend with him? At this thought, an overwhelming sense of worry filled the gazes of Bai Maching and Lin Yuan, accompanied by an insurmountable feeling of helplessness. In such a battle of this caliber, they had no place to intervene, forced to watch as Su Ming faced Yun Miao alone, with life and death uncertain. Their strength was simply too feeble. The imperial sovereign, faced with the vast might of the imperial sovereign. Su Ming, however, showed no fear, instead smiling coldly. "This demon lord is eager to witness your prowess. System, harness the power of the demon god." Boom! In that instant, Su Ming's aura surged dramatically. An immensely terrifying pressure erupted from within him, rushing towards the heavens like a torrent, scattering the clouds and stirring gusts of wind across the realms. Buzz! Countless demonic patterns emerged from Su Ming's form as a towering shadow of a demon god slowly took shape. As if an ancient demon had truly descended, causing all to tremble, the heavens losing their color. Ding! Successfully harnessed a fragment of the demon god's power, current source of power. Heaven's burial demon god. Boom! The vast might of the demon swept through the realms, and at this moment, the true demon's indestructible form seemed to undergo a transformation, radiating an imposing presence, reminiscent of an ancient god-demon. Su Ming stood in the void, gazing disdainfully at the heavens, his entire being brimming with demonic might, his blood-red eyes resembling a sea of blood, drawing in all who beheld them. What a secret technique! Observing this, Yun Miao's expression shifted slightly, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. He sensed that, at this moment, within Su Ming's body resided an extraordinarily terrifying power, instilling within him a profound sense of impending danger. Kikiku Su Ming, resembling a demon god, wielded the blood blade, the scarlet edge emanating an insatiable thirst for blood. Die! The blood-red sword light surged, tearing through the sky like a ferocious crimson dragon, carrying unparalleled destructive power. Directly aimed at the Yunmiao above the heavens. Humph! Yunmiao's gaze flickered slightly, letting out a cold snort. The black sword in his hand trembled slightly and then unleashed a brilliant sword radiance, meeting the blood-red light with a single stroke. Boom! Upon collision, an earth-shattering roar erupted, a terrifying wave of energy radiating outward, causing the distant Immortal Emperor to spout blood, thrown back 1,000 feet. Undying Demon Lord, what other powers do you conceal? The Immortal Emperor's form trembled violently. His gaze fixed in astonishment upon Su Ming, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Yunmiao, a sense of uncontainable dread rising within him. This fellow could truly contend with a being of the imperial sovereign realm? Not only him, but Bai Maching and Lin Yuan also wore expressions of utter astonishment, their shock reaching its zenith, to challenge the imperial sovereign with the body of a Xianzun. What terrifying trump cards does the Demon Lord still possess? Boom! The battle above the heavens intensified. Two vastly different terrifying powers clashed continuously, each collision unleashing waves of dreadful aftershocks, collapsing the space and shattering the earth, everything dissolving into nothingness. Finally, in one collision, Yunmiao's expression paled. His body struck as if by lightning, stumbling back dozens of steps before stabilizing, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips. Imperial Sovereign? Haha. Merely this. Yu Ming stood in the void, his entire being still enveloped in boundless demonic might. His blood-red eyes shimmering with a chilling intent, his footfalls crushing the void beneath him, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. Arrogance. At his words, Yunmiao's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. His voice icy and piercing. Under my divine heaven mirror. Perish. He suddenly raised his hand, revealing an ancient copper mirror, its surface shimmering with flowing light, exuding an ominous and terrifying aura. Boom! In the next instant, a pillar of energy surged forth, as if the Milky Way itself were cascading down, striking towards Su Ming with lethal force. The overwhelming might instilled despair, as if one were plummeting into an abyss. Yet Su Ming remained steadfast, his aura growing ever more formidable, his eyes like two blood-red moons, radiating an entrancing glow. Beside him, the pitch-black annihilation thunder raged wildly, wreaking havoc in the skies. Annihilate? Su Ming's gaze turned frigid, his fingers clasped together, and he hurled a punch. Instantly, the black annihilation thunder transformed into a series of thunder dragon phantoms, surging forth. The dark thunder dragons roared, and wherever they passed, the void was obliterated. The terrifying demonic might spreading rampantly, causing the very heavens to change color. Upon collision, the towering pillar of energy was instantly obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Boom! The thunder dragons erupted before Yunmiao, the thunderous sound echoing as his figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling around. Chapter 29. The Fall of the Imperial Sovereign, the Burial of the World's Demon Eyes. Bang! Amidst the swirling dust, Yunmiao's figure burst forth, his garments tattered, his body riddled with wounds, blood pouring forth. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering, his gaze fixed in horror upon the shadow of the demon in the void, his pupils constricting. Very well. Very well. Yunmiao's face contorted, his voice hoarse and low, his eyes ablaze with wrath and malice. He was a dignified imperial sovereign, yet he had been severely wounded by a mere being of the Xianzun realm. This was a profound humiliation. Boom! Instantly, Yunmiao's body began to swell, transforming into a towering giant, standing hundreds of thousands of feet tall, his surface adorned with numerous mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and overwhelming presence. In that moment, the entire realm was shrouded in darkness, and above the heavens, a tempest of thunderclouds roiled ominously. The thunderclaps resonated, as if the very heavens were enraged. Heavenly law manifestation. Lin Yuan, witnessing this terrifying sight, gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. According to legend, those who could truly harness the powers of heaven and earth were capable of manifesting an unparalleled body, consolidating the powers of the universe into one formidable force. Boom! Before the terrifying manifestation of the Su Ming's figure appeared as insignificant as an ant, while the venerable Yunmiao, who wielded the loomed like a colossal deity, standing imperiously between heaven and earth, exuding an unparalleled and horrifying oppression. Ha ha da before my, you are but a lowly. The eyes of the venerable Yun Miao gleamed with fierce light, his voice resonating like the roar of 1,000 thunderstorms, echoing through the void. In an instant, he raised his right hand and forcefully pressed against the emptiness. Boom! The terrifying force shattered the void, ripples visible to the naked eye radiating outward like waves, resonating even tens of thousands of miles away. Humph! Witnessing this, a faint smile curved Su Ming's lips. He let out a cold snort, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes. Merely an illusory dares to act wildly before this demon lord? As the words left his mouth, the power of the demon god within Su Ming surged to its zenith, a terrifying torrent of erupting forth, causing the surrounding space to dissolve into an abyss of darkness. At this moment, facing the demon god, boom! A dreadful force erupted suddenly from within Su Ming. It was a power so extreme that it made the very heavens tremble, sweeping forth like a storm, shaking the vast sky for miles around. Boom, boom! The massive form of the venerable Yun Miao was pushed back several steps, each step crushing the earth beneath him, leaving deep rifts in its wake. His complexion drastically changed as he gazed into the boundless black mist ahead, his eyes filled with boundless horror. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying demon claw unexpectedly shot forth from the black mist, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed destined to annihilate all, crashing down upon the venerable Yun Miao. Crack! The demon claw blotted out the sun, shrouding the heavens and tearing the world apart with horrific fissures. The body, towering hundreds of thousands of feet, smashed into the ground, pulverizing entire mountains into dust, a cloud of debris rising. The aura emanating from the venerable Yun Miao immediately waned to its lowest ebb under this strike. The body disintegrated in an instant, and he struggled to lift his head, gazing into the terrifying demon eyes that flickered within the black mist. His mind plunged into an abyss of blankness. What kind of eyes are those? Filled within them was endless death, ultimate destruction, and profound despair. It was as if these demon eyes were the most terrifying existence in the world, passing judgment upon all. The eternal end. Bang! The venerable Yun Miao screamed madly, as if unable to bear the terrifying will contained within those eyes. His head exploded with a resounding blast. Blood raining down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being beneath the imperial realm. Cultivation has risen to the mid-level of the... Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being beneath the imperial realm, earning 10 kill points. Ding! The power of the demon god has concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Buzzing. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and Su Ming's figure reappeared. At this moment, his crimson eyes were filled with countless black, suffused with endless silence and cruelty, as if capable of extinguishing everything, devouring all light. Moreover, his cultivation had soared dramatically in a mere instant, breaking through from the mid-level of the to the mid-level of the. After a moment, Su Ming's gaze gradually regained clarity, the in his eyes slowly receding, returning to normal. This was the supreme eye technique of the, embodying the ultimate death, destruction, and despair. Just a single glance was enough to shatter the mind of the venerable Yun Miao in the imperial realm, obliterating his soul. Such a method is truly defiant, chilling to the bone, my lord demon. Soon, Bai Machin and Lin Yuan also soared over, their eyes filled with unmasked reverence, as if beholding a deity. Indeed, my lord demon is invincible. At this moment, their hearts were solely filled with admiration for Su Ming, alongside an intense sense of worship. Su Ming nodded gently, and in a flicker of his form, he had already arrived above the towering imperial city. Even the strong of the imperial realm cannot match you? The Emperor Qi Shao forced a bitter smile, gazing at Su Ming with eyes that no longer bore the previous resentment, but were instead filled with deep admiration and shock. It seems that my Qi Shao empire has been utterly defeated. Bang! As the words fell, he struck his own heart, shattering it, falling lifeless. Foolish! Su Ming's gaze turned cold as he looked at the fallen Emperor Qi Shao in a pool of blood, coldly uttering two words, boom. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the entire imperial city crumbled into ruins. Su Ming took a step into the void, his icy voice resonating through the heavens. Find all the remaining royal family members. as well as any forces daring to shelter them, and annihilate them all. Chapter 30. Blood Dragon Messenger. A storm approaches 3 months later. At the Majestic stood atop the skies, seemingly in ancient existence. Thick black mist swirling around it, instilling a sense of endless chill and solemnity. Before the palace gates, several armored guards stood tall, exuding unparalleled murderous intent, akin to sharp blades, their brilliance alarming, since the 4 great powers, along with the imperial city, were destroyed. The Dot had naturally become the true sovereign of this vast territory, with all forces yielding, ruling over all. Countless beings had been implanted with, transforming into, becoming Su Ming's eternal slaves. Host, Su Ming, cultivation, upper mid-level of the soul realm, lower level of the cultivation method, 4 layers, supreme, martial skills, perfection, heaven grade lower tier, perfection, heaven grade lower tier, perfection, earth grade upper tier, physique, true demon indestructible body, tier 3, kill points, 15.5, special, devouring demon flame, extinction thunder, heavenly heart demon seed, shadow summoning demon, current progress of absorbing demon godblood, 0.001. Deep within the, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, their depth unfathomable, radiating a terrifying that made one hesitant to look directly, as if capable of consuming all of existence. Though his cultivation had not increased significantly, his mastery over power had reached an astonishing level. Even when confronting the venerable Yun Miao again, he could easily overpower him. My Lord Demon, in an instant, Lin Yuan appeared outside the palace, kneeling on one knee, respectfully saluting Su Ming. He had successfully awakened the within him, becoming the second lord of Su Ming, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Dot, only a step away from the, what is it? Su Ming's cold voice sounded, his tone indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. A few individuals claimed to be messengers from the, and they have been waiting outside for quite some time. Oh? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. That is a true behemoth, even among the top forces in the entire. Bring them in. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming spoke. Yes, I shall obey. Lin Yuan replied, his figure abruptly vanishing from the spot. Moments later, several figures clad in luxurious robes, exuding powerful auras yet subtly radiating arrogance, slowly walked into the grand hall. Hee, we have waited so long, such a grand display of arrogance. Among them, a young man with a handsome appearance, casually swept a glance at Su Ming on the throne, uttering in a tone of disdain. Bold, unbridled. Upon hearing this, several guards immediately shouted furiously, their eyes blazing with rage, nearly ready to strike. Witnessing this, the young man also narrowed his eyes, seemingly poised to continue his tirade, but was halted by an elder in front of him. Young Master Liu, this is not the .it is better to remain low-key. Moreover, if you disrupt this plans, .it would be unfortunate. The elder remarked with a gentle tone. Humph. The young man, upon hearing this, slightly altered his expression, and after a heavy cold snort of dissatisfaction, he ultimately refrained from further actions. Meanwhile, Su Ming, observing this scene from above felt the coldness in his gaze intensify, instilling fear. We have come to pay our respects to the Immortal Demon Lord. We are at this moment. The elder offered a respectful bow, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. Boom. However, before he could finish, Su Ming flicked his finger, unleashing an invisible and terrifying force that surged forth. In an instant, the old man's body erupted dramatically, transforming into a cascade of crimson rain that splattered everywhere, the scene exceptionally horrific. You killed him? Do you understand that we are, bang? The young man's eyes widened in rage. Just as he was about to speak, he beheld Su Ming once again flicking his finger. His form, too, instantly burst apart. The few remaining individuals were immediately struck with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their gazes towards Su Ming filled with profound dread. The patience of this demon lord is not boundless. Should you dare utter another word, this shall be your fate. The murderous intent in Su Ming's eyes surged forth, his voice chilling as if emanating from a frigid abyss. Bang. Another blood flower erupted, staining the entire hall a deep scarlet. If you wish to live, then continue. That devilish voice echoed once more, causing the remaining three to pale drastically. Trembling uncontrollably, they promptly divulged the entirety of their mission. The Blood Dragon Marquis, you say? After a long pause, upon hearing the trio's account, Su Ming reclined upon his throne, his brow furrowed slightly. The Blood Dragon Marquis? One of the noble lords of the Nine Skies Empire, intends to have me willingly cede all territories once belonging to the Crimson Sky Empire in exchange for his ludicrous protection. Su Ming scoffed, utterly disdainful of the Marquis's foolishness and greed. How laughable! A mere lord of the Nine Skies Empire dares to covet what belongs to him. This is nothing short of seeking one's own demise. Whoever dares to covet Su Ming's possessions must pay the requisite price. Blood Dragon Marquis, since you have come to my door, let this demon lord entertain you. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across Su Ming's lips, his eyes glimmering with a chilling murderous intent. My own lord, may I ask? Bang bang. Before the words could escape, several more blood flowers erupted. As Su Ming's fingers twitched, the last few emissaries sent by the Blood Dragon Marquis also met their explosive demise. Relay the message, gather the demon army, and by dawn tomorrow march forth with this demon lord to annihilate Blood Dragon City. Chapter 31. Advance on Blood Dragon. Annihilate Luotian the next day. At the fringes of the Nine Skies Empire, Luotian City. This place is one of the 100 cities under the Blood Dragon Marquis, and it borders the domain of the Tomb Heaven Demon Palace. Although situated at the edge, it remains as prosperous and lively as ever. Within the Nine Skies Empire, 33 noble lords govern all territories outside the Imperial City, loyal to the Holy Emperor, collectively supporting the eternal reign of the Nine Skies Empire. Among them, the Blood Dragon Marquis ranks 31st. Though at the bottom of the hierarchy, his cultivation has reached a terrifying imperial realm, a true hegemon. Have you heard? The Crimson Sky Kingdom has been seized by a demon, and it is said that even those at the Emperor's level can only suffer defeat at his hands. A demon occupying a kingdom? Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. Ha ha, fret not. The Crimson Sky Kingdom borders the Marquis's domain. How can he remain idle in the face of a demonic nation? In the city, a chorus of discussions arose, each voice more fervent than the last. On the walls of Luotian City, several middle-aged men clad in blood-red armor raised their goblets in joyous revelry, their faces alight with excitement. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow marks my retirement. Old Tang, after 50 years, I have finally made it. Old Tang, I heard your son successfully enrolled in Luofeng Academy. Is that true? Hee, that lad has some merits. I suppose he has inherited a few of his old man's traits. I truly envy you. Luofeng Academy is one of the 4 great academies of the Empire. Ha! Let us drink to that. The middle-aged guards laughed heartily, exuding sheer delight. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps broke through the revelry. Report. What is the matter that you are so flustered, Let me finish this drink first. The man known as Old Tang frowned and growled, then raised his goblet, downing the exquisite wine in one swift motion, and then, bang! In the next moment, a deafening roar abruptly reverberated through Luotian City, causing every inhabitant to shudder, their faces shifting with alarm. What is happening? The middle-aged guards' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately stood, gazing in horror at the distant sky. Thunder! They beheld endless dark clouds surging like a tide, obscuring the entire sky, completely shrouding the blazing sun, creating an illusion of nightfall. What is this? This scene sent the guards into a frenzy of fear. A palpable sense of danger surged from within, leaving them cold and their scalps tingling. Whoosh, whoosh. Several leaders at the celestial realm swiftly took to the skies, their gazes fixed on the layers of dark clouds, their hearts racing with trepidation. Caw, cawed, a chilling and eerie voice suddenly emanated from the depths of the clouds, followed by the appearance of numerous figures, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. As the dark clouds drew nearer, the people of Luotian City finally realized that these were not clouds at all, but a multitude of demons. Overwhelming and blinding, buzz, buzz. Above the firmament, a massive black throne slowly emerged, exuding an indescribable pressure, as if an ancient god had descended, causing several individuals within Luotian City to involuntarily kneel, trembling uncontrollably. The figure upon the throne was shrouded in deep darkness. revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes brimming with chilling malice and murderous intent. Why, Lord, this is the territory of the Blood Dragon Marquis. Please do not act recklessly. A celestial realm strongman spoke first, his expression tinged with fear as he gazed at the figure upon the pitch-black throne. The Blood Dragon Marquis? The icy voice resonated through the heavens and earth, carrying an unparalleled authority that seemed to freeze the very void. Halting the breath of all present, annihilate them, leave not a single one. Yet in the next moment, the voice rang out once more, its tone calm, devoid of any turbulence. Understood. Caw, caw, caw. Instantly, the countless demons beneath the dark clouds unleashed a cacophony of chilling cries, akin to a legion of fiends roaring, striking terror into the hearts of all. Roar. From within the shadows, innumerable demonic creatures surged forth, numbering in the millions, resembling a vast sea of darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Ah! In an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being crushed, sending shivers down the spines of all. Flee! Flee! Save yourselves! In mere moments, the entire Luotian city descended into chaos, as the millions of shadowy demons and the powerful demons above surged forth like a tide, leaving no escape, no refuge, forcing them to fight for their lives. Soon, the city was engulfed in an ocean of death and blood. Countless corpses littered the ground. Rivers of blood flowed freely, staining the skies a ghastly red. A sight most horrifying. Yet Su Ming merely gazed coldly upon it all, as if he were an indifferent spectator to a tedious performance. Poor weaklings, before absolute power, they can only await the arrival of death. There was no suspense, no chance of reprieve. In the span of just a single incense stick's burning, this once thriving border city had been transformed into a bloody den of death, millions of lives extinguished. Mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, the pervasive stench of blood wafting through the air, inducing nausea, and Su Ming, with his gaze slowly shifting away, looked toward the endless horizon, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The next one. Chapter 32. The Four Great Blood Generals, the power of the demon eyes elsewhere, at the Blood Dragon Mansion. You mean to say that this demon not only slaughtered the emissaries I dispatched, but has also invaded my territory, annihilating several cities? The Blood Dragon Marquis's tone was frigid, and upon hearing his subordinate's report, a flicker of barely contained rage flashed in his eyes. In the span of merely half a day, countless demons surged into his territory with an unstoppable force, obliterating several cities and extinguishing the lives of millions of innocent souls. Such atrocious acts are utterly heinous. Damn it, if His Majesty the Holy Emperor were to learn of this, I would undoubtedly be held accountable. Bang! With this thought, the Blood Dragon Marquis slammed his fist down upon the jade table before him, shattering it into countless fragments. The undying demon lord? Merely a despicable demon who fortuitously acquired power. Daring to be so audacious before me? He roared, his voice resonating powerfully, causing the entire Blood Dragon Manor to tremble violently. Send out the orders at once. Let the 4 Blood Dragon Generals take immediate action and annihilate those arrogant demons. I demand to see the head of that undying demon lord within a single day, as commanded. In the next moment, a voice filled with reverence rang out. The Blood Dragon Generals, the most formidable warriors under the Marquis, each possessed strength that had reached the realm of the Emperor. With the combined might of the 4 Blood Dragon Generals, those demons would undoubtedly face annihilation. It seems the Marquis is truly enraged. Demon scum, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Within a city of the Blood Dragon Marquis's domain, as a deafening roar echoed through the skies, a gray-robed elder surged forth from deep within the city, his entire being engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a long rainbow as he charged directly at Su Ming upon the obsidian throne. Insolence. Beside Su Ming, Bai Machin let out a cold snort, an overwhelming aura of pressure and murderous intent emanating from him. Pointing a finger like a sword, he drew forth a stunning arc that pierced through the void, aimed straight for the elder's throat. Thud. The sword energy struck true, eliciting a fountain of crimson blood. The elder's body plummeted, instantly torn to shreds by countless shadow demons, consumed entirely. It was as if his desperate struggle had been nothing more than a farcical spectacle. Boom. However, at that moment, an endless crimson light surged from the distant heavens, the sound of dragon roars reverberating through the sky. prompting the inhabitants of the city to instinctively look up. That is, in an instant, upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. There appeared 4 figures bathed in bloodlight, stepping through the void, each step resonating with a thunderous roar. It is the Blood Dragon Generals. The Marquis has finally come to rescue us. We are saved. We are saved. Long live the Marquis. Long live the Blood Dragon Generals. At this moment, the people of the entire city were overwhelmed with emotion, gazing at the 4 figures resembling celestial beings, their fear and despair dissipating, replaced by boundless hope and excitement. The Blood Dragon Generals, the unparalleled powerhouses under the Marquis, whose mastery had reached the terrifying level of the Emperor, now, as the 4 Blood Dragon Generals gathered here. It was a testament to the Marquis's seriousness regarding this matter. Long live the Marquis! Long live the Marquis! On the city walls, countless armored soldiers were moved to tears upon witnessing this spectacle. All kneeling in unison, bowing fervently towards the 4 Blood Dragon Generals in the heavens. Finally, they have made their move. Xu Ming's icy gaze swept over the 4 Blood Dragon Generals, a hint of derision crossing his features. That Blood Dragon Marquis dares not come in person. How disappointing for this demon lord. Himph! In response, the leader among the Blood Dragon Generals bellowed furiously, his voice cold. Despicable demon, how dare you offend the Marquis? Even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, you cannot escape death today. At this declaration, the other 3 Blood Dragon Generals nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. Together, they could contend even with a ruler of the Emperor realm, let alone a mere Saint Realm demon. This demon lord wishes to see what qualifications you possess to bring about my downfall. Xu Ming merely smiled coldly, seated upon his obsidian throne, pointing a finger forward. Boom! In an instant, a dark demonic light shot forth, carrying with it an overwhelming force of destruction, enveloping the 4 Blood Dragon Generals. A pathetic trick. One of the Blood Dragon Generals scoffed, his right arm transforming into a crimson dragon claw as he reached out to seize the dark demonic light. Thud! The terrifying power tore the demonic light asunder, dispersing it into a myriad of black mist. The 4 Blood Dragon Generals' eyes glinted with a chilling resolve, their forms suddenly descending with lightning speed. Appearing before Xu Ming in the blink of an eye, boom! Their combined strike was earth-shattering, akin to an endless sea of blood cascading down, engulfing the entire sky. The demon warriors surrounding Xu Ming were knocked back dozens of miles, while those of lesser strength were obliterated into mere fragments. Demon Lord. Bai Machen's complexion changed drastically. He sought to assist, but soon, he beheld the 4 Blood Dragon Generals tremble, then retreat violently, blood trickling from their lips. Yet Xu Ming remained seated upon his throne, as if the combined assault of the 4 Blood Dragon Generals had been merely an illusion, failing to disturb him in the slightest. Cough. Cough. One Blood Dragon General, pale and bloodied, bore an expression of incredulity. What have you done? Such a bizarre method. We were utterly unaware. Xu Ming slowly turned his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. At this moment, a series of demonic patterns began to swirl within his crimson eyes, emanating an aura of inexorable death. The eyes of world burial. In that fleeting instant, he had ensnared the 4 in a peculiar illusion, causing them to suffer a backlash at the moment of their power's eruption, leaving them grievously wounded. Chapter 33. Dark Illusions. The Blood Dragon descends. It's an illusion. 1 Blood Dragon General's face grew grave as he spoke solemnly. Reinforce your mental defenses. Do not succumb to any delusions, or else we may very well perish here. Yes. The remaining 3 promptly responded, hastily employing secret techniques to resist the terrifying power of the illusion. However, when they looked up again, they were greeted by a horror that made their hearts constrict. The once familiar realm had vanished, and they found themselves trapped in a bizarre, dark expanse. Here, every color had lost its meaning. Only boundless darkness spread, suffusing the air with an eerie aura of death, permeating every heart. All the demons, including the undying demon lord, had vanished without a trace. Damn it! 1 Blood Dragon General gritted his teeth in frustration. They had unknowingly fallen into a terrifying illusion array once more. They were completely manipulated by the undying demon lord, unable to escape or break free. This sensation filled them with an indescribable frustration, wishing to tear those demons to shreds. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. At this moment, within this eerie space, one individual's emotions began to spiral out of control, his eyes bloodshot and teetering on the brink of madness. Old 3, what is wrong with you? Do not let this man intimidate you. We are the esteemed blood dragon generals. How could we fall to a mere demon? The other 2, witnessing this, shouted urgently, attempting to rouse him. Yet at this point, the blood dragon general had completely succumbed to madness. Unable to heed any counsel, demons, you are all demons. I will kill you. Kill you all. His eyes burned crimson, a terrifying malevolence radiating from him, his entire being exuding an extreme ferocity. Demons, today, you shall all perish. In an instant, he unleashed a palm strike, sending the 2 beside him crashing backward, blood spewing from their mouths in disarray. His form grew increasingly twisted, until he ultimately tore apart, transforming into a grotesque and fearsome demonic entity. This scene was as if the deepest nightmares of their hearts had resurfaced. Even though they knew this place was an illusion, they still felt an overwhelming chill seep into their souls. Enough! Abruptly, a chilling voice reverberated through the air. Within that voice lay boundless fury, jolting the 4 blood dragon generals awake, instantly shattering the entire illusory realm. They clutched their heads tightly, as though struck by an unfathomable terror, their bodies trembling violently, emitting cries of anguish. Calm yourselves for me. As a thunderous roar erupted, the 4 blood dragon generals instantly steadied themselves, their former brilliance gradually returning as they emerged completely from the illusion. Buzzing at that moment, in the heavens above, as the space continued to twist, a terrifying presence, akin to a fathomless abyss, began to take shape. Clad in a blood-patterned robe, with crimson hair dancing wildly in the wind. The face of this extraordinary figure was now filled with an overwhelming ferocity, emanating a dreadful aura that compelled all to halt in their tracks. Roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed beside him, as an enormous shadow of a blood dragon materialized behind him, releasing waves of deep, rumbling growls that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. We pay our respects to Lord Blood Dragon. Upon witnessing this, the blood dragon generals hastily bowed, their voices tinged with awe and trepidation. Had it not been for the Lord's timely intervention, they would surely have perished here. Humph! What a disgrace for the esteemed blood dragon generals to be toyed with by a mere demon. The blood dragon lord scoffed coldly, fixing his gaze intently on Su Ming, who sat high upon the obsidian throne, his eyes flickering with intense malice. The strength of this individual surpassed all his prior expectations. Such a formidable demon must not be allowed to remain in this world. Furthermore, should he be able to acquire those eyes, his own power would surely experience a meteoric rise. At that moment, the blood dragon lord's mind swirled with countless thoughts, his gaze shifting erratically as if he were contemplating something. How utterly tedious. Meanwhile, Su Ming let out a soft sigh, shaking his head in apparent disappointment. So close, these 4 useless beings were on the verge of becoming mere puppets for this demon lord. What a pity. He slowly rose, standing in the void as if a deity surveying the blood dragon lord below. His tone frigid and imbued with an overwhelming dominance. Blood dragon lord, since you have arrived, allow this demon lord to personally send you on your way. The chilling words reverberated through the expanse, like a rolling demonic sound that struck fear into the hearts of the 4 blood dragon generals, causing them to momentarily lose their senses, reminiscent of the earlier bizarre illusion, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed the blood dragon lord's face, which was soon replaced by a chilling smile. You 4? Retreat immediately. I will ensure this ignorant demon understands what true power is. My lord. One of the blood dragon generals shuddered, seemingly wanting to say more, but was met with a frigid glare from the blood dragon lord. Do you wish to defy my command? That glance was filled with an icy, bloodthirsty ferocity, as if a sharp blade had pierced his very heart, causing the blood dragon general to shiver involuntarily before leading the other 3 to retreat obediently. The blood dragon lord stepped forward, his gaze sharp as 1,000 blades, locking onto Su Ming's figure, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent. A mere lowly demon dares to refuse my invitation. Slaughter my subjects. Even if I were to tear you apart today, reducing you to ashes, it would not quell the hatred in my heart. Boom. As the words fell, an endless sea of blood flames erupted around the Blood Dragon Lord, within which numerous dragon shadows swirled, exuding a ferocious aura that swept across the surroundings like a cataclysmic tide. Chapter 34. Overpowering the terrifying might of the Emperor instilled trepidation in all beings within 1,000 miles. An uncontrollable fear surged from their hearts, nearly drowning out their reason. Except for Su Ming, nearly every demon bore a pallid visage, as if struck by an immense blow, with some trembling uncontrollably, spitting blood. The overwhelming pressure felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon the demons' hearts, rendering them breathless. Indeed, in the face of such terrifying might, Su Ming's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement danced upon his features, his eyes revealing a frenzied thirst for blood. Boom! In an instant, the Blood Dragon Lord surged forward, enveloped in terrifying blood flames, conjuring a tempest of horror as he barreled towards Su Ming. He bore the heritage of the Blood Dragon. His physical strength truly monstrous, capable of overwhelming even a typical emperor with a single blow. And this mere saint-level demon, how could he possibly withstand it? Die! The Blood Dragon Lord roared, swinging his fist, which transformed into a grotesque blood dragon, roaring downwards. Boom! The might of that punch was utterly terrifying, causing the surrounding space to fracture and disintegrate. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel an oppressive force that instilled despair. Yet Su Ming merely raised his right arm indifferently, as boundless demonic light surged forth, coalescing into an enormous demonic hand that struck fiercely at the blood dragon. Crack! The two forces collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled outward like a tidal wave, fracturing the void and shaking the very earth, clouds of dust swirling into the air. This clash was truly earth-shattering, the heavens and earth seemingly changing hue, evoking a sense of horror akin to the end of days, as if one were plunged into the depths of a hellish purgatory. Amidst the billowing dust, Su Ming's figure re-emerged, his demonic energy roiling as if he were a world-defying demon god, causing even the sun above to pale in comparison. Within his blood-red eyes, terrifying demonic patterns once again manifested, swirling like living entities, exuding an eerie and fearsome aura. Hee, to withstand this punch of mine. It seems you possess some skill after all, the Blood Dragon Lord chuckled coldly, his gaze sharpening with a newfound killing intent. Simultaneously, his desire for the opportunities that Su Ming possessed intensified, to the point where he could scarcely contain his inner greed. However, the Blood Dragon Lord's eyes glinted with ferocity, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as countless blood-colored dragon scales emerged upon his body, and a massive dragon tail extended from his back. Before my true blood dragon form, all your struggles are but futile efforts. As he spoke, the Blood Dragon Lord stomped his foot violently. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from beneath him. The strength was so immense it seemed poised to upend the very heavens, shattering the void for miles. Boom! A city below crumbled into ruin, along with 1,000,000 souls, all vanishing in an instant. Ha ha ha, give it your all. Go please me. The Blood Dragon Lord howled to the heavens, causing the entire realm to tremble, as boundless dragon might surged forth, warping the surrounding air and producing a wailing sound. Die! His figure vanished in an instant, moving with blinding speed, reappearing before Su Ming in the blink of an eye. Delivering a devastating punch, just then, the black light within Su Ming's burial world demon eye erupted, shooting forth a vast and terrifying demonic light that collided with the Blood Dragon Lord's fist. Bang! In the thunderous roar, the heavens and earth shook. The terrifying force erupted like a volcanic explosion, detonating in the void, leveling mountains for miles and sending a towering mushroom cloud into the sky, obscuring the sun. The catastrophic shockwave swept across 1,000 miles, causing countless demons to be caught in its wake, flung away by the overwhelming force. The two figures were sent reeling back, retreating dozens of miles before barely stabilizing themselves. Gazing at each other from afar, the Blood Dragon Lord, shaken to his core, regarded Su Ming with eyes now devoid of earlier disdain. Instead, they were filled with profound gravity and apprehension. In that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness, as if struck by lightning, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The once mighty dragon form bore several cracks, blood gushing forth, in contrast. While Su Ming's complexion appeared somewhat pale, his aura remained as steady as ever, untouched by any injuries. Witnessing this, the Blood Dragon Lord's expression darkened further, the cold light in his eyes piercing like an icy blade. He had never anticipated that his nearly all-out attack would fail to harm Su Ming, instead leaving him in a state of disarray. This outcome was, for him, a tremendous humiliation. Boom. In an instant, he surged forward once more. A tempest of energy swirling around him, akin to crashing waves, bloodlight surged like a tidal wave, boundless and infinite. The terrifying might of the dragon spread dreadfully in all directions, akin to an endless multitude of colossal dragons. Surging and roaring through the void. Amidst this tempest, Su Ming's white hair danced wildly, his garments billowing with a haunting rustle. His indifferent blood-red eyes were as profound as an abyss, seemingly flickering with countless demonic runes, emanating a horrifying, overwhelming aura of malevolence. In that instant, time appeared to come to a standstill, as myriad crimson dragon shadows halted merely an inch from Su Ming, struggling in vain to advance even a step further. And Su Ming stood like an immortal deity at the heart of the storm, unyielding as time flowed by, steadfast as a mountain. Chapter 35. Slaying the Blood Dragon, the task reappears. With a mere flick of his finger, Su Ming unleashed a terrifying surge of dark energy, resembling a pitch-black sword, tearing through the void with the dreadful power to annihilate all, hurtling towards the Blood Dragon Marquis. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, a muffled groan escaped the Blood Dragon Marquis, as his form plummeted heavily to the earth, crashing down like a meteor and creating a colossal pit 1,000 meters deep. Crack! The myriad shadows of blood dragons instantly vanished without a trace. My lord! The 4 blood dragon generals' eyes widened in agony, their sockets filled with crimson veins, letting out a heart-wrenching roar of despair as they charged forward, buzzing, however, as the ethereal glow of the demonic eyes erupted. The eyes of the 4 lost their brilliance, their heads drooping as confusion filled their expressions. They had utterly lost consciousness, plunging once more into the endless abyss of darkness. Blood Dragon Marquis, your strength truly disappoints this demon lord. A sinister smile crept across Su Ming's face, his cold gaze shimmering with endless mockery. Bang! Dust and debris flew as the Blood Dragon Marquis rose into the air. Now appearing utterly disheveled, drenched in blood, looking terribly tragic. His face had turned deathly pale, fixated on Su Ming with a murderous intent, wishing to rend him to pieces. Undying demon lord, what is it that you seek? This is the territory of the 9 Heavens dynasty. Should you provoke His Holiness the Saint Emperor, you shall surely meet your demise. The Blood Dragon Marquis narrowed his eyes, glaring at Su Ming, his voice seething with suppressed rage. Having felt an overwhelming sense of danger from Su Ming during their earlier confrontation, he realized that a misstep could lead to his ruin. What does this demon lord desire? Su Ming grinned, unable to restrain his smile. Quite simply, I intend to annihilate your entire domain and slay you in the process. As for the 9 Heavens dynasty, should they dare to intervene, this demon lord would not hesitate to make the 9 Heavens dynasty a relic of history. Su Ming's voice was frigid, his tone imbued with an irresistible arrogance and hubris, as if he held everything in utter disdain. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Blood Dragon Marquis suddenly erupted into wild laughter. As though he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his gaze towards Su Ming turning exceedingly peculiar, filled with scornful derision. Do you have any idea how many powerful beings there are within the 9 Heavens dynasty? Aside from the 33 of us marquises, to obliterate the 9 Heavens dynasty is the epitome of folly. Should one of the top 10 marquises intervene, it would take but a single strike, reduce you to nothingness. The Blood Dragon Marquis scoffed repeatedly, his eyes brimming with unabashed mockery. Oh? Upon hearing the Blood Dragon Marquis's words, Su Ming's lips curled into a smirk, dark energy swirling around him, causing the temperature within 1,000 miles to plummet, as if one had fallen into an icy abyss. Have you finished your dying words? Su Ming's voice resonated with an icy chill, akin to a whisper from the depths of the netherworld. Imbued with an unfathomable intent to kill. At this, the Blood Dragon Marquis's heart trembled violently, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. "Flee!" A voice within him roared uncontrollably. In the next moment, whoosh, with a sound that pierced the heavens, the blood dragon marquis transformed into a crimson streak of blood, shooting forth like a meteor. Thinking of escaping, Su Ming's gaze was frigid as he waved his hand, compelling the 4 blood dragon generals to burn their own blood essence in a frenzied attempt to block his path. And then, boom! The 4 blood dragon generals simultaneously self-destructed beside the blood dragon marquis. Ag! The cries of the blood dragon marquis echoed through the skies, haunting and piercing. The explosive might of 4 Empyrean-level warriors was terrifying beyond measure. Even the blood dragon marquis, a being of royal caliber, was instantly grievously wounded, his flesh exploding, bones crumbling, in a state of utter despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 Empyrean-level beings, elevating cultivation to mid-Empyrean level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 Empyrean-level beings, gaining 15 kill points. Simultaneously, Su Ming's cultivation surged wildly, crossing the threshold of the holy sovereign realm within mere moments, reaching mid-Empyrean level. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood was spat out as the blood dragon marquis trembled. His gaze fixated in horror upon Su Ming, an uncontrollable wave of fear rising from the depths of his being. "No, you cannot, bang." Before the blood dragon marquis's words could finish, Su Ming suddenly flashed forward, appearing before him like a specter, delivering a crushing palm strike. This strike bore the weight of the heavens, fracturing the void, driving the blood dragon marquis brutally into the ground. The blood dragon marquis's chest caved in, his body drenched in blood, his right arm obliterated into a mist of crimson. "Please, bang." Before the plea could escape his lips, Su Ming delivered another punch, shaking the earth until it cracked. Bang, bang, bang. He stood upon the body of the blood dragon marquis, raining down punches, each imbued with terrifying, unmatched power, obliterating him inch by inch. Soon, the blood dragon marquis's wails gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a royal-level being, elevating cultivation to the pinnacle of Empyrean level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a royal-level being, gaining 10 kill points. Ding! Successfully absorbed a drop of true dragon blood. Host's physical strength doubled. In that instant, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. As Su Ming's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Empyrean level, his physical strength astonishingly doubled, buzzing. The demonic blood within Su Ming boiled furiously, voraciously consuming that drop of true dragon blood. Rapidly, his body underwent another transformation, radiating terrifying dragon might in all directions. Bang! With a casual punch, the void collapsed, a terrifying force erupting forth, shattering a distant mountain into powder, dust swirling in all directions. This was pure physical power, devoid of any true essence fluctuations, yet containing the might to annihilate the heavens and earth, capable of destroying everything in its path. Indeed, Su Ming clenched his fist, a trace of indifference gracing his visage. This amplification of physical power represented a true, all-encompassing enhancement, greatly improving both his physical strength and speed. Ding! Initiating royal-level breakthrough task, slay 5 royal-level beings, or 10,000 sovereign-level beings. Task reward: 5 layers of the Demon Emperor's slaughtering heaven scripture. 4th order true demon indestructible body, domain, celestial burial demon realm. At that moment, the royal-level breakthrough task slowly revealed itself in Su Ming's mind. Chapter 36, Celestial Burial Demon Realm. A domain? Upon seeing this, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with anticipation. While harnessing the power of the eternal night demon god, he had briefly experienced the terrifying force of the eternal night demon realm, a sensation that was truly exquisite. Not only could it suppress an enemy's threefold cultivation with absolute rules, but it also allowed one to wield a nearly boundless peculiar power. Celestial Burial Demon Realm? It seems this is likely the domain power of the Celestial Burial Demon God. Should this demon lord break through to the royal level, combined with the Celestial Burial Demon Realm, then, even faced with the entire Nine Heavens dynasty, he could sweep away everything. Su Ming pondered quietly, a glimmer of chilling resolve flickering in his gaze. Having slain the blood dragon marquis, he had effectively offended the entire Nine Heavens dynasty. Thus, He must prepare to confront the wrath of the entire Nine Heavens dynasty. Yet even so, Su Ming felt no fear whatsoever. Should the Nine Heavens dynasty dare to extend its claws towards him, he would show no mercy in suppressing everything. In this world where the strong prey upon the weak, only power is the ultimate truth. Lord Demon Master, at this moment, Bai Machin and the others approached Su Ming, gazing at the mangled corpse of the Blood Dragon Marquis, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. That had been a true royal-level powerhouse, yet he was effortlessly crushed to death by the Demon Master. Truly, one is not worthy of being the servant of the Dark Lord. Go serve such a formidable being is indeed a fortune bestowed upon us across lifetimes. Meanwhile, their reverence and admiration for Su Ming penetrate their very souls. The title of Dark Lord has become the singular faith residing within their hearts. Upon hearing this, Su Ming slowly turned his head. As for Bai Machin, he is merely at the lower echelon of the Holy Sovereign Realm, while Lin Yuan has scarcely reached the Mystic Sovereign level. Such strength is nearly incapable of aiding him any longer. Therefore, a faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he instantaneously appeared above the vast army of millions of demons. I pay my respects to the Dark Lord. May the Dark Lord endure for eternity. Forever reign over the heavens. Upon witnessing Su Ming's presence, the millions of demons knelt in unison, their fervent gazes fervently calling out, their voices reverberating through the cosmos, a sound that trembles the very foundations of the world. The demons capable of awakening the demonic seed have all reached a realm beyond that of mortals. Now, with millions of celestial beings gathered here, the sheer force they exude is nothing short of terrifying. Su Ming sat upon the obsidian throne, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the seemingly endless army of demons, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Silence. His cold voice resonated like thunder, commanding the millions of demons to fall instantly silent. All eyes fixed upon Su Ming on the throne, their expressions filled with fervent zeal. This Dark Lord requires a cadre of true powerhouses to serve as the lords of my demon hall. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he spoke slowly. At this moment, an exceptional opportunity lies before you all. Do you wish to seize it? His voice, akin to a demonic melody, pierced through the hearts of the demons below, causing them to tremble slightly, their gazes ablaze with fervor. To be a lord of the demon hall. Such a status exists only beneath that of the Dark Lord. One among thousands, in the days to come, the Burial Heaven Demon Hall shall undoubtedly become a true behemoth. Who could resist such temptation? In an instant, countless demonic powerhouses' eyes turned crimson, their breaths quickening. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing too. The assembled demons clamored eagerly, their voices brimming with boundless excitement and exhilaration. Observing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, the cold gleam in his eyes growing even more pronounced. Of course, acquiring power necessitates a tremendous price. It is likely that among 100,000, one may succeed, while those who fail are destined to meet only death. Su Ming's indifferent voice echoed forth, as if he held the lives of the demons in utter disregard, sending a chill through their hearts. And no matter the cost, we shall gladly accept it. Even if it means death, we are willing. The demons were shaken to their cores, resolute determination surging in their eyes. Very well. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze surveying the crowd. He continued. Since that is the case, buzzing. With a wave of his right hand, he sent countless demons flying dozens of miles away, leaving only a few 100,000 behind. Hee. Are you prepared to die for this Dark Lord? Su Ming smiled indifferently, and before the demons could respond, he brought his palm crashing down. Boom. A terrifying wave of demonic energy surged forth like a tempest, instantly engulfing the remaining demons. Above the void, an eternal dark divine palace materialized, filled with countless demonic shadows, a dreadful pressure radiating from it, reminiscent of a descent from the abyss, inducing a sense of dread. The air was filled with piercing screams, and in an instant, 100,000 demons were shattered, dissolving into a mist of blood. Bai Machin and Lin Yuan both found their eyes bloodshot, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy surging into their bodies, causing them excruciating pain, their faces contorted, their skin rapidly cracking. This was a torment that felt worse than death. Even a sovereign would choose to self-destruct rather than endure such agony. Meanwhile, the celestial demon seed continued to absorb the demonic energy. amplifying their powers. Boom! It was unclear how much time had passed when a resounding boom suddenly echoed from below. Following that, an infinite sword in tint pierced the heavens, soaring into the clouds, causing the vast spiritual energies of heaven and earth to whirl chaotically. Machin broke through the endless demonic mist, stepping into the void in that instant. An immense demonic figure materialized behind him, causing Su Ming's gaze to sharpen. What is that? Boom! A vast aura swept through the realms like a tsunami. The demonic figure wielded a terrifying colossal sword, standing tall in the heavens, surrounded by a torrent of demonic energy, resembling a slaughtering demon lord emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 37. The True Demon Legacy. 6 great lords, he gazed down with a chilling disdain, indifferent to all creation, causing countless demons in the distance to tremble, as if their very souls were being crushed. However, when it looked towards Su Ming, the towering demonic figure displayed a fleeting glimmer of respect before transforming into an endless demonic radiance, merging with Machin's body. Could it be that it feared the drop of demon god's blood within this dark lord? Upon witnessing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The master of this demonic figure must be an unfathomably terrifying powerhouse, perhaps even transcending the very rules of this realm. Yet even so, in the face of Su Ming, apart from that respect, he sensed a trace of fear in its gaze. The source of its fear, aside from that drop of blood from the demon god of the grave. Su Ming could fathom no other possibility. Boom! Su Ming turned his gaze to Machin, who at this moment exuded an aura as turbulent as the tide, thick demonic mist enveloping him, as if a true ancient sword demon had descended. Roar! Machin howled towards the heavens, his voice infused with boundless dominance, shaking the skies. An overwhelming force emanated from his being, causing the entire void to tremble violently. Legacy. In that moment, Su Ming suddenly realized. His heart filled with astonishment. Within the celestial demon seed, could it contain the legacy of ancient true demons? At that instant, he couldn't help but gaze fervently at the demons steeped in dark demonic energy. A glimmer of anticipation shimmering in his eyes. If his followers could possess hundreds, or even thousands, of true demon inheritors, what kind of power would that manifest? Not to mention subduing the 9 Heavens dynasty. Even conquering the entire Xianzhou and the world beyond would likely be a trivial endeavor. Boom! In but a span of 10 breaths, the aura radiating from Machin reached the pinnacle of the Emperor's sovereign realm. A vast and peculiar power continuously blossoming forth, buzzing. The demon-slaying sword slowly floated before him, enveloped entirely by endless demonic energy, transforming into a fearsome bloodthirsty demon sword, its hilt adorned with a blood-red demonic eye. Exuding an aura of extreme danger, clang clang. In the next moment, the sound of the sword's song echoed through the heavens. It was as if countless malevolent spirits were howling, or perhaps myriad celestial demons were roaring. Boom! In an instant, Machin swung the demon's sword in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying pitch-black sword wave erupted, carrying an unmatched ferocity, soaring into the skies, tearing apart the endless clouds, creating terrifying void fissures that expanded in all directions. He slowly opened his eyes, the demonic energy within swirling forth like a tangible force, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon him. Machin, express my gratitude to the Dark Lord for your supreme grace. In an instant, Machin respectfully knelt in the void, addressing Su Ming with reverence. Who have you inherited from? Su Ming inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, and then he asked in a deep voice, the celestial abyss. Sword demon. Machin paused and promptly spoke the truth. He bestowed upon me the heart of the celestial demon, as well as the supreme sword technique, Celestial Abyss Sword Classic. If the Dark Lord desires, I can immediately present this heart of the celestial demon to you. In an instant, he even lifted the demon sword, preparing to extract the heart from within himself. No need. Su Ming shook his head. That is the inheritance you have received. It should not belong to this Dark Lord. Furthermore, you are the first lord of my burial heaven demon hall. You cannot so easily perish. I shall obey. Upon hearing this, Machin's gaze dimmed slightly, but he respectfully responded. The power contained within the heart of the celestial demon is too formidable. He has absorbed less than 1% of its power and has already ascended to the Emperor's sovereign realm. even transforming the demon-slaying sword into his innate demon sword. If only the Lord of Demons could be granted, he could scarcely fathom the terrifying extent of the Lord's potential power, buzzing in an instant. By Machin, through the power of the demonic seed, transmitted the Heaven Abyss Sword Classic to Su Ming, who, surprisingly, did not refuse this time and accepted it directly. After all, such a sword technique held immense value for him. Soon, as countless demons fell one after another, within the swirling demonic fog below, grotesque and colossal demonic figures finally emerged. Although there were only 5 in total, including Lin Yuan, their auras all reached the level of sovereign lords, radiating an endless, dark malevolence. Unfortunately, apart from Bai Machin, no one else could obtain the inheritance of the ancient true demons. Nevertheless, the acquisition of 5 sovereign-level demon warriors brought great joy to Su Ming. We pay our respects to the Lord of Demons, thanking you for your unparalleled grace. Sensing the terrifying power coursing through their bodies, the demon warriors eagerly bowed before Su Ming. "Ha, splendid. From this day forth, the 6 of you shall be the 6 great lords of my burial sky demon palace, commanding all demon armies and obeying my orders," Su Ming proclaimed with a booming laugh, his tone brimming with boundless arrogance. Now, the burial sky demon palace, including himself, possessed 7 sovereign-level powerhouses at its helm. Furthermore, the number of celestial realm demons was alarmingly vast, nearly inexhaustible. "Now, go forth and annihilate the blood dragon territory for me. Let blood, death, and corpses blanket this realm, serving as the stepping stone for my conquest of the entire 9 Heavens dynasty." Su Ming gazed toward the distant blood dragon city, his eyes glinting with an insatiable killing intent. Commanding coldly, "We shall obey the Lord's command." The myriad demons shouted in unison, their voices rising like thunder, aiming to pierce through the 9 layers of clouds. Chapter 38. The Wrath of 9 Heavens. Heaven Abyss Sword Classic 3 days later. The 9 Heavens Dynasty, Royal Heaven City. This place stood as the pinnacle of power within the entire 9 Heavens Dynasty, a colossal city stretching hundreds of thousands of miles. Filled with towering buildings, pavilions, and intricately carved structures, epitomizing opulence. The 9 Heavens Palace floated majestically at the heart of the city, radiating unmatched authority, compelling all to bow in reverence. At this moment, within the inner palace, a majestic figure clad in a golden dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze profound, resembling a deity, surveying all beneath him. This man was none other than the current sovereign of 9 Heavens. Xinyuan Lingtian, Your Majesty, the Blood Dragon Marquis has been slain by the undying demon lord. Furthermore, dozens of cities have suffered devastation at the hands of the demon horde, rivers running red with blood and mountains piled high with corpses. This is indeed a heinous crime, unforgivable, and a blatant provocation against the majesty of the entire 9 Heavens dynasty. In the grand hall, an elder in black robes spoke with indignation, his eyes filled with intense hatred and fury. "I implore your majesty to issue a decree, dispatching a great army to eradicate the undying demon lord and sever his head, in honor of the countless souls lost." A tall, middle-aged man also bowed, his face etched with sorrow and unwillingness. "Demon horde?" The sovereign of 9 Heavens furrowed his brow, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, clearly harboring a deep loathing for the term. "I have heard that the undying demon lord leads several sovereign-level powerhouses, possessing an almost boundless army of demons and celestial realm beings. Such power is indeed extraordinarily formidable." Upon hearing this, a burly man clad in silver armor stepped forward, clearly wary of the demon horde. "Indeed, those demons are exceedingly troublesome. However, if we do not eliminate them immediately, they will inevitably bring endless calamities to the entire dynasty." The black-robed elder spoke again, his tone heavy with concern. "Thousands of years ago, there was a horrific demon disaster in Xinzhou, during which dozens of kingdoms perished, hundreds of billions of lives were lost, and even a sacred ground was obliterated. Ultimately, it was only through the united efforts of all powerful beings in Xinzhou that the disaster was gradually quelled. Now, demons have re-emerged, and they are more rampant than ever. Given this, after a long pause, the sovereign of 9 Heavens finally nodded and spoke. "Where are the divine martial Marquis, the 9 mysteries Marquis, and the falling heaven Marquis?" Present, 3 imposing figures, exuding formidable auras, immediately knelt, their eyes sharp, overflowing with an indomitable fighting spirit. Even among the 33 marquises, they ranked among the foremost, their strength reaching the heavens, making them absolute top-tier powerhouses across all of Xianzhou. You three, along with the 5 royal heavenly guards and 30 million azure dragon troops, shall immediately proceed to the demon's location. Eradicate the demon army and slay the demon lord. The sovereign of 9 heavens waved his sleeve and commanded in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, many ministers in the hall could not help but change their expressions, revealing traces of horror in their eyes. The royal heavenly guards, that was a forbidden force that only answered to the sovereign. Each member possessing cultivation at the sovereign level, and the 30 million azure dragon troops, a true iron-blooded legion, capable of easily crushing a kingdom when assembled. We shall obey. The 3 marquises bowed and promptly withdrew. Buzzing. Meanwhile, invisible ripples followed the 3 as they vanished into the void. On the other side, within the burial sky demon palace, Xu Ming sat upon his throne, quietly contemplating the Heaven Abyss Sword Classic. His dark true essence swirling around him, transforming into a vast, overwhelming sword energy that enveloped the surroundings. First style of the Heaven Abyss Sword Classic, Heaven Slaying. A single sword strike shatters all laws, annihilating all things, if mastered to perfection, even the destruction of galaxies. Slaying the great Tao is but a mere gesture away, and even the creator of this supreme classic, the Heaven Abyss Sword Demon, would tremble at a drop of demon goddess blood. What kind of magnificent being are the supreme demon gods? With this thought, Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of unusual light passing through them. Host, Xu Ming. Cultivation, Upper Emperor Realm, need to slay 5 sovereign-level beings or 10,000 venerable-level beings to complete the sovereign-level breakthrough task. Soul Realm, Upper Celestial Realm, Cultivation Method, Demon Emperor's Heaven-Slaying Scripture. 4th Level, Supreme, Martial Skills, Heaven Abyss Sword Classic, Beginner, Divine Grade Upper Tier, Blood Dragon Devouring Heaven, Perfected, Celestial Grade Middle Tier, Heavenly Summit Divine Seal, Perfected, Celestial Grade Lower Tier. Physique, True Demon Immortal Body, 3rd Tier. Killing Value, 85. 5. Special, Soul Devouring Demon Flame, Annihilation Thunder, Heavenly Heart Demon Seed, Shadow Summon Demon, Burial World Demon Eye. Current progress of absorbing Demon Goddess Blood, 0.005, Divine Grade.is it. Gazing at the system panel's classification of the Heaven Abyss Sword Classic, Xu Ming couldn't help but murmur softly, narrowing his eyes. This world is known as the Songming Ancient Realm, which contains 3,000 great states. Xianzhou is merely a peripheral area of these 3,000 states. An undeniably desolate land. Yet, even so, Xianzhou remains a gathering place for various forces, boasting 4 sacred grounds, 3 dynasties, and countless small sects and kingdoms. Xu Ming now understood that above the celestial tier, there existed hierarchical distinctions of sovereign, saint, and emperor tiers. The divine tier, evidently, is a higher level above the emperor tier. Your Majesty, the 4th Palace Lord requests an audience. Just then, a voice abruptly rang out, cutting through Xu Ming's thoughts. Let him in. A detached voice echoed as Xu Ming commanded directly, yes. The response came promptly, and soon a hunched elder clad in black robes entered the hall, dragging a disheveled, pale young man who appeared on the verge of collapse. Moe, the 4th Palace Lord of the Burial Sky Demon Palace, possessed a cultivation of the 2nd level of Sovereign Realm. Having been transformed into a demon, he took on the surname Mo and was known for his extremely violent and bloodthirsty nature. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xu Ming's gaze flickered, quickly recalling some information about him. To his enemies, Mo might be a nightmare, but to him, he was merely an exceptionally loyal servant. Subordinate Mo pays respects to the exalted Lord of Demons. In no time, Mo respectfully knelt before Xu Ming, his eyes brimming with boundless reverence. Who was this person? Without acknowledging Moe's greeting, Xu Ming inquired in a somewhat indifferent tone, his gaze falling upon the nearly lifeless young man in Moe's grasp. This person is named Xiao Tian, apparently a disciple of the Lingshu sacred ground. Upon witnessing him and several humans stealthily infiltrating our demonic palace, I immediately captured him to present to you for your discretion. Moe promptly replied with utmost respect, his gaze towards Xiao Tian glinting with a chilling ferocity. Chapter 39. The Sacred Land of Lingshu, Enemies of the Dynasty, the Sacred Land of Lingshu? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The sacred land of Lingshu, one of the 4 great sacred lands of Xian Prefecture, is an unassailable powerhouse within Xian Prefecture, its strength rivaling that of the Zhou dynasty. If not surpassing it, currently, the Zhangtian Demon Hall has no connection with these sacred lands. Why then would a disciple of the Lingshu sacred land infiltrate? Could it be that the Lingshu sacred land has already set its sights on me? A sharp glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and an ominous killing intent surged within him. Buzz, he slightly raised his right hand, lifting the restraints on Xiao Tian, allowing the latter to regain his senses. You killed them. You killed them. As soon as Xiao Tian regained consciousness, he was horrified to find Imoe standing beside him, and he immediately began to scream, his voice laden with palpable terror. He was an inner disciple of the Lingshu sacred land, and had merely accompanied a few senior brothers out of the sacred land for training. Who would have thought that as they passed the outskirts of the Zhou dynasty, they would encounter Imoe? Except for him, everyone else was turned into a bloody mist, their remains obliterated. Silence. Seeing this, Imoe let out an angry huff and struck Xiao Tian's chest with a palm. Xiao Tian immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen, and he was sent flying backward. Ugh! He curled up on the ground, his entire body convulsing, his mouth opening and closing, yet no sound escaped. Appearing utterly miserable. Speak! Who sent you? Imoe grabbed him by the collar, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, staring intently at him, a chilling voice emanating from deep within his throat, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao Tian trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by the fear of death, unable to articulate a complete sentence, his eyes filled with boundless dread. Let him go. Suddenly, a commanding female voice resounded from above the heavens. Boom! A vast pressure descended like a mountain, shaking the entire great hall, causing countless demon clan experts to soar into the air, their expressions grave as they gazed at the figure in the sky. Whoosh! The figure descended rapidly, transforming into a graceful silhouette clad in a white gown. She was tall and elegant, with long hair cascading to her shoulders, a face of extraordinary beauty, exuding an air of noble elegance, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Elder Lu, save me! Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Tian clutched at her like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, his voice filled with desperation. Lu Yu, one of the inner elders of the Lingshu sacred land, possessed unfathomable strength, ranking among the top 50 in the entire Lingshu sacred land. Hemph! You demon folk dare to capture someone from my Lingshu sacred land. What punishment do you deserve? Lu Yu's beautiful eyes turned icy. Fixing her gaze on Imoe and the others, her voice as cold as eternal ice, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Elder Lu, Senior Brother Lin and the others, were all killed by these demons. Please, avenge them. Xiao Tian shouted frantically, his expression filled with intense resentment, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Imoe and his ilk. They had merely passed through this place, yet they had suffered such unwarranted calamity. How could he not be filled with hatred? You. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face darkened, and the killing intent in her eyes intensified as her cold gaze swept over the numerous demon clan experts in the hall. Her voice grew ever more chilling. Release Xiao Tian at once, and I may spare you from death. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! What an ignorant woman! Instantly, many demons in the hall erupted into laughter, their expressions filled with mockery. Even Su Ming shook his head, secretly lamenting her ignorance and folly. Moe, kill him. I do not appreciate being threatened by others. Su Ming slowly stood up, his gaze indifferent as he addressed Lu Yu. His voice icy. Yes, Elder Lu. Save. Crack! At Su Ming's command, a fierce killing intent shot from Moe's eyes. He then clenched his hand, directly shattering Xiao Tian's neck, blood splattering everywhere as his head rolled to the ground. Meeting a tragic end. Lu Yu's delicate face darkened, her jade-like hands clenched tightly, revealing her murderous intent. She had never anticipated that these demons would act without hesitation to kill a disciple of her sacred land. A blatant provocation against the dignity of the entire Lingshu sacred land. These demons were truly a band of madmen. Boom! At that moment, the void above seemed to erupt with the sound of countless thunderclaps. Dong, dong, dong. Thunderous sounds reverberated through the heavens, as though thousands of war drums were beating in unison, shaking the very soul. Yet Su Ming merely smiled coldly, as if he had expected it all along. It seems the Jiuxiao dynasty can no longer remain idle. I am the divine martial marquis, sent by His Majesty the Holy Emperor of Jiuxiao. Go eradicate you demon path lunatics, a resounding voice echoed from the distant sky, reverberating like thunder, causing the many demon clan experts present to feel a chill run down their spines. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately flickered away, leaving the demon hall, soaring toward the distance. In an instant, numerous demon clan experts disappeared as well, appearing in the void above the demon hall, gazing toward the distant sky with solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Boom! In the distance, 30 million azure dragon troops surged forth like a silver torrent, each step causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway. Above the heavens, 3 ancient bronze ships broke through the void, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura of destruction, instilling fear in all. The divine martial marquis stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down with indifference, as if looking down upon the world, piercing through the vast void, directly aimed at the Zhongtian Demon Hall. Chapter 40. The battle begins. Whoosh whoosh, from the bronze ships, several figures with overwhelming auras burst forth into the void, each radiating an extreme and powerful presence, resembling divine wrath, causing all beings to tremble. Lu Yu's figure flickered like a mirage, arriving at the forefront of the Jiuxiao dynasty's ranks, her expression as cold as frost. Who are you? Gazing at the white-clad woman before him, the divine martial marquis couldn't help but furrow his brows. Asking in a deep voice, Lingshu's sacred land, Lu Yu. Lu Yu calmly stated her name, her tone as tranquil as water, yet it imparted an inexplicable sense of pressure. Lingshu's sacred land? Upon hearing this, the divine martial marquis's expression changed immediately, for he was well aware of the foundation of the Lingshu sacred land, which was even more formidable than their Jiuzhou dynasty. Oh, it is Lady Lu. I did not know. No need for further words. Today, I will assist your Jiuxiao dynasty in jointly exterminating the demons in this place. Before the divine martial marquis could finish his sentence, Lu Yu directly interrupted him, her tone laced with a chilling aura. Ha, good. With Lady Lu's assistance, I do not believe these despicable demons can stir up any storms. The divine martial marquis laughed heartily, his expression filled with disdain. Yes, if he completely disregarded the Zhongtian Demon Hall. Divine Marshal, do not speak too soon. The 9 Xian Marquis's gaze swept over the encroaching demon army, his tone cold. Beside him, the falling Sky Marquis also bore a solemn expression, his eyes flickering with intense battle intent. Buzz. At this moment, 5 heavenly guardians also manifested in the void, all cloaked in black and gold robes, exuding an unmatched and fierce aura, akin to gods of slaughter descending. In the distance, Su Ming stepped into the void, and by his side, the 6 hall masters of the demon hall gathered, their eyes filled with chilling killing intent as they regarded the Jiuxiao dynasty. Roar! In the darkness, countless shadow demons continued to surge forth, transforming into a tide of darkness that obscured the sky, rushing towards the 30 million azure dragon troops. Undying Demon Lord, I give you one last chance. Submit to my Jiuxiao dynasty and allow us to brand you with a slave seal to spare your life. If you continue to resist, you will undoubtedly perish. The 9 Xian Marquis, clad in a blue robe, stood like a deity in the void, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the wilderness. Impudent, a group of lowly humans dares to speak disrespectfully to the Lord of Demons? The hall master roared in fury, his expression filled with indignation, his eyes blazing with rage, eager to tear the 9 Xian Marquis to shreds. Submit? Su Ming chuckled mockingly, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the divine martial marquis and others. Then turning to Lu Yu, a cruel smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just based on you? Just based on this group of despicable scum? You think this humble demon lord would ever submit to you? Since you have arrived, all of you shall perish. Su Ming's eyes glimmered with crimson intensity, his voice resonating like thunder, and he suddenly unleashed a ferocious roar. Kill, in the name of the Dark Lord. Annihilate these despicable humans. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, countless demonic warriors howled towards the heavens, their presence overwhelming, echoing through the air. Witnessing this, the 3 great lords' expressions turned icy, their murderous intent surging like a tempest. Kill them all, flatten this place. Slay these wretched demons. The divine martial lord's gaze turned frigid. A chilling command reverberated through the sky, and he led 30 million azure dragon troops into a violent clash with the multitude of demons. In an instant, the sky was filled with the clash of swords, divine light illuminating the world, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Waves of spells and divine arts cascaded like a torrential storm. Terrifying shockwaves surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the realms and stirring countless tempests. Fight, fight, fight. The 30 million azure dragon troops assembled in formation, and suddenly ethereal dragon figures emerged, roaring towards the heavens, their voices resonating like thunder. In mere moments, the overall power of the azure dragon army surged several folds, leading to the demise of hundreds of thousands of demons, transforming the sky into a mist of blood. Die! With a thunderous shout, the Nine Shin Lord extended his palm, channeling earth-shattering power to form a colossal hand that obscured the sky, aiming to strike down upon the endless tide of demons. Boom! At that moment, a sword aura as dark as ink cleaved through the heavens, directly striking the colossal hand, causing it to distort before shattering into countless specks of light, dissipating into the void. Machen's demeanor was cold and stern, wielding a demonic sword, exuding an aura of slaughter akin to a tyrannical demon lord, instilling terror in all. Swish! Observing this, the Nine Shin Lord's eyelids twitched violently, his expression turning exceedingly grave, a hint of trepidation flickering in the depths of his gaze. Boom! The two adversaries exchanged silent glances, and in the next moment, they engaged in a fierce battle, the void fracturing, the earth collapsing. Rumble! Meanwhile, Mo unleashed a punch, reducing tens of thousands of azure dragon troops to mere mist, then leapt through the void, sending an imperial celestial guard flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Ha ha ha! Is this the extent of your power? Utterly pathetic. Utterly pathetic. He laughed maniacally, his gruesome visage smeared with fresh blood, resembling a Shura demon from the depths of hell. Witnessing this, 3 imperial celestial guards exchanged glances, then simultaneously attacked from both sides, attempting to encircle Mo, unaware of their impending doom. Mo scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand to unleash a punch that fell like a meteor, instantly sending the 3 imperial guards reeling. Pift! Pift! The trio coughed up blood, their forms crashing into several mountains before barely regaining their footing. How formidable! Their faces were filled with horror as they gazed at Mo's titanic demonic form, feeling as though their hearts were plummeting into an abyss. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed, as one imperial guard was torn apart by 2 demon lords, blood spraying everywhere. A being of the imperial sovereign realm had perished in an instant. This scene was utterly chilling, damn it. Seeing this, the divine martial lord's expression turned ominously dark. A terrifying pressure erupted, causing a million demons to feel as though they were sinking into hell. He cast a glance at Su Ming, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, extending his hand as he lunged towards Su Ming. Since it has come to this, I shall first eliminate you. Undying Dark Lord, Chapter 41. Ascending to the Sovereign Realm. The power of heavenly burial simultaneously, the falling Heaven Lord and Lu Yu flickered, both pointing their swords at Su Ming, intent on annihilating him with a thunderous assault. Humph! Su Ming's gaze turned icy, a chilling glint igniting in his eyes, and boundless, insatiable soul-eating demonic flames surged from him, resembling a conflagration that incinerated all. Rumble! All 3 figures were forced to retreat, sensing that the flames possessed the terrifying power to scorch souls. If they carelessly approached, they would surely suffer profound backlash. To think such foolish beings would dare set their sights on the Dark Lord. Su Ming's eyes were frigid as he fixed his gaze upon the 3. A bloodthirsty and cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Since it has come to this, allow me to escort you on your journey. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Ming abruptly vanished from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared beside the falling Heaven Lord, his right fist ruthlessly aimed at the latter's head. What? The falling Heaven Lord's expression suddenly hardened, every hair on his body standing on end, his scalp tingling, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger locking onto him, with no means of evasion. Boom! The next moment, a punch imbued with boundless power struck mercilessly upon his head. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed through the skies as the falling Heaven Lord's skull was obliterated. Brain matter, blood, and fragments scattering like a rain of crimson. The falling Heaven Lord has perished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a triple Heaven Sovereign, earning 8 kill points. Ding! You need to slay 3 more beings of the Sovereign Realm to complete the breakthrough task. Ding! The host's current kill points are full. Shall you immediately harness the power of the Demon God? Upon completion, you will gain a random power from the Harnessed Demon God. Heh! Listening to the system's incessant notifications, Su Ming smirked coldly, then shifted his gaze toward the Divine Martial Lord and Lu Yu. Gulp. Both felt a jolt in their hearts, an ominous premonition rising within them as they beheld the corpse of the falling Heaven Lord plummeting down. Involuntarily taking steps back, a being of the Sovereign Realm has simply died. Divine Marshal, save me. Save. In that instant, the 9 Xian Lords' wails echoed throughout the heavens, and the Divine Martial Lord turned in a daze, only to witness the gruesome remains of the 9 Xian Lord, severed by Machen's sword. Ding! Detected that the host's demon slave has slain a triple Heaven Sovereign, requiring the slaying of 2 more beings of the Sovereign Realm to complete the breakthrough task. Ding! Detected that the host's demon slave has slain a double Heaven Sovereign, requiring the slaying of 1 more being of the Sovereign Realm to complete the breakthrough task. Soon, all 5 Imperial Celestial Guards had fallen, leaving only the Divine Martial Lord as the lone survivor among the 3 Great Lords dispatched by the 9 Heavens dynasty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the breakthrough task into the Sovereign Realm. Ding! Reward for the task. The 5 layers of the Demon Emperor's slaughtering tome, the 4th stage of the indestructible true demon body, domain. Heavenly Burial Demon Domain. Rumble. In an instant, Su Ming's cultivation surged, breaking through to the Sovereign Realm, boundless demonic energy enveloping him, resembling a dark overlord, gazing down upon all realms, roaring across the heavens. This is impossible? The Divine Martial Lord appeared deranged, his gaze vacant as he stared at the battlefield below, where the 30 million Azure Dragon troops had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rendering the world a vivid crimson. Lu Yu's pretty face also darkened, her beautiful eyes filled with profound terror. Clearly, she had not anticipated the current situation. The strength of these demons had far surpassed everyone's imagination. This was no ordinary battle. It was akin to a one-sided, horrific massacre. In less than half an hour, including herself, only 2 of the 9 Sovereign Realm powerhouses remained. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Holy Emperor will surely— Before the Divine Martial Lord could finish, Su Ming's fingers clenched, unleashing a wisp of Heavenly Burial Demon Domain power. Instantly, the Divine Martial Lord's body was shrouded in a mass of pitch-black demonic mist. A blood-curdling scream erupted, and then he vanished without a trace, indeed. Seeing this, Su Ming smiled indifferently, feeling quite satisfied with the power of the Heavenly Burial Demon Domain. The effect of the Heavenly Burial Demon Domain is to obliterate all beings that step into its domain. Even every drop of true essence and every drop of blood within their bodies will be utterly annihilated, ultimately turning to nothingness. If Su Ming were to unleash it with full force now, in just a breath's time, the area spanning hundreds of thousands of miles around him would instantly transform into a realm of death, where all beings would be reduced to ashes in that moment. Even Sovereign Realm powerhouses would only be able to resist for a few breaths before ultimately succumbing to the fate of death. Such is the terrifying nature of the Heavenly Burial Demon Domain. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu's delicate body quivered, and her beautiful eyes revealed an abyss of despair. She yearned to flee, yet found her legs seemingly rooted to the ground. Immovable. Furthermore, gazing at the overwhelming horde of demons, a thought burgeoned within her heart. Escape? Could she truly evade them? In that fleeting moment, all her convictions crumbled like a house of cards, plunging her into an endless abyss of despair and terror. Master Demon Lord, how shall we deal with this person? In an instant, Lin Yuan spoke slowly, his eyes greedily scanning Lu Yu before shifting to the still meditating Su Ming. I grant her to you. Su Ming replied coldly, not even casting a glance at Lu Yu, and then his figure flickered as he entered the demon palace, preparing to assimilate the powers he had just acquired. You all, hearing this? Lu Yu's fair face turned as pale as death. If she were to fall into the clutches of these demons, what dreadful fate awaited her? It was unfathomable. Buzzing at that moment, She felt all her true essence within her body, nearly ready to self-destruct. But with Lin Yuan's palm descending in suppression, everything returned to tranquility once more. And Lu Yu's ultimate fate was already sealed. Chapter 42. Sword pointing to Xianzhou, the ancient demon emperor. The next day, within the demon palace. In the conference hall, Yu Ming sat upon the obsidian throne, his eyes closed, the terrifying demonic might emanating from him like an ocean, warping the surrounding space in a bizarre and eerie manner. Beneath him were the 6 palace lords and a multitude of powerful demons of the venerable realm, all clad in dark demon robes, exuding boundless malice. At this moment, the great hall was enveloped in silence. Not a sound to be heard, as if even a falling pin would echo. All demons directed their gazes toward the imposing figure on the throne, quietly awaiting the demon lord's decision. Buzzing. After a long while, Su Ming finally slowly opened his eyes, the scarlet orbs shimmering with a chilling light, a terrifying aura radiating from him as if it were palpable, causing the assembled demons to shudder involuntarily. Their hairs standing on end, a sense of dread washing over them. Gentlemen, the Jiuxiao dynasty and the Lingshu sacred land have dared to conspire and launch an assault on my Zhongtian demon palace. How do you propose we respond? Su Ming's voice was icy, laced with a chilling intent to kill. Report to the demon lord, I suggest, immediately rallying the demon army to launch a counterattack, exterminating the Jiuxiao imperial city, and executing that so-called holy emperor to serve as a warning. A powerful demon of the holy venerable realm stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, speaking coldly. The multitude of powerful demons in the hall nodded in agreement, showing overwhelming support for this proposal. Demon Lord. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood up, fervently proclaiming, "For 1,000,000 years, Xianzhou has never been ruled by our demonic forces. Since the world is our enemy, why not overturn everything? If we could bring all of Xianzhou under the dominion of the demon clan, what a magnificent tapestry it would weave." At that time, as he spoke, Lin Yuan could not help but excitedly lick his lips. A fervent glimmer in his eyes. An unparalleled kingdom shall be born under the rule of the demon clan, and the demon lord shall become the true ancient demon emperor, commanding the world and looking down upon the 8 desolations. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with madness as he shouted hoarsely. The moment these words left his lips, whether among the other 5 palace lords or the multitude of powerful demons present, all felt their spirits uplifted, their breaths quickening, eyes ablaze with fervent longing, unifying Xianzhou, establishing a supreme kingdom ruled by the demon clan. What a spectacular sight that would be! Even the mere thought of such a scene sent waves of excitement through the assembly. Their gazes filled with intense desire. Demon Lord. No, Emperor. A voice rang out from the 3rd palace lord, Tianxia, as he knelt before Su Ming with fervent eyes. Emperor, let us crush those contemptible humans. Xianzhou belongs to our demon clan. It belongs to you. Following suit, Lin Yuan also knelt, his expression exuberant as he called out, "Unifying Xianzhou, is it?" Su Ming smiled indifferently, then raised his head, his gaze deep as he fixed it upon the many powerful demons before him. "I ask you, are you willing to follow me, to join in this grand endeavor and conquer the world? We vow to follow the demon emperor to the death. We vow to follow the demon emperor to the death." In an instant, countless demons roared in frenzy, hastily kneeling, fervent voices echoing through the heavens. "Good. If that is the case, I shall become this ancient demon emperor. Let us bring all of Xianzhou under our banner, allowing our demon clan to truly dominate this realm." Su Ming laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the firmament, a supreme might that looked down upon all emerging into the skies, sweeping across the world. 3 days hence, gather the demon army, and let us flatten the Jiuxiao dynasty. Yes, flatten the Jiuxiao dynasty. Let our demon clan become the masters of Xianzhou. Kill, kill, kill. The multitude of demons roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with boundless fervor, their battle spirits soaring high. Meanwhile, in Huangtian City, within the sacred emperor's hall, bang! A bunch of useless fools. Inside the hall, upon hearing the report from his attendants, the Jiuxiao sacred emperor immediately smashed the jade cup in his hand onto the ground. The sound of shattering ringing out sharply. The 5 great Huangtian guards, 3 princes, and 30 million Songlong troops were all annihilated. Not a single soul survived. This news struck the Jiuxiao sacred emperor like a bolt from the blue, igniting his fury to its peak. This is the strength of my dynasty's princes? They couldn't even withstand a horde of demons. The Jiuxiao sacred emperor's face was as dark as thunder, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. His aura swelling like a volcano, rumbling incessantly. In an instant, the hall fell into silence. Everyone dared not breathe a word, fearing they might incur the wrath of this furious emperor. Your Majesty, with that demon lord's vengeful nature, he will undoubtedly not rest until he has sought retribution. He will surely launch a frenzied attack on our dynasty. After a long pause, an elder finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling no matter how mad he becomes. I will not fear. In response, the Jiuxiao sacred emperor gave a cold snort, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Does he truly believe that by eliminating that group of useless fools, he can contend with my entire Jiuxiao dynasty? Proclaim my decree, command the surrounding legions to guard the borders of the dynasty. If demons dare to invade, they are to be killed without mercy. The icy voice echoed throughout the opulent hall, causing the many ministers present to shudder in their hearts. As you command, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Immediately, the ministers bowed in unison, their expressions respectful. Although the power of the demons is formidable, our Jiuxiao dynasty is not something that can be easily humiliated. Chapter 43. Dark Invasion. Myriad demons pressing in. Time flowed on. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, the sky was dim, dark clouds looming ominously, an endless horde of demon soldiers gathering in the void, blotting out the sun. Hundreds of millions of demons surged forth, a mighty force that could swallow mountains and rivers. All were clad in dark demon armor, a thick miasma of demonic energy enveloping the heavens and earth, transforming into a torrent that made the very landscape pale in comparison. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of shadowy demons, as colossal as mountains, stomped upon the earth, each step resonating like thunder. Xu Ming sat upon his throne, surveying the terrifying demon army below with a sharp glint in his gaze. Demon Emperor, the 10 billion demon troops have assembled completely. Please give your command. By Machin sword up, respectfully bowing to Xu Ming, speaking in a loud voice. Hearing this, Xu Ming nodded slightly, stepping forward, ascending to the forefront of the endless demon army. The 10 billion demon troops, all beings above the celestial realm, exuded an overwhelming aura that shook the firmament. Upon seeing Xu Ming's appearance, the 10 billion demon soldiers immediately knelt on one knee, collectively shouting, "We pay our respects to the Demon Emperor. We pay our respects to the Demon Emperor." The 10 billion demon troops roared in unison, the force of their voices crashing like waves, shaking the heavens. Let us set forth, dark denizens, tread upon this land and forge a brand new era. Our demon clan shall ultimately become the sovereigns of this realm. Xu Ming gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl that reverberated throughout the universe, akin to the utterances of a deity. Igniting a fervor within all the demons below, their spirits ablaze with the fervor of battle. Kill, 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 flatten the world. The demon army roared in unison, their momentum colossal, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. They surged forth, and wherever they passed, the ground trembled and the mountains shook, billowing clouds of dust, as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. At the border of the Jiuxiao dynasty, in the city of Broken Cloud, several figures clad in golden armor stood resolutely atop the city walls, each wielding a long spear, their presence formidable, resembling iron-blooded war gods. They were the valiant soldiers of the Thunder God army, dispatched to the border by the decree of the Holy Emperor of Jiuxiao to guard against the incursion of the demons, as one of the 4 great legions of the Jiuxiao dynasty. The power of the Thunder God army was indeed fearsome, with 50 million soldiers, each possessing terrifying prowess at the Divine Mansion realm. Among them, the commanding general, Jiang Chun, had even reached the 4th level of the sovereign realm, a paragon of strength within the entire dynasty, capable of sweeping away all adversaries. What is the situation at the other border cities? Jiang Chun, donned in platinum armor, with a handsome visage and eyes like stars, exuded an extraordinary aura as he gazed down from the city walls, his tone somewhat detached as he inquired. Reporting to the general, the border is currently stable, with no signs of abnormalities detected. A guard in golden armor promptly responded with respect. That is good. Jiang Qin nodded and then instructed another, "Convey the order to continue strengthening our defenses. We must not let our guard down." "As you command, General." The guard bowed in acknowledgement. Jiang Qin nodded again, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, boom! The void suddenly erupted, and a demonic claw emerged, carrying an unparalleled wave of destruction, descending fiercely upon Broken Cloud City. "Not good. Enemy attack." Jiang Qin's expression changed drastically, and he bellowed, unleashing the power of thunder that surged like a tempest. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed across the heavens, deafening to the ears. Waves of energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. Beneath the endless thunder, that terrifying demonic claw was instantly obliterated, only to be replaced by a figure shrouded in endless demonic mist, its visage wicked and sinister. An eerie cackle filled the air, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. A demon. Jiang Qin gripped his thunder spear tightly, his gaze sharp, fixated on the ominous figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky. A deep gravity reflected in his eyes. Rumble. Soon, dark torrents began to manifest on the distant horizon, vast and overwhelming, causing even the heavens to dim in their presence. "I am Tianyi, the third lord under the Demon Emperor. And by the decree of His Majesty, I shall flatten the Zhou dynasty and establish an unparalleled kingdom for my demon kin. Those who submit shall gain the demon seed and become noble demons, while those who resist shall meet only death." A sinister grin crept across Tianyi's lips, his cold and merciless voice resonating through the heavens. "Kill, kill, kill." Simultaneously, the myriad of demons behind him roared in unison, a tremendous force that instilled terror in the hearts of all. Those terrifying demonic eyes glinted with greed and bloodlust, eager to devour everything. In an instant, the communication jade pendant at Jiang Qin's waist began to emit frantic calls for help, filled with dread. "Help from Beilu City. It's the demons, the overwhelming demons. General Songlong has fallen. Who can save us? Who can die?" "Help from Yunggong City. Help from Tianlang City." A series of desperate cries followed, causing Jiang Qin's expression to darken further, his eyes fixed on the advancing demon army, his heart plummeting to the abyss. The demons had truly begun their full-scale assault, intent on slaughtering the entirety of the Zhou dynasty. "Those who submit shall live, those who resist shall perish." Such arrogant declarations, yet they were a stark and despairing reality. Observing this, Tianyi could not help but break into a sinister grin. He grasped the air, and a demonic blade materialized, pitch black and over 2 zhang long, shimmering with a chilling glow, as if it contained countless vengeful souls, eager to feast upon the living. "It is time to make a choice. My time is exceedingly precious." Tianyi licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Jiang Qin, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Damn demon." Jiang Qin's eyes flared with fury, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. "Even in death, I shall take you along as my companions in demise." His face bore a resolute expression as he suddenly bellowed, unleashing an endless sea of golden thunder that flickered in the heavens, as if to engulf the world. Truly a pity. Upon witnessing this, Tianyi tilted his head, his wicked visage filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. He raised the demonic blade high, pointing toward the distant Broken Cloud City, his chilling voice resonating across the expanse. "Go forth, warriors of the demon clan. Annihilate everything. Let the blood stain the heavens red, and let my demon kin flatten this world. Kill, kill, kill." Rumble. Instantly, the boundless demon army surged forward with a deafening roar, like an unstoppable tide of darkness, sweeping everything in its path. Thus, the curtain rose on this terrifying invasion from the depths of darkness. Chapter 44. The collapse of the dynasty. The divine lords of the realm. The invasion of the demons unfolded in the southwest of the Zhou dynasty. One city after another fell, countless powerful beings rose in rebellion. Yet the ultimate outcome was to become lifeless corpses. The stench of death, fear, and despair permeated the air, enveloping the entire realm, plunging the vast Zhou dynasty into extreme chaos and oppression. Blood seemed to drench the world, transforming it into an endless crimson hell. In this great battle, the Zhou dynasty faced utter defeat. Within just a single day, over 100 cities had succumbed, and countless lives were ruthlessly slain, with wails of anguish echoing through the horrific mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soon, an increasing number of powerful beings cast aside their so-called dignity and pride, surrendering to the demons, willingly becoming their slaves. A defeat as swift as a landslide could not better describe the current state of the Joseon dynasty. Yet, the demons were not satisfied. Their objective was to obliterate the imperial capital of the Joseon dynasty. To truly annihilate this dynasty that had stood for millennia, this terrifying catastrophe had only just begun. Rumble, the demon army, dark and imposing, pressed onward, crushing everything in their path, while countless powerful beings were mercilessly slaughtered, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that fell upon the vast earth. In the distance, the outline of a colossal city gradually emerged, majestic and awe-inspiring, resembling a towering mountain that pierced the heavens. Evoking a sense of profound awe, Tianlin City, the mightiest stronghold in the south of the Joseon dynasty, also the main city of the first noble lord, the divine lord of communication, housing over thousands of esteemed realm experts and more than a dozen sovereign realm powerhouses. It could be said that, apart from the imperial city, it was the safest and most formidable region within the Joseon dynasty. Roar. At this moment, countless shadowy demonic creatures in front of the army roared restlessly, as if sensing something amiss, buzzing. Soon, the void ahead twisted and warped, and then a figure clad in a light golden robe slowly materialized, tall and imposing, exuding an air of overwhelming authority, with eyes that gleamed with a chilling light. Undying Demon Emperor, ahead lies the domain of my lord's city. Tio, speak frankly. I have intentions of severing ties with the Joseon dynasty. To become a neutral force, I bear no ill will toward the demons. I beseech the Demon Emperor to grant me this favor. Henceforth, let us coexist without conflict, shall we? The divine lord of communication stepped forth alone into the void, gazing at Su Ming, who was shrouded in darkness, and spoke in a deep voice. Surrender, or die. From the depths of darkness came a cold voice, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Have you not heard clearly? I have no further ties with the Joseon dynasty. The divine lord of communication's brow furrowed as he spoke again. Do you not understand the emperor's words? Despicable human. Yet, before the divine lord could finish, Bai Maching let out a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating like rolling thunder. You! The divine lord of communication's face darkened to the extreme, his eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. He was the foremost noble lord of the Joseon dynasty, a formidable being at the 7th level of the sovereign realm. Even the holy emperor of Joseon would treat him with respect. Yet today, a mere demon dares to disrespect him so brazenly? Rumble. A terrifying pressure permeated the air, causing the atmosphere around to resonate with deafening roars. The eyes of the divine messenger glinted with immense fury as he gazed upon the seemingly endless horde of demonic beings before him, coldly proclaiming, "Surrender? That word has never existed in my lexicon. Demons, if you seek battle, then I shall accompany you to the bitter end." With a thunderous roar, a tempest arose, stirring the heavens and the earth, unleashing terrifying whirlwinds that sent the countless mists of darkness swirling and howling in horror. Beside the divine messenger, figures descended from the celestial vault, each radiating an overwhelming aura, their presence utterly terrifying. In the depths of the oppressive darkness, Su Ming's silhouette gradually emerged, the horrifying dark power swirling around him like a living entity, accentuating his blood-red demonic eyes, rendering them even more sinister and fearsome. His 3,000 white locks danced wildly, appearing extraordinarily enchanting against the backdrop of darkness, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Humph! Upon witnessing Su Ming's arrival, the divine messenger snorted coldly, summoning a golden longsword that floated into his grasp. This was his lifebound divine weapon, named Shenyang, whose might was unparalleled. Countless powerful beings had fallen beneath its blade. The Shenyang sword shimmered with radiant runes, emanating a dazzling golden light that soared into the heavens. Undying Demon Emperor, do you dare to battle with me? With a thunderous shout, the divine messenger pointed his sword at Su Ming, and endless golden runes suddenly erupted forth, transforming into a tidal wave of golden energy that surged in all directions. Presumptuous! What right do you have to fight against His Majesty? At these words, countless powerful demons roared in fury, their overwhelming demonic energy surging like black dragons into the sky, casting a shadow over the land. Yet, Su Ming merely smiled mockingly, his gaze fixed on the divine messenger in the void, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Your actions are laughable. Since you so ardently desire the arrival of death, I shall not grant you that wish. In an instant, Su Ming stepped into the void, his figure flashing 1,000 miles away, confronting the divine messenger from afar. As endless waves of demonic energy roiled like a tempest, consuming everything in their path. Arrogance. The divine messenger's gaze turned icy, his divine light radiating brilliantly, illuminating the world like the blazing sun. The beams of golden light tore through the skies like countless blades, ruthlessly piercing the void and shattering the dark expanse. Chapter 45. One sword to obliterate, the cataclysm of the end today. I shall personally bury you. This scourge upon the world I in hell, the divine messenger declared coldly, transforming into a golden streak of light, propelled by boundless might, charging forward. As the Shenyang sword erupted with infinite golden flames, the entire sky was illuminated with blinding brilliance, the searing sword energy ripping apart the void, causing the air to explode with a hissing sound. The terrifying force surged forth like a tsunami, bearing down upon the dark figure of Su Ming. Heaven's sun slash. The divine messenger bellowed, swinging the Shenyang sword with ferocity, creating a magnificent cascade of golden light that tore a gaping chasm in the sky, resembling a monstrous maw eager to devour all. With a resounding crash, the ground within 1,000 miles seemed to sink threefold. An overwhelming power cascading down as if to obliterate the very fabric of existence. Was this the true power of the Lord? Gulp. In the distance, dozens of powerful beings from Tianlin City gazed in horror at the terrifying golden sword light. Feeling their hair stand on end, their blood seemingly freezing in their veins, their hearts pounding wildly. So strong, so strong. So strong, truly worthy of being the first lord of the dynasty. Such power was nothing short of invincible. On the other side, Su Ming's expression remained cold, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he faced the terrifying golden sword light with unyielding calm. With a resonating hum, the Ming blood sword was drawn. Now truly forged into a demonic blade, its endless demonic patterns surging forth, emanating an overwhelming aura of destruction. In an instant, the demonic sword buzzed, a single strike shattering the heavens. The first form of the Tianyuan sword manual. Sever the heavens, with a thunderous sound that shook the very earth. A pitch-black sword light suddenly cleaved through the sky, instantly extinguishing the myriad golden beams. This, bang. A deluge of blackness cascaded down, and in mere moments, the figure of the divine messenger was completely engulfed, unable to utter a single cry before being utterly annihilated. The divine messenger has perished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the 7th heaven of the imperial realm, elevating your cultivation to the 3rd heaven of the imperial realm. Boring. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Ming's brow. Although the divine messenger's cultivation was formidable, in the face of the power of the Tianyuan sword manual, he was as fragile as a mere chicken, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Lord, as they witnessed this horrifying scene, the powerful beings of Tianlin City wore expressions of utter stupor. Their minds blank, left only with the whispers of sheer terror. In the past, the divine messenger had been a figure of godlike strength in their hearts. But now, with a single strike from the undying demon emperor, their god that had been irrevocably cast into hell. How could this be? How could this be? In an instant, they clutched their heads tightly, trembling uncontrollably, their faces pale, seemingly desperate to erase the horrifying image from their minds. Kikik, such strength dares to contend with his majesty? Truly, they are unaware of their own mortality. Like a lowly insect, they shall never comprehend the chasm that separates them from his majesty. Numerous powerful demons sneered unabashedly, their scorn and mockery for the fallen divine messenger evident in their eyes. You do, I will kill you all. Seemingly provoked by the taunts of the demons, one individual erupted into a furious charge. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury, akin to a wild beast, recklessly lunging forward. Puff, however. He had barely moved a few steps before being crushed by an invisible force, transforming into a cloud of scarlet mist. A cruel glint flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he lightly stepped back onto his obsidian throne, issuing his final decree to Tianlin City. Annihilate this place, leaving not a single soul. The merciless command echoed like the whisper of a devil, resonating throughout the realm. Su Ming's voice was neither loud nor imbued with overwhelming authority. Yet, when it reverberated, countless hearts trembled, their souls seemingly plunging into a freezing abyss. Shivering with dread, understood, kill, kill, kill. At his words, innumerable demonic beings erupted with fervor, their eyes gleaming with insatiable bloodlust, unleashing a cacophony of roars. Boom! The dark tide surged forth, a multitude of terrifying demonic shadows rising into the sky, their dense malevolence threatening to engulf the very realm, as if the apocalypse had descended. In Tianlin City, all warriors turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Hurry! Activate the city protection array. Otherwise, bang! Before the commander of the city defenses could even issue the command. His body suddenly exploded, the scarlet blood splattering onto the nearby guards, a horrifying sight to behold. Ah! A younger guard, utterly terrified, screamed, his body shaking violently as he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Having lost all courage to rise, struggling to lift his head, he beheld the myriad demonic shadows had completely obscured the heavens, dense and frenzied, devouring all of Tianlin City. Save me! Save me! The piercing wails echoed across the land. With the forces of Tianlin City alone, how could they possibly withstand the overwhelming tide of the demonic army? The shadow of death loomed over Tianlin City, a chilling fear and despair sinking into the very marrow of countless souls, driving them into a frenzied flight to escape this true apocalypse. But where could they flee? In a mere half-hour, Tianlin City had been irrevocably transformed into a veritable hell, bodies strewn about, rivers of blood flowing, the pungent stench of carnage saturating the air, and the relentless wails of the dying echoing like a relentless tide. Under the relentless onslaught of the demon race, this ancient colossal city has, at this very moment, met its demise. Chapter 46. The battle to the death begins 3 days later. In the imperial city of Huangtian, within the grand hall of the Holy Emperor. Your Majesty, I must report that in the span of 3 days, the demon race has besieged and captured 800 cities of our empire, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives. The entire southern region has fallen under their dominion, and even the esteemed Lord of the Divine Communication has met a tragic end at the hands of the Demon Emperor. The city of Tianlin has been utterly decimated. Within the opulent hall, a guard knelt respectfully, his voice trembling as he delivered the grim news. Upon hearing this, the faces of the many ministers present shifted dramatically, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic. In just 3 days, the entire southern region has succumbed? Moreover, the 4 armies have been completely annihilated, and out of the 33 lords, fewer than 10 remain. Countless strong warriors have begun to flee the Zhou Empire. At this moment, the gravity of the demon race's terror finally dawned upon them. They resembled a horde of demons emerging from the abyss, fearless, cruel, and bloodthirsty, wreaking havoc upon the world. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the Holy Emperor seated upon the dragon throne. A decisive action must be taken. If this continues, the entire Zhou Empire will surely become a playground for the demons. Your Majesty, I, Lord Fuhai, request to lead the charge, vowing to fight the demons to the bitter end. At this moment, a resounding voice echoed within the hall. Lord Fuhai, the second lord of the Zhou Empire, a formidable figure beneath the Lord of Divine Communication, has voluntarily stepped forth to request a campaign. Your Majesty, I, Lord Tianwei, also wish to join Lord Fuhai in battle, to confront the demon race in a fight to the death. Lord Tianwei also stood forth, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit. Your Majesty, I too wish to engage in battle. Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to fight. Instantly, numerous powerful figures within the hall clamored to volunteer for the battle, understanding that only through a desperate struggle could they hope to salvage the vast Zhou Empire. Should they fail, what awaits them would undoubtedly be the slaughtering blade of the demon race. Excellent! The Holy Emperor of Zhou slowly rose, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The demon race? Do you truly think? I fear you. If that is the case, gather the troops immediately. Command all those above the heavenly human realm within the empire to join me in confronting the enemy. I shall see just how formidable these wretched creatures truly are. Boom! As the words of the Holy Emperor echoed, An overwhelming aura surged throughout the grand hall, the sheer intent to kill sending tremors through the hearts of the ministers present. We shall obey the Holy Emperor's command. In an instant, the hall erupted with fervent shouts of agreement, a momentum that soared to the heavens. In the sacred land of Lingshu, atop the divine cloud mountain, on the ethereal peak, a youth clad in snow-white garments, with a visage as handsome as a celestial being, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His pitch-black eyes gazed into the distance, seemingly able to perceive the myriad phenomena of the cosmos. Transcending infinite time and space, behind him, a figure slowly materialized from the void, an elderly man enveloped in a faint azure glow, exuding an immense aura akin to an ocean, rendering the air thick and stifling. As if facing such a powerful being would make even breathing a formidable challenge. Holy Master, the Jiuxiao Empire seeks our sacred land's assistance, hoping to leverage our strength to jointly resist the invasion of the demon race. The elderly man spoke, his tone indifferent yet tinged with gravity. The demon race, you say? Upon hearing this, the youth known as the Holy Master chuckled softly, shaking his head. The Jiuxiao Empire has decayed to such a degree. If they meet their end because of it would merely be their own doing. The Holy Master's implication is, the elderly man's brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to inquire. The Jiuxiao Empire is not worthy of our sacred land's aid. We need only observe this matter, without meddling too deeply. The youthful Holy Master narrowed his eyes, casting a half-smile at the elderly man, stating. The elder nodded, falling silent. 2 days later, a desolate plain, 10,000 miles outside the imperial city of Huangtian. An overwhelmingly vast army assembled in countless formations, banners blotting out the sun, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This time, the Jiuxiao Empire has nearly unleashed its full might, amassing a staggering 80 billion troops, their presence awe-inspiring. At the forefront of the army, the Holy Emperor of Jiuxiao sat within an exquisitely ornate palanquin, surrounded by a radiant golden glow, exuding an extraordinary aura of nobility. Behind him, several powerful figures stood in the void, their terrifying pressure radiating like a tidal wave, instilling fear in the surrounding air. Your Majesty, all 4 sacred lands have declined our empire's plea for assistance. A guard respectfully reported at the side of the golden palanquin, his tone laced with an undercurrent of gravity. Hemph! Upon hearing this, the Holy Emperor's expression darkened, his gaze icy. A self-proclaimed high-minded hypocrite, he inwardly cursed, feeling an intense anger towards the actions of these sacred lands. Yet feeling utterly powerless. Very well. The Holy Emperor turned, casting a glance over the densely packed army, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. 80 billion troops, alongside over 50 sovereign-level experts. With such a formation, even if the demon race were to unleash their full force, they would surely gain nothing of value. Moreover, he gazed towards the dark giant coffin carried by several sovereign-level experts, his lips curling into a chilling smile. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying rumble echoed from the distant horizon, causing the hearts of the Jiuxiao Empire's forces to tremble. They all looked up, their pupils constricting in shock. The demon race has arrived. Chapter 47. The Blood Battle of Jiuxiao. 2 fists that kill. Above the firmament, an incredibly dense mist of demons rolled forth, surging like a colossal wave, enveloping the entire sky. Following this, boom, accompanied by endless thunderous roars, within the darkness, the terrifyingly vast army of demons gradually came into view. Each step they took causing the very earth to tremble, and fierce winds to howl, screech. Ear-splitting demon roars reverberated throughout heaven and earth, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression and heaviness. Boom. Before them stood monstrous demon entities towering over 10,000 feet. Their massive forms adorned with thick black bone spines resembling colossal pillars, emanating a terrifyingly fierce aura. With every step they took, even from 100 miles away, one could still feel the dreadful pressure they exuded. Darkness continued to spread. Within mere moments, the entire world became shrouded in profound gloom, as if the apocalypse had descended, an overwhelming silence enveloping all. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, some warriors within the Jiuxiao Empire could not restrain their instinctive gulp. Their faces paling, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, an inexplicable fear surging within them. The demon race. This is the demon race, the true demon race. In this moment, Even some battle-hardened soldiers of the Zhou Empire could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. In the void, as the 6 lords of the demon race materialized, a vast and terrifying pressure swept through, shaking the very heavens and earth. A towering figure, resembling a deity, descended amidst the throngs of demons. Each step he took shattering the void beneath him. Clad in a robe adorned with blood-red patterns, his long white hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his crimson eyes seemed to harbor all the slaughter of the world, evoking an instinctive sense of dread in anyone who dared to gaze upon him. Before this emperor, why do you not kneel? Su Ming's blood-red eyes swept across the heavens, his cold voice resonating through the world. Laden with an overwhelming aura of power and slaughter, boom. Instantly, the 6 lords unleashed their demonic might, the terrifying pressure descending upon the world like a mountain range, causing weaker Zhou warriors to involuntarily spurt blood and collapse to the ground. Thud, thud. A series of ominous rumblings reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands had been mercilessly crushed into a mist of blood, their remains utterly obliterated. How audacious! How brazen! Several royal elders bellowed with ferocity, dispersing the overwhelming pressure with sheer force, their gazes piercing as they fixated on the shadowy figures, their eyes ablaze with boundless fury and murderous intent. Heh! Within the golden palanquin, the supreme emperor of the 9 heavens gradually revealed his form, clad in a purple-gold dragon robe, his countenance striking and majestic, emanating an aura of invincibility that looked down upon the world. How dare a vile and despicable demon proclaim itself as emperor? The supreme emperor of the 9 heavens scoffed disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Su Ming, declaring, "You, the demon race, slaughter the innocent and act with impunity. Your sins are truly heinous. Today, I shall annihilate you in one fell swoop. Go uphold the celestial might of humanity." His resonant and authoritative voice soared into the skies, igniting the fervor of countless warriors, their blood boiling with battle fervor. The celestial might of humanity? Utterly laughable. In response, Su Ming merely sneered repeatedly, then abruptly swept his arm. Kill. The chilling command erupted from his lips like a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the void and tearing asunder the shroud of war. Soldiers, advance en masse and eradicate the demon race. On the opposing side, the forces of the 9 heavens also roared in unison, their momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. A fearsome tide of slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. An endless chorus of demon roars echoed, their sound waves crashing like a tsunami, reverberating through the world. The 9 heavens army swiftly assembled. An immense surge of true essence erupted from within them, transforming into countless beams of light, obliterating everything in their path. Buzzing. Above the void, dozens of figures clad in crimson robes unleashed various killing formations, resembling a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtering countless demons, blood splattering in every direction. Boom! A shadowy, monstrous entity descended with a thunderous stomp, instantly grinding a battalion into a mist of blood, and then several esteemed powerhouses soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light, relentlessly attacking the terrifying demon. In an instant, chaos erupted in the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of blood and death, inducing a sense of dread. The undying demon emperor, I shall send you plummeting into the abyss of death. High in the firmament, an elder in golden robes flickered with movement, issuing a low growl as his true essence surged forth, summoning the boundless forces of heaven and earth, morphing into a terrifying golden dragon shadow, hurtling towards Su Ming with cataclysmic intent. His name was Luo Chintian, the foremost elder of the 9 heavens, his power having reached the 8th tier of the Emperor realm, making him one of the highest combatants in this expedition against the demon race. Brilliant golden light, the roar of the golden dragon tore through space, causing the void to begin shattering, as if unable to withstand the tremendous force, emitting cracking sounds. Humph! Observing this, a cold smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as he unleashed a punch that obliterated the terrifying golden dragon into dust, then swiftly appeared beside Luo Chintian. How swift! Luo Chintian's heart raced in terror. Su Ming's speed was utterly horrifying, to the point where he had not even registered the attack before it was upon him. In that moment, a profound sense of impending doom surged within Luo Chintian's heart. It was as if invisible hands had seized his throat, and he could only await the arrival of death. Boom, with a single punch. The golden staff in Luo Chuntian's grasp shattered, half of his body disintegrating into a mist of blood, staining the heavens crimson. Cough. He suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, gazing at the now near Su Ming. His mind flooded with countless memories of a lifetime. With the second punch, Luo Chuntian's body completely crumbled, blood gushing forth like rain from the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the 8th tier of the Emperor Realm. Cultivation level, elevated to the 5th tier of the Emperor Realm. Luo Chuntian has perished. Chapter 48. The supreme might of the ancestor of the 9 heavens, Elder Luo. Witnessing this immensely horrifying scene, the numerous powerhouses of the 9 heavens felt an indescribable shock surge through them, their faces turning ashen. That undying demon emperor was far too terrifying, far too fearsome. 2 punches, merely 2 punches, and their foremost elder was obliterated like an ant. Utterly defenseless, damn it. The supreme emperor of the 9 heavens, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, his expression shifting, rushed to the ominous black coffin, forcing a drop of his blood into it, bending his knees and kneeling. Bowing reverently and passionately, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "Ancestor, I am the 82nd generation supreme emperor of the 9 heavens, Xinyuan Lingtian. Our dynasty is facing a great calamity. I beseech the ancestor for protection, imploring you to intervene, to safeguard our 9 heavens dynasty." As his voice fell, the drop of blood was instantly consumed, and an overwhelming, unfathomable wave of mysterious energy surged forth from the coffin, manifesting an unparalleled divine might that swept across the heavens. In an instant, everyone trembled violently, their very souls quaking, as if they had plunged into the depths of hell. Boom. The coffin lid thunderously burst open, revealing a figure clad in a black robe and crowned, yet devoid of vitality. This figure exuded an extraordinarily eerie aura, as if it were not a living being at all, but rather a lifeless entity. Junior Xinyuan Lingtian, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Upon witnessing the emergence of this figure, the supreme emperor of the 9 heavens bowed once more, his demeanor exceedingly solemn, buzzing. The ancestor of the 9 heavens emerged from the coffin, his eyes clouded, as if receiving some form of communication. As he opened and closed his mouth, countless soldiers of the 9 heavens transformed into pure blood, which he consumed in a single gulp. In that moment, countless powerhouses of the 9 heavens glared in fury. But upon witnessing the bowed supreme emperor, they were rendered speechless. 9 heavens. Consuming the essence blood of millions, the ancestor's eyes gradually regained clarity, emanating a chilling light. His name was Xinyuan Zhitian, the 60th supreme emperor of the 9 heavens, who had once ushered in an unprecedented era of glory and become a dominant force in the Xian continent, instilling fear in all. His power was terrifying, having grasped a fragment of the laws of the emperor's way, ascending into the legendary supreme realm, a strength beyond imagination. In his final moments, this ancient emperor sealed his last vestige of power, leaving it for future generations to confront the ultimate calamity. Xinyuan Zhitian's gaze remained somewhat dazed. He had slumbered for 10,000 years, and now, upon awakening, some memories lingered in the annals of time. Those were at this moment, Su Ming also gazed upon the mysterious figure emerging from the coffin. The ominous aura surrounding it, even he felt a pang of trepidation and oppression. Could this be the hidden trump card of the 9 heavens dynasty? A chilling light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and with a flick of his fingers, he summoned a torrent of dark power, descending upon the mysterious figure with reckless abandon. The might of his current strength, bolstered by the 5th layer of the Demon Emperor's slaughtering heaven sutra, was magnitudes more potent than ordinary true essence. When unleashed, it resembled divine retribution, terrifying to the extreme. Rumbling, the dark force descended upon the world, as if to crush the very heavens into dust. Yet, Xinyuan Zhitian merely extended a hand, and the dark power was instantaneously halted. Then, boom! The overwhelming dark force collapsed, but Xinyuan Zhitian's arm remained unscathed, the pressure radiating from his being growing ever more formidable, like that of a divine being. Demon rays. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xinyuan Zhitian's eyes, as if recalling past events, his voice reverberating like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens. Thud. He stepped into the void, and with the clenching of his fingers, An object at the waist of the Supreme Emperor trembled violently, and then, a purple-gold longsword soared forth, firmly grasped in Xianyuan Jitian's hand. This longsword, resplendent in purple gold, bore intricate runes and patterns, exuding an ancient, timeless aura, as if it had endured countless ages, eternal and unyielding, containing an awe-inspiring power, divine sword. Xianyuan Jitian gently caressed the longsword, which quivered slightly as if sensing the return of its master, rejoicing. The day of the dynasty's great calamity has finally arrived. Has it not? His gaze swept indifferently across the battlefield, then turned towards Su Ming in the distance, his voice as cold as ice at you who has forced the empire I have built to such a dire state? Upon hearing this, Su Ming merely smiled indifferently, his eyes revealing a flicker of fervent battle intent. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the weak that have no room for choice. Excellent. Xianyuan Jitian was engulfed by a chilling aura of murderous intent. His sword emanating a purple glow, radiating an unparalleled sharpness. His voice resonated like the thunder of the heavens, reverberating through the cosmos. I shall see what qualifications you possess, though be called a strong one by your own mouth. Xianyuan Jitian, wielding the divine K sword, bathed in boundless purple radiance, resembled a majestic deity, gazing down upon all beings, looking down upon the heavens and the earth with pride, with a swing of his sword. The purple radiance surged, the sword light tearing through the heavens, advancing unyieldingly, boom. Between heaven and earth, the laws subtly manifested, forming serpentine purple-golden dragons, carrying an aura that made souls tremble, crashing down upon Su Ming. This was the true power of supremacy. Although Xianyuan Jitian now teetered on the brink of collapse, this strike still possessed the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth, a terrifying force to behold. Even a half-step supreme being would likely find it impossible to escape death in the face of this sword. Come on. Witnessing this horrifying strike, Su Ming revealed a fierce and frenzied expression. The Ming blood demon sword instantly unsheathed. A terrifying sword intent surged into the sky, transforming into a realm of deathly silence, filled with boundless slaughter and ominous energy, engulfing the 8 desolations. Whoosh! Su Ming's body shot forth. Wielding the Ming blood demon sword, colliding violently with the incoming strike, crash! The deafening sound resonated like a thunderclap, causing all to instinctively cover their ears, dizzy and disoriented. The terrifying clash instantly unleashed a cataclysmic storm, spreading outwards, engulfing the entire realm. In the face of that monstrous storm, several nearby sovereign-level powerhouses were caught in the backlash, spewing reverse blood, their faces drained of color, stumbling back dozens of miles, and at the storm's epicenter. Su Ming also staggered back 1,000 feet, his body already marred with cracks, bloodied. Is this the power of the laws? Su Ming casually spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly enduring this terrifying blow. Yet he advanced rather than retreated, and with a sneer, boundless, dreadful dark mist began to rise. System. Carry. The power of the demon god. Chapter 49. The power of ultimate annihilation, slaying the supreme, boom. The vast demonic energy traversed the void. Akin to a black tide, surging forth in all directions, ding. Successfully carried one part of the demon goddess power, current carrying source power. Ultimate annihilation demon god. As the system's voice faded, the terrifying might of the demon god erupted at this moment. That dreadful power seemed capable of shattering galaxies, annihilating worlds. Even the laws of the Tao could only be obliterated by it. Buzzing, under the enhancement of the ultimate annihilation power, the demonic blood within Su Ming ignited as if on fire, boiling hot, blood-colored demonic patterns spreading from his skin, rendering him increasingly sinister, resembling a hellish Azura. The Ming blood demon sword emitted an oppressive aura that felt suffocating, akin to a blade from hell, its sharpness palpable, instilling fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianyuan Jitian's gaze abruptly sharpened. He could sense that the level of this power seemed superior to his own imperial Tao laws, a force transcending the laws. Once this thought took root in his mind, it became inescapable, and for a moment, a hint of dread arose within Xianyuan Jitian's heart. Who exactly is this person? Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the void collapsed. Su Ming stepped upon the crumbling realm, raising the Ming blood demon sword high. striking down towards Xian Yuanjitian. This sword contained boundless killing intent, as if seeking to extinguish all living beings within this realm, burying them in an eternal abyss. Arrogance. Xian Yuanjitian snorted coldly, sweeping forth the divine K sword, its sword light devouring all, transforming into a sun of purple radiance that obscured the sky. Buzzing. The power of the imperial Tao laws erupted in full force. Instantly, the dragon vein power of the entire Nine Heavens dynasty seemed to be summoned, morphing into a purple divine dragon stretching tens of thousands of miles, roaring with terrible dragon might as it descended. This strike represented the strongest attack Xian Yuanjitian could muster at present. Its power so immense, it could likely flatten a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Boom. The two terrifyingly unparalleled attacks collided fiercely, the very fabric of space seeming to shatter, countless cracks rapidly expanding in the void, resembling a spider web, covering the entire realm. Bang. Under the power of the ultimate annihilation demon god, the purple dragon shadow barely held for less than a breath before being utterly crushed into nothingness. And that terrifying sword light continued unabated, carrying with it a vast destructive might, striking down fiercely. Damn it. Bang. Xian Yuanjitian's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. However, he did not even have time to react before his body and soul were instantaneously obliterated. Reduced to nothingness, boom! The sword light extended for hundreds of thousands of miles, enveloping billions of Nine Heavens troops. After one swing of the sword, nearly half of the army did not even have time to scream before being shredded into nothingness by that terrifying sword light. In one fell swoop, the first emperor of Nine Heavens perished, a full 40 billion troops, thus turned to ashes. At this moment, the world fell silent, all sounds ceased. Countless strong warriors of the Nine Heavens dynasty dropped their weapons, which clattered to the ground. They stared blankly at the terrifying abyss that spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, their hearts seemingly having stopped beating. The former emperor, the Saint Emperor of Nine Heavens, trembled all over. Witnessing the fall of Xian Yuanjitian, his will seemed to shatter at this moment. Gazing at the majestic demonic figure standing in the heavens, he felt as if he were a mere ant. How could he contend with that demon emperor? The Nine Heavens dynasty has already been defeated, and there is no hope left for victory. This once glorious and vast empire has ultimately perished at the hands of Xian Yuanjitian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the third layer of the Supreme Realm, Remnant. Cultivation level elevated to the 9th layer of the Sovereign Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the third layer of the Supreme Realm, Remnant. Earning 10 kill points. Ding! The carrying of the demon goddess power has concluded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trace of imperial demonic bloodline. The true demon immortal body has transformed into the imperial demon immortal body. On the other side, after slaying Xian Yuanjitian, the system's voice resonated repeatedly in Su Ming's mind, the immense rewards causing a slight tremor in his heart, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The imperial demon immortal body. This is a supreme bloodline of the demon god level. Merely being a 4th-tier physique has granted him a several-fold enhancement in physical strength, along with the terrifying ability of blood rebirth. Moreover, buzzing with the thought, a trace of dark power manifested in his palm, and now it even seemed to emanate a hint of destructive might, resonating in harmony with the ultimate annihilation power. This transformation has significantly amplified his power multiple times. The imperial demon immortal body truly is extraordinary. After sensing the powers he had gained, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Now, the remaining Nine Heavens army had lost their fighting spirit, standing before countless frenzied demon clans like lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. This brutal battle was nearing its end. Your Majesty, quickly leave with this old man. As long as you are alive, we still have hope. At this moment, several royal elders beside Xian Yuanjitian wore pale faces, intending to take the Saint Emperor and flee. However, before these individuals could act, Bai Mo Chun had already drawn his sword, severing several heads that soared into the sky. Blood mist enveloping the heavens. In an instant, Xian Yuanjitian's golden dragon robe was stained red with blood. He raised his head, his eyes filled with endless resentment and ferocity, bellowing each word with intensity. You shall face divine retribution. Bang! In the next moment, as Su Ming pointed his finger, the body of Xinyuan Ling Tian exploded instantaneously, showering blood across the realm. Divine retribution? If it truly possesses such power, then let it come. Su Ming's chilling smile graced his lips as he sat upon the dark throne, surveying all creation like a deity. Amidst the endless death and wailing, this grand battle was ultimately declared a resounding victory for the Demon Clan. Chapter 50. The establishment of the Demon Dynasty, declaring war upon the world the following day. In the city of Huangtian, an eerie silence enveloped the vast imperial city. On the city walls, countless guards trembled uncontrollably, gazing towards the encroaching darkness in the distance, their hearts filled with an indescribable dread. 8 billion troops, along with nearly all the formidable warriors of the dynasty, had perished beneath the iron hooves of the Demon Clan. The Jiuxiao dynasty now possessed no power to resist. At this moment, before the city gates, the Jiuxiao prince Xinyuan Maoyan and the remaining ministers all bowed deeply to the ground, awaiting the arrival of the conqueror. Pledging their allegiance to the supreme Demon Emperor, boom, boom, boom. The muffled roar echoed closer, stirring up clouds of dust, causing the inhabitants of Huangtian City to tremble in their hearts, rising an uncontrollable fear within them. Finally, the dark army of the Demon Clan, shrouding the sky, came to a slow halt before Huangtian City, and amidst the entourage of the 6 great hall masters, Su Ming's figure gradually emerged. We pay our respects to your majesty. The Demon Emperor, the Jiuxiao dynasty is willing to submit, to eternally serve you as our sovereign. Xinyuan Maoyan hurriedly spoke, respectfully bowing his head, his tone filled with sincerity. The other ministers also knelt in unison, not daring to lift their heads to gaze upon the endless demon army or the formidable, undying Demon Emperor. Submission. Su Ming stepped into the void, looking down from his lofty perch at Xinyuan Maoyan and the others who lay prostrate on the ground. A glimmer of ominous intent flickering in his eyes, with a swift motion, he soared into the heavens, soon taking in the entirety of Huangtian City before him. This was a colossal city stretching over hundreds of thousands of miles, housing perhaps over several billion beings, and at the very center of this grand metropolis stood a towering stele, inscribed with 2 ancient and imposing characters. Jiuxiao. The Jiuxiao Imperial Palace floated like a celestial abode, surrounded by an endless aura of noble purple, evoking a sense of disorienting illusion. Yu Ming chuckled coldly, growing increasingly disdainful of this city. He spoke with indifference, his icy voice causing every soul within to tremble violently, igniting a surge of uncontainable fear within their hearts. From this day forth, the Jiuxiao dynasty shall cease to exist. And this city, which I despise, holds no further need for existence. Buzz, as his words fell, an invisible ripple emanated from his being, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Huangtian City, instilling a sense of ominous foreboding in all. Your Majesty, do you intend to? Xinyuan Maoyan raised his gaze, staring at the figure standing upon the void, an expression of shock suddenly crossing his features. Yet, before he could finish his words, in the next moment, the entire Huangtian City was engulfed in endless darkness. And then, the burial sky demon domain unfolded. Boom. In an instant, 80% of the city's structures were obliterated. Over 10 billion ordinary beings vanished without a trace, while those powerful ones were drenched in their own blood, their wails echoing continuously. Bang. 2 breaths later, every building save the imperial palace disappeared, the entirety of the city reduced to nothingness, and those warriors were shattered into blood mist under the weight of this power. Boom. 3 breaths later, the vast Huangtian City was utterly devoid of any structures or beings, completely razed to the ground, as if the once mighty imperial city had never existed. Buzz, Su Ming's gaze remained indifferent, and with a slight motion of his fingers, he withdrew the power of the burial sky demon domain, as if he had merely crushed a few insignificant ants, utterly calm. From this day forth, there shall be no Jiuxiao. Su Ming's figure slowly descended from the heart of Huangtian City, his voice low and foreboding. Boom. In an instant, billions of demon soldiers knelt upon the ground, directing their voices towards the figure that resembled a deity, shouting in unison. The Demon Emperor shall forever reign over the heavens and earth, immortal for all eternity. The boundless demon clan chanted in unison, their voices rolling like thunder, causing the entire firmament to tremble. In this moment, Su Ming appeared as the unparalleled emperor ruling over all. Each movement, each breath commanding the heavens to pale, all things to submit. He spoke once more, his voice akin to the dread of celestial authority, resonating across 100,000 miles of space. I, the undying Demon Emperor, hereby establish the burial sky demon dynasty. Our demon clan shall ultimately become the sovereign of this world, commanding all under heaven, unrivaled and supreme. Boom. His proclamation thundered like a clap of thunder in the ears of every demon, sending shivers through their souls and stirring a torrent of emotion within. In this moment, before the infinite demon clan, that towering figure seemed to be the sole existence in this realm. We pay our respects to your majesty. The Demon Emperor. We pay our respects to your majesty, the Demon Emperor. Countless demons bowed reverently once more, their eyes brimming with fervent worship, as if they had found the highest object of their faith in the figure before them. Burial Sky Demon Dynasty. Though merely a letter apart from the Burial Sky Demon Palace, its significance was utterly different. The Demon Dynasty, a true realm of demonic power, once established, would choose to stand against all righteous forces, inciting turmoil across the entire Xianzhou. Su Ming's actions were not merely to announce the birth of the Demon Dynasty, but also to declare war upon the entirety of Xianzhou, seeking to obliterate all those who defy him. To unify the entire Xianzhou, let us wage war for the glory of this dynasty. As the unparalleled brilliance of the Demon Dynasty shall accompany your strides towards a new epoch, as you command. Your Majesty, as you command. The endless roars pierced the heavens, shaking the world for 100,000 miles. An immortal, unparalleled Demon Dynasty was born at this moment. Chapter 51. Winds of Change. The imperial demon capital with the fall of the Zhou dynasty and the establishment of the Burial Sky Demon Dynasty. The situation in Xianzhou began to grow increasingly complex, a storm brewing. Countless powerful beings proclaimed their intent to eradicate the Demon Dynasty, even vowing to behead the undying Demon Emperor. To honor the countless souls of the Zhou dynasty. For a time, the entire Xianzhou seemed infused with an intense scent of gunpowder, as if on the brink of eruption, ready to overturn the heavens and earth. However, this state of affairs lasted merely 3 days. With the emergence of a shocking piece of news, like a lit fuse, it instantly ignited the entire Xianzhou. For the undying Demon Emperor boldly proclaimed his ambition to unify the entire Xianzhou, commanding all to submit, declaring that any defiance would lead to death. The Demon Emperor's arrogance incited the fury of countless powerful beings. Yet, amidst their anger, many felt nothing but disdain. Unifying Xianzhou? What a laughable notion. How could a mere demonic realm dare to attempt to dominate the entirety of Xianzhou? It was the height of folly. Let alone commanding all to submit, even the 4 sacred lands could easily suppress this so-called Demon Dynasty. Such arrogance knows no bounds. This undying Demon Emperor is far too overconfident. He is simply courting death. I am eager to see how long this so-called Burial Sky Demon Dynasty can endure. Countless voices filled the air with mockery and disregard, as if they had already foreseen the demise of the Burial Sky Demon Dynasty. 1 month later. Burial Sky Demon Dynasty, the imperial demon capital. The magnificent demon capital spanned over 1,000,000 miles, serving as the core domain of the newly established Demon Dynasty. The grand imperial palace loomed in the void, exuding a formidable aura that instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. Upon the towering walls, numerous figures stood proudly, akin to guardian deities, their cold gazes sweeping across the surroundings. Any sign of disturbance would be met with ruthless annihilation. In the current Demon Dynasty, the Demon Emperor reigned supreme. His words equated to divine decree, leaving no room for defiance. Beneath the Demon Emperor, numerous demon palaces existed, each palace master wielding power second only to the Emperor, holding dominion over the life and death of countless beings. In just a month, the Burial Sky Demon Dynasty had fully seized control of the entire Zhou territory, constructing this boundless and magnificent demon capital, causing numerous forces within Xianzhou to feel trepidation. Refraining from any rash actions. At present, the 4 sacred lands and the 2 royal dynasties had yet to reveal their intentions, but were secretly observing the movements within the Demon Dynasty. As for the arrogant words of the undying Demon Emperor from earlier, the crowd had long since forgotten them, paying them no heed whatsoever. After all, in the span of this month, the Burial Sky Demon Dynasty had made no moves at all. Everything seemed remarkably tranquil, as if the previous events were merely a trivial jest. Yet, this calmness evoked a sense of unease, akin to the stillness that precedes a tempest, heightening anxiety and inducing trepidation. At this moment, within the imperial palace, Su Ming sat regally upon the dark throne, idly toying with a blood-red orb that shimmered with strange crimson veins, emanating a terrifying wave of energy that sent shivers down the spine. Beneath him, the 6 main hall masters and hundreds of powerful demons knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with reverence, awaiting Su Ming's decree. A month had passed. How many among those who had willingly submitted to our demon dynasty now? A chilling voice reverberated through the grand hall, the cold intent laced within it dropping the temperature to what felt like freezing point. Reporting to His Majesty, only the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Ghost Fiend sect, and the Demon Shadow sect have expressed their willingness to submit to our demon dynasty. The rest have remained silent. Moreover, the Grand Law God sect had openly insulted our demon dynasty, declaring that we demons were no different from savage beasts. Merely a pack of, the elder demon's speech faltered, his expression darkening slightly. Despicable beasts, bang. Preposterous. Where is that ridiculous sect? This hall master shall go and eradicate them entirely to set an example. Upon hearing this, Mo could no longer contain himself, his eyes brimming with boundless fury, wishing to lead his followers to assault the Grand Law God sect and annihilate them completely. Other demons were equally enraged, their eyes glowing crimson with overwhelming murderous intent. How amusing! Su Ming smiled lightly from the throne, a chilling curve gracing his lips. They are nothing more than a swarm of ants, daring to challenge the dignity of our demon dynasty. Mo, go and destroy the Grand Law God sect. Let those ignorant fools understand what true despair is, at your command. Mo replied respectfully, bowing deeply, his eyes glinting with an endless ferocity. Meanwhile, at the Grand Law God Sectus Plaza, as one of the 3 premier sects of the Songlong dynasty, the Grand Law God sect boasted a profound foundation, housing hundreds of thousands of disciples, with innumerable strong practitioners within. Even the Songlong dynasty held them in high regard. Today marked the centennial celebration of the Grand Law God sect, and the plaza was filled with throngs of people, bustling with excitement. Boom! In the center of the plaza, upon a massive arena, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat, neither yielding to the other, with fists flying and winds howling, causing the surrounding disciples to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Finally, with a resounding crash, one of the combatants was hurled backward, spitting blood, and fell into unconsciousness. The victor, Inner Sect S. Lin Su. Upon witnessing this, an elder acting as the referee stepped forward to announce the outcome of the match. Brother Lin has won. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from below the arena. With eager eyes fixed upon Lin Su, who stood atop the platform, a look of pride gracing his face, he was the foremost disciple of the Inner Sect, having reached the 9th level of the celestial realm, capable of establishing his own sect and dominating a region in some small nations. Chapter 52. The Songlong Prince, the oncoming onslaught of Mo at this moment. Atop a high platform, several gazes swept across the central arena where Lin Su stood. Admiration flickering in their eyes. Your Highness, what do you think of our Lin Su? One elder clad in purple robes stroked his beard, glancing at a young man draped in platinum robes, smiling gently as he inquired. Quite impressive. The young man in the platinum robe turned slowly, revealing a strikingly handsome face with chiseled features, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. His name was Gu Yunxian, the 2nd prince of the Songlong dynasty, possessing an esteemed status along with unfathomable strength. Though his natural talent might be slightly inferior, his resolute character and extraordinary comprehension were remarkable. At just 20 years of age, he had already attained the 9th level of the celestial realm. Achieving the status of a sovereign in the future would be no difficult feat. Gu Yunxian spoke, his gaze lingering on Lin Su atop the arena for a moment before chuckling softly. His words laced with deeper significance. Ha, Your Highness is too kind. The purple-robed elder modestly stroked his beard and smiled, before continuing. I assume Your Highness has come to discuss how we should respond to the Burial Sky Demon Dynasty. Precisely. Jiu Yunxuan's eyes flickered, a cold smile gracing his lips. The establishment of a nation by demons is utterly laughable. My father is preparing plans to attack the burial sky demon dynasty. Once the moment is ripe, we shall uproot them entirely. His gaze shimmered with cold light, lips curling into a sinister arc. Elder Su, when that time comes, I implore the Grand Law God sect to lend us your strength to annihilate that demon nation. To showcase the dignity of our Tsanglong dynasty, haha, those fiends deserve to be exterminated, and our Grand Law God sect shall certainly not sit idly by. Upon hearing Gu Yunxian's words, Elder Su, the sect leader of the Grand Law God sect, erupted into laughter, his eyes shining with fervor. His name was Su Shanhai, the leader of the Grand Law God sect, possessing strength at the 8th level of the sovereign realm, considered a formidable figure within the Tsanglong dynasty. Holding an immensely high status, his disdain for those demons was profound. Had it not been for the fear of the power wielded by the demon dynasty, he would have already led numerous strong practitioners to assault the capital of the demon dynasty. Boom. However, that moment, a deafening roar suddenly resonated, causing everyone to freeze momentarily, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound. They beheld a dark canopy gathering in the sky, overshadowing the sun, exuding a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Upon witnessing this, the disciples turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, overwhelmed by fear as they gazed at the ominous black clouds that enveloped the sky, a sense of invisible oppression washing over them. This is Su Shanhai, and the others also looked up, their expressions grave as they observed the black clouds looming overhead. Elders, be on guard, he bellowed, his figure slowly ascending into the air, his fingers weaving intricate formations that enveloped the entire sect. Activating the protective array. It is the demon race. Jiu Yunxian's expression turned cold, his figure flickering as he joined Su Shanhai's side, standing shoulder to shoulder. Buzz. Suddenly, beside him, several powerful figures appeared, revealing themselves as his protectors. Crack! Within the black clouds, a bolt of blood-colored lightning struck down fiercely, causing ripples to spread across the protective array, clearly indicating substantial impact. Cackling, the slightly hunched figure of Mo materialized in the void, surrounded by countless powerful demons and shadowy creatures, including several horrifying entities at the sovereign realm, radiating an overwhelming aura that filled the air with malevolence. I am Mo, the 4th Hall Master under the Demon Emperor. Here by His Majesty's decree, Tio exterminate this place, leaving no trace behind. Mo's voice was chillingly cold, devoid of any emotional inflection, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Those who insult our demon dynasty shall perish. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these despicable ants. With Mo's command, countless demon warriors clad in black armor roared with ferocity, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire as they gazed at the humans within the protective array. These damned madmen. Su Shanhai's brows furrowed tightly, his face darkening as he beheld the demon army that blotted out the sky. A surge of intense rage welled up within him. Buzzing. Jiu Yunxian held a command talisman in his hand, which flickered briefly before extinguishing. The signaling talisman was no longer functional, his gaze sharpened. When truly confronted with the overwhelming might of the demon race, a sense of dread and helplessness surged within him. Rest assured, Your Highness, our Grand Law God sect's protective array can withstand at least 3 days. Believing that the Imperial dynasty would soon detect the invasion of the demon clan and dispatch powerful reinforcements. Suddenly, as his words fell, the dark and ominous demon horde erupted into chaos. An overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth, intent on engulfing the grand formation. The combined strike of countless demon lords bore a formidable power, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Boom! The deafening roar resonated through the realm, rendering many disciples within the Grand Law Divine sect pale and trembling, their eyes filled with despair. Crack, crack, bang! The sharp sound of shattering echoed, as the massive protective formation was utterly torn apart. Boom! Instantly, the terrifying shockwave cascaded down like a tsunami, sending countless disciples flying like blood-soaked sacks, blood splattering everywhere. Those of weaker cultivation were ground into a mist of crimson, transformed into a pool of blood. Ah! The piercing screams rang out, plunging the realm further into chaos and horror. Chapter 53. The Calamity of Demon Flame and the Path to Annihilation. Damn it! Su Shanhai retreated 1,000 zhang, gazing at the utterly shattered protective formation, his eyes instantly reddening with murderous intent. What has happened? Whoosh. Meanwhile, deep within the Grand Law Divine sect, several powerful auras surged forth, awakened from their seclusion by the destruction of the formation. Demon Kin, Su Shanhai. What is the situation now? An elderly man with a rugged visage bellowed, his murky gaze fixated on the distant, roiling mass of the demon army. His name is Xiao Tianzhan, one of the supreme elders of the Grand Law Divine sect, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Imperial Lord, and he has faintly grasped a hint of the power of the laws. Su Shanhai's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth. Elder Xiao? These demons are nothing but unhinged lunatics. Be cautious, boom. Before Xiao Tianzhan and the others could react, they witnessed countless demons launch their attack, a deluge of dark power sweeping down like an ocean. Unbridled, Xiao Tianzhan roared in fury, radiant golden light emanating from his body, as a dragon elephant phantom appeared behind him, his feet striking the ground, propelling him like a cannonball into the boundless darkness. Bang! With a single punch, the vast imprint shattered thousands of demons, scattering blood and flesh across the sky. He practiced the ancient secret technique Dragon Elephant Suppression Art, possessing the power of the primordial dragon elephant within him. Each move wielding boundless might. Damn demons, this place is not for your rampage. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted as Xiao Tianzhan, channeling the strength of the 8 realms, single-handedly blocked the dark tide. His expression was grim, an endless golden light enveloped him, enhancing his already formidable presence, resembling a deity descending, as all demons were obliterated in his wake. Elder Zhao's strength truly lives up to its reputation. Jiu Yunxian observed in awe, recognizing that such power would undoubtedly rank among the top even within the entire Songlong Empire. Indeed impressive power. Alas, your fate has long been sealed. Instantly, countless demons in the sky retreated to the sides. The chilling voice of Mo Yi resonated, his gaze glinting with a bloodthirsty coldness, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boom! The terrifying demonic aura surged down like a torrent, threatening to collapse the heavens. Roar! A towering demonic figure manifested in the void, howling towards the sky, its eyes ablaze with endless demonic flames. At this moment, Mo Yi seemed to transform into an ancient true demon, the vast demonic might sweeping across the realm like a storm, causing Gu Yunxian and others below to tremble in horror. Following by Ma Qing, he had become the second inheritor of the true demon, his strength now terrifyingly formidable, rivaling that of Bai Ma Qing. And this true demon's name was Yuan Yi Jiema. Struggle as you may, this shall be your final opportunity. Ha ha ha! Mo Yi, with a crazed expression, laughed maniacally, as his right hand swept down, unleashing an endless torrent of black demonic flames that engulfed the entire Grand Law Divine sect. Xiao Tianzhan's eyes widened in fury, channeling the power of the 10 Directions Dragon Elephant, choosing to withstand the dark flames. Protect the safety of the entire sect. Boom! The power of the black flames was simply too fearsome, merely upon contact. Xiao Tianzhan was sent flying like a cannonball, his body drenched in blood, his form tainted with dark flames, shrieking in agony. Boom! Without external resistance, the sky was engulfed by the black flames, erupting like a volcano, instantly covering the entire Grand Law Divine sect. Your Highness, retreat quickly. The guardians beside Gu Yunxian, witnessing this, all exclaimed in horror, hastily pushing him away while they fought to resist. Boom! Endless black flames cascaded down, instantly transforming the Grand Law Divine sect into a purgatory of death, countless structures collapsing, numerous disciples incinerated on the spot. Even the few fortunate survivors were consumed by the remnants of the flames. Gu Yunxian screamed desperately, as several guardians became nothing but pools of mangled flesh, sacrificing their lives to grant him a moment's respite. Yet even so, his current state was dire, the searing pain of the black flames almost unbearable. His body shattered and bloodied, his once handsome face contorted in agony. Meanwhile, Su Shanhai had been reduced to nothing but a head, his charred eyes still reflecting the last flicker of fear and deep regret before death. Ha ha ha! How does the taste of this calamity demonic flame feel? In the void above, Mo Yi's face twisted in a grimace, gazing at the countless humans below who were screaming in despair, his heart filled with extreme pleasure. Dare to insult the demon dynasty? This is your fate. Cleanse this place. Leave not a single creature alive. Imoye's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty coldness, his icy voice rasping from his throat, and immediately, the calamity demonic flames surged fiercer, ravenously devouring all living beings on this land. In an instant, the anguished cries echoed continuously, reverberating in the void. Yes, countless demons also let out frenzied roars, charging down from the heavens, beginning to slaughter all remaining survivors. Wait! In that moment, Gu Yunxian, holding a jade token, shouted at the countless demons, his charred face reflecting sheer terror and despair. I am. The sound of flesh being torn filled the air, as Gu Yunxian, having just begun to speak, was beheaded by a demon warrior, who then crushed his skull, blood splattering, igniting a frenzied roar from the surrounding demons. The Grand Law Divine Sect, this ancient sect that has endured for millennia, has thus met its ultimate demise. Chapter 54. The Emperor's Fury. The next day, in the demon city of Emperor Ming, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled your request, raising the Grand Law Divine Sect to the ground. Let those despicable ants know the might of our demon dynasty. In the Grand Hall, Imoye knelt, respectfully reporting, Excellent. From the shadowy imperial throne, Su Ming spoke slowly, his crimson demon eyes glimmering with a somber and icy light, causing a shiver in the hearts of those present. However, the destruction of the Grand Law Divine Sect is merely the beginning for our demon dynasty. What follows? His gaze brimmed with endless malice, he slowly raised a finger, lightly tapping on the armrest of the imperial throne. Thud. Thud. Each tap seemed to carry an eerie rhythm, spreading an invisible pressure throughout the hall, making it hard to breathe. A slight smile curved Su Ming's lips, a facade of gentleness that belied a chilling coldness. Let us commence from that moment in the celestial dragon empire. The patience of this emperor is, after all, finite. Boom. However, at that very instant, before Su Ming's words could fully resonate, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted from the heavens above, causing the entire imperial palace to tremble slightly. Undying Demon Emperor, you have crossed the line, a deep and powerful voice reverberated, laced with a hint of fury, as if it contained an inexplicable wave that shook the very souls of those present. Buzzing, immediately, 3 figures materialized in the void, each draped in white robes, their overwhelming presence spreading like a tidal wave, suffusing the sky. Audacious! Who dares to wreak havoc in my demon capital? In an instant, accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts, numerous powerful members of the demon race soared into the sky, their eyes ablaze with a furious wrath as they gazed upon the 3 figures that dared to tread upon the void. The demon capital, ruled by Emperor Ming, is the very heart of the entire funeral sky demon dynasty. How could it possibly allow others to run rampant? Buzzing. The figures of Su Ming and his companions also materialized in the void, and at this moment, his face bore no trace of a smile. Instead, it was replaced by an endless coldness, gloom, ferocity, and murderous intent. Yet another few oblivious to their impending doom. Crack. Suddenly, that terrifying pressure surged forth like a tempest. And in an instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to sink several degrees, the surrounding space becoming riddled with countless cracks like a spider's web. Demon Emperor, today we 3 stand as representatives of the will of the 4 sacred lands. In light of your actions against the Divine Law Sect, the leaders of the sacred lands have reached a final decision. Should you choose to submit to the sacred lands, we might still consider sparing you from your transgressions. Otherwise, feeling the overwhelming and terrifying pressure, an elderly white-haired man spoke slowly, his tone indifferent yet unmistakably authoritative. He paused, then continued. If you persist in your stubbornness, then this so-called demon dynasty shall be consigned to history. His cold voice pierced the eardrums of the many demons present, causing their expressions to turn icy and grim. Submit? The word submission does not exist in the lexicon of the demon race. What nonsense! Sacred lands, before His Majesty the Demon Emperor, are nothing more than a horde of despicable ants. At this moment, the demon warriors all displayed murderous intent, exuding boundless malice. Had Su Ming not yet spoken, they would have surely launched their assault. Have you finished speaking? After a prolonged silence, Su Ming's chilling voice finally echoed from the void, causing the white-haired elder to furrow his brow, as he vaguely sensed an inkling of trepidation. His name was Jiang Sun, one of the elders of the Tianlan sacred land, possessing strength that reached the first level of the supreme realm, a figure almost legendary within Xianzhou. Yet within this funeral sky demon dynasty, he had not perceived any signs of a supreme realm powerhouse. But why did he feel an inexplicable sense of oppression in the presence of this demon emperor, just based on this insignificant junior who had yet to enter the supreme realm? Jiang Sun disdainfully shook his head. A mere monarch realm demon, no matter how formidable, would not dare to act recklessly before a true supreme powerhouse. Surely, he was overthinking this. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Sun spoke again, his voice growing colder. Old man. Yet at that moment, Yu Ming's figure vanished like a specter, and the next instant, bang! Jiang Sun was sent flying like a cannonball, his bones shattered. Flesh mangled, his face torn apart, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, utterly gruesome and horrifying. All of this transpired so rapidly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Jiang Sun had been grievously injured. On the brink of demise, sacred lands, crack. Su Ming trod upon Jiang Sun's back, the terrifying force descending, causing his bones to shatter inch by inch, and the meridians within his body to rupture completely. Ah! Jiang Sun howled in agony, a chilling sound that echoed with excruciating pain. Elder Jiang! Elder Jiang! Two fierce cries rang out as the two sacred land powerhouses who accompanied Jiang Sun witnessed this scene, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, the next scene caused their hearts to seize, their pupils dilating in horror. They beheld Su Ming grasping Jiang Sun by the nape, and then, crack, accompanied by the horrifying sound of flesh being torn asunder. Su Ming brutally extracted his spine and casually discarded it. At this moment, he slowly spoke, his tone chilling, reminiscent of the ruler of the netherworld. Your End Nigh. Chapter 55. The 100 Billion Demon Army. Darkness surging. This terrifying scene plunged the minds of the two into a void, a bone-chilling cold swiftly enveloping their bodies. They gazed at the now unrecognizable Jiang Sun, their eyes flickering with profound shock and dread. Elder Jiang has fallen, just like that. He was undeniably a supreme realm powerhouse, a figure of high standing even among the sacred lands. Yet now in the hands of this undying demon emperor, he appeared as fragile as an ant. And they had not even glimpsed the moment he struck. Jiang Sun had met an untimely death, a complete and utter crushing. There was simply no comparison to be made. If even a supreme realm powerhouse could not withstand a single blow, then what were they in comparison? In that instant, the two were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear, their hearts swelling with resentment towards the fallen Jiang Sun. Had he not been so arrogant? Would they have provoked the wrath of this demon emperor? Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a first-level supreme realm being, acquiring 5 points of slaughter value. Ding! Initiating the supreme realm breakthrough task. Slay 10 supreme realm beings, or 100,000 monarch realm beings. Task reward: 6 layers of the demon emperor's slaughtering heavenly scripture. 5th stage undying body of the demon emperor, obliterating law of power. Meanwhile, after slaying Jiang Sun, the system's voice resounded, marking the official commencement of the Supreme Realm Breakthrough task. However, Su Ming, for the moment, paid it no heed, his icy gaze fixed upon the remaining two from the sacred land, an overwhelming sense of pressure causing them to tremble, their breathing growing increasingly rapid. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I wish to join the Demon Dynasty. I implore you to allow me to become a member of the demon race, to serve beneath you. In an instant, one of them knelt on the ground, bowing his head in supplication to Su Ming, fully aware that should he choose to resist, his fate would be no better than that of Jiang Sun. Your Majesty, I too am willing to submit. I beseech you to pardon our sins. We are willing to offer everything. The other immediately followed suit, kneeling in terror, desperately seeking to preserve the last shred of their lives. Yet, Su Ming could scarcely bring himself to glance at them. His right hand suddenly clenched, buzzing, a torrent of dark power surged from his fingertips, morphing into a colossal black hand, which violently struck down upon the very area where the two stood. Boom! Deafening roar reverberated, as the entire void seemed to twist and contort at that moment. The two figures had no time to even scream before they were obliterated into a mist of blood, scattering with the wind. Proclaim my imperial decree. Assemble 100 billion demon troops. Tomorrow, We shall annihilate those 4 sacred lands. Having effortlessly crushed the 2, Su Ming coldly declared, his voice imbued with an overwhelming authority that sent shivers down the spines of all present. He, Su Ming, feared no threats. Since the 4 sacred lands had sought him out, he would extend them no mercy or compassion. Yes, we shall faithfully heed your majesty's decree. Upon hearing this, countless demons erupted into fervent roars, their disdain for the hypocritical members of the sacred lands having long since festered. Now, upon receiving Su Ming's command, they were utterly exhilarated. Should they succeed in exterminating the 4 sacred lands in one fell swoop, the unification of the demon dynasty over Xianzhou would be but a matter of time. In the fleeting span of a single night, as dawn's light pierced the horizon, a vast army of demons surged across the boundless earth. In the void above, countless dark spirit ships swept through the air, resembling a torrent of darkness that obscured the heavens, instilling a profound sense of dread. Instantly, the temperature in the world seemed to plummet to freezing point. As an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings, 100 billion strong, the demonic horde advanced like an unstoppable tide, threatening to level everything in their path. Their primary target was the sacred land of Lingshu. Nestled atop the divine Tianyun Mountain, though it ranked lower among the 4 sacred sites, its power surpassed that of the 3 imperial dynasties, and its formidable heritage was beyond measure. Having endured for millennia, the strength of the Lingshu sacred land was indisputable. Legends spoke of several supreme beings stationed there, their might terrifying in its intensity. Indeed, the 4 sacred sites were the true, unacknowledged kings of this realm. Standing tall and unwavering despite the passage of time, boom, the colossal dark spirit ships tore through the void, stirring up terrifying gales in their wake. Su Ming stood upon the deck, expressionless, clad in a dark robe that billowed ominously. His white hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, and his blood-red eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. Your Majesty, there exists a sect ahead. Should we guarantee that moment? Bai Maching appeared, respectfully reporting the current situation. Far ahead, tens of thousands of miles away, a vast sect domain emerged, obstructing the path of the demon army. With a whoosh, several figures swiftly emerged from the sect, halting before the relentless horde. Esteemed lords, this is the residence of Songhe Palace. We implore you to grant us the courtesy of passing through. A middle-aged man in a gray robe clasped his fists, his face etched with flattery. Yet his trembling form betrayed the deep-seated fear within. Confronted by the overwhelming might of the 100 billion demons, he felt as though he were facing the end of the world itself. Your Majesty, we beseech you. The middle-aged man spoke again, his tone laden with terror and supplication. Even if they abandoned their sect, how could the hundreds of thousands of disciples of Songhe Palace evacuate in such a brief span? Your time is limited, Su Ming replied indifferently, an aura of impending doom permeating the atmosphere, causing all present to shudder. Quick! Notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Hurry! In an instant, the members could no longer maintain their composure, shouting frantically as they rushed back to the sect to relay this absurd yet undeniable command. Ha ha ha, as expected of His Majesty. Watching this unfold, Imoi chuckled sinisterly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A single incense stick's worth of time was fleeting, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom. Meanwhile, the vast demon army came to a halt before Songhe Palace, their crimson, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on every inch of the earth before them. As if intent on incinerating it entirely, please, grant us more time, we implore you. Several members of Songhe Palace fell to their knees, their voices wretched and heartrending, evoking pity from all who heard. A single incense stick's worth of time was far too brief. Even with their utmost effort, they had barely managed to evacuate a fraction of their number. I have stated, you are granted but a single incense stick's worth of time. Su Ming's voice was cold, echoing with an unwavering finality, and now, the time had come. Boom. Suddenly, the overwhelming demonic might surged like a tidal wave, sending countless members of Songhe Palace into a state of pallor, their hearts sinking into despair. The fearsome presence loomed like a mountain, rendering them utterly powerless. The strongest among them was merely a third-tier monarch, utterly insignificant in the face of such catastrophic force. However, just as that unfathomable power was about to descend, a voice, tinged with resignation, resonated through the buzz. An invisible wave spread forth like lightning, causing numerous demon warriors to stagger back, as if struck by thunder. Oh! Su Ming regarded the sudden appearance with curiosity, his brow furrowing slightly in surprise. Before him stood a young man clad in black robes, his ink-black hair flowing in the wind, his countenance strikingly handsome. His deep, boundless eyes seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality, exuding an air of mystery. The aura he radiated was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the demons. Yuan Shao, among the members of Songhe Palace. Someone immediately recognized the young man in black robes, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Yuan Shao, once a true disciple of Songhe Palace, had mysteriously dissipated in power, subsequently retreating into seclusion for centuries, severing all ties with the outside world. Now, after hundreds of years, only the elder generation could recognize him. Yuan Shao had undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging as a formidable powerhouse. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the young man, their expressions a complex mix of emotions, yet predominantly filled with the joy of survival against all odds. Leave this place at once. It is not where you belong. Yuan Shao addressed Su Ming, his gaze devoid of emotion, calm as a still pond. 400 years prior, he had fortuitously obtained the legacy of a supreme being who referred to himself as the Emperor Imo Xingshan, hailing from a realm known as the Heavenly Star Divine Domain. The power he wielded was unimaginable. Following the bestowal of part of this legacy, the Emperor had entered a state of slumber, while Yuan Shao had chosen to remain hidden for 4 long centuries, unwilling to reveal any abnormalities. The arrival of the demon army had awakened him from his lengthy seclusion, marking his first appearance in the world after 400 years. Throughout this time, his cultivation had reached the 4th tier of the Supreme Realm, and he had forged a connection with the endless stars, grasping a fragment of true celestial power. In this moment, even before the vast army that obscured the sky, he felt no fear, exuding an air of dominance and defiance. Leave? Su Ming shook his head lightly, then spoke with an icy finality. My words are unalterable. Today, Songhe Palace is destined to be razed to the ground. Boom. Kill, kill, kill. As Su Ming's declaration echoed, an endless tide of demonic energy surged forth like an ocean, the 100 billion demons roaring in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth, eclipsing the sun and moon. Pfft. Several members of Songhe Palace spat blood, retreating thousands of feet, gazing upon the figure standing resolutely amidst the dark storm, resembling a deity. Their expressions brimmed with hope. The once ridiculed youth had now transformed into a formidable entity they could only look up to, embodying their sole hope for salvation. In the depths of the clouds, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuan Shao's eyes, and behind his towering figure, an expanse of magnificent celestial phenomena began to unveil itself, revealing a vast river of stars, with a firm grip of his right hand. Beneath the convergence of endless starlight, there materialized a slightly ethereal yet overwhelmingly majestic starry longsword. Buzzing in that moment, the terrifying divine aura sent a wave of unease rippling through the ranks of countless demon clans, while the 6 grand lords exhibited an expression of boundless murderous intent. The demonic patterns on their bodies flickered to life, as if an army of ferocious dragons were roaring, causing the surrounding void to distort violently. Yuan Shao stepped forward, and within the grand celestial phenomenon, it appeared as though an infinitely towering celestial deity was striding forth. The world shifted in hue, and the winds rose in a tempestuous fury. He held the starry longsword aloft, pointing it towards Su Ming and the vast army of countless demons below, his expression calm and proud, resembling an unparalleled celestial king reigning over the heavens. Very well. Su Ming's gaze was icy, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. For reasons unknown, the aura emanating from this individual ignited a boiling fury within his imperial demon blood, as if confronting a long-standing adversary. All troops retreat to 10,000 miles beyond. This emperor shall personally crush this arrogant wretch. He raised his hand, signaling the demon army to temporarily withdraw, while the blood demon sword materialized in his grasp, tainted with wisps of demonic flames, radiating an aura of boundless malevolence. Your presence is profoundly distasteful to me. Whose legacy empowers you with such confidence? Su Ming shattered the space as he advanced. Confronting Yuan Shao amidst the clouds, he chuckled softly, his blood-red demonic eyes bursting forth with an intense desire to kill, as if he wished to rend his opponent asunder. Humph! In response, Yuan Shao merely snorted coldly. Feigning ignorance, he suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, the stars of the heavens seemed to be drawn towards him, intricate and enigmatic runes manifesting in the void, suffused with an awe-inspiring aura that left the members of Songha Palace trembling in fear. Their hairs standing on end. At this moment, Yuan Shao's presence had reached a level beyond their wildest imaginations. Polar Star. Annihilation. Yuan Shao called out in a low voice, swinging his sword, as a fragment of the star god's power within him was fully activated. Surging forth like a tumultuous river of stars, carrying with it an unparalleled might, boom. As the sword was unleashed, darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, the void shattered, and amidst the cosmos, there existed only the resplendent and infinite river of stars. Even from 1,000,000 miles away, the sword's shadow, transformed into a celestial river, could be discerned, as if it possessed the power to obliterate this realm, burying all life in its wake. Perish. Yuan Shao's eyes were frigid. Akin to a colossal deity standing amidst the river of stars, surrounded by boundless starlight, radiating brilliance akin to the sun itself, boom. The sword's edge whistled, cleaving through the firmament, as the celestial river's sword shadow surged towards Su Ming with astonishing speed, tearing the fabric of space as it passed, reducing all to dust. Yet, faced with the terrifying brilliance of the sword, Su Ming remained indifferent, his hands clasped behind his back, standing before the celestial river's sword shadow with an imposing and unyielding stature, akin to an unshakable mountain. Roar! In that moment, behind Su Ming, a multitude of true demonic apparitions emerged, rising like colossal mountains, howling towards the heavens, as if to overturn the very fabric of reality, casting all into despair. Annihilation. The crimson demonic pupils revealed endless demonic patterns, transforming into the eyes of oblivion, as a chilling syllable escaped his lips, boom. In an instant, the heavens collapsed, the earth quaked, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and countless voids erupted, as if a calamity had descended upon the world, terrifying beyond measure. Under Su Ming's strike, the vast sword shadow of the celestial river instantaneously dissipated into nothingness. Rumble. An unending tempest raged. The sky torn asunder, revealing dark voids of despair. Bang. Amidst the enveloping darkness, Su Ming's figure re-emerged, unscathed, with the overwhelming and terrifying aura of demonic might surging like a tidal wave, causing the disciples of Songha Palace in the distance to tremble. Instinctively yearning to kneel in submission, their hearts quaking in fear, Yuan Shao's complexion turned pallid. With his current power, invoking the Polar Star Sword had nearly exhausted the last vestiges of the star god's strength within him. Yet, even this cataclysmic strike had failed to vanquish his foe. Lord Dimer. In that moment, chaos ensued within him, desperately calling upon the remnants of the Dimer star god residing within him, hoping to harness its power, to annihilate these demons right here. However, regardless of how fervently he called, the Dimer star god offered no response, instead igniting a sense of foreboding within Yuan Shao, plunging him deeper into disarray. Why? Why don't you continue to wield such power? Observing Yuan Shao's slightly flustered demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle coldly, his gaze directed at the latter as if he were merely a corpse. Boom. In an instant, Su Ming's figure flickered, reappearing beside Yuan Shao. His right fist clenched tightly, mercilessly crashing into his abdomen. Pfft. Blood gushed from Yuan Shao's mouth as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a distant mountain, causing the entire peak to collapse, dust billowing. Now, Su Ming's strength was no less than hundreds of billions of pounds. It felt as though countless colossal mountains had descended from the heavens, the overwhelming and terrifying force instantly inflicting grave injuries upon Yuan Shao, causing his bones to shatter, his organs to rupture, leaving him crumpled upon the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his breath feeble. Cough, cough. Yuan Shao struggled to rise. Had it not been for his current cultivation reaching the Su, it is indeed you. Confronted by the infinite pressure of the Emperor Demon Star God, Su Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a thunderous rumble, he willed the boundless darkness to engulf all the light in the world. As the realm of the abyssal heaven demon domain unfolded in an instant, transforming the pine crane sect below into a desolate wasteland, reduced to ruins in mere moments, the Emperor Demon Star God stood proudly at the pinnacle of the firmament. His gaze icy and cruel, as he pointed a finger, whoosh. The terrifying celestial light surged forth, resembling dazzling meteors streaking across the sky, carrying unmatched destructive power, shattering the infinite void as it rushed towards Su Ming. An overwhelming force cascaded like the Milky Way descending upon the earth, causing the distant, endless demon army to tremble in their hearts, as if falling into an abyss. Boom. Yet, in the face of that celestial radiance, Su Ming advanced rather than retreated. His fingers subtly converged, and in an instant, the conflagration of demonic flames intertwined with dark thunder, resembling countless blades, tearing through the heavens to meet the celestial light. At that moment, time seemed to lose all significance, and all sounds beneath the firmament came to an abrupt halt, only to be followed by a deafening roar. As the thunderous explosion resonated in the ears of the demons, all light in the universe abruptly dimmed, as if it had lost all color. The celestial radiance was utterly annihilated beneath the triad of devouring demonic flames, extinguishing thunder, and the abyssal heaven demon domain. Bang! In the next moment, with a flash of Su Ming's figure, the Emperor Demon Star God, engulfed in celestial brilliance, was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain range, causing it to collapse instantly. Enveloped in dust and debris, mortal spirit, do you know who I am? Boom! Before the Emperor Demon Star God could finish his words, another resounding explosion erupted, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body now marred by cracks resembling a spider's web, appearing utterly wretched. I care not who you are. Those who dare defy my will shall find only the path to death. An endless killing intent surged in Su Ming's eyes. As the power of the abyssal heaven demon domain erupted ceaselessly, causing the surrounding void to collapse and vanish, boom! Several towering mountains were obliterated, while the Emperor Demon Star God grew increasingly beleaguered. At this moment, he resembled a dying lantern, his remaining soul's power on the verge of dissipating, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood, this body, once belonging to Yun Shao, was nearing obliteration. If he continued to battle now, death was inevitable. Thus, in an instant, a fierce glint flashed in the depths of the Emperor Demon Star God's eyes, and his soul sought to detach from his corporeal form, instantly invading Su Ming's sea of consciousness in a desperate attempt to seize control, seeking death. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's expression turned frigid, and within the depths of his crimson pupils, a wave of overwhelming murderous intent surged forth. Buzzing in that fleeting moment, the drop of demon god blood within Su Ming stirred, emitting rippling waves that coalesced into an immense and formidable demon, crushing the invading remnant soul directly. Bang! With the Emperor Demon Star God's anguished wail, his remnant soul was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness, the remaining essence of his divine soul consumed entirely by Su Ming's spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a celestial being, remnant soul. Soul cultivation level, elevated to mid-emperor realm. Acquired the celestial god fragment, extremely incomplete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a celestial being, remnant soul. Acquired 100 kill points, max. Chapter 59. Emperor Realm Soul. Marching into the void system's voice resonated continuously, and at the moment of vanquishing the Emperor Demon Star God, Su Ming reaped immense benefits. The soul power of a deity, how terrifying it is! Merely consuming a fragment of that residual power caused a monumental transformation in Su Ming's soul strength, which had become not merely 100-fold stronger than before. Emperor Realm Soul. Now, Su Ming's divine sense could envelop an entire radius of 100,000 miles. Within this range, every whisper of wind and rustle of grass would be instantly perceived, and his attacks could be launched in the blink of an eye, crushing all adversaries. Even supreme-level powerhouses would find their soul strength dwarfed in the presence of a true Emperor-level soul. Akin to a firefly compared to the bright moon, utterly incapable of standing against it. Simultaneously, Su Ming absorbed fragments of the Emperor Demon Star God's memories, gaining insights into the realms beyond the supreme level and information regarding the ancient Zhaoming realm. Among these, the Supreme Realm is divided into 3 tiers: Supreme, Earth Supreme, and Heaven Supreme. The realms above Supreme are defined as Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor, Divine Fire, True God, Celestial God, God King, and God Lord. The highest tier achievable within the ancient Songming realm is the pinnacle of the Great Emperor. Once the Divine Fire is ignited, one steps into the realm of deities, entering the exalted world that belongs to the divine. A world belonging to the gods. A fervent light flickered in Su Ming's eyes, and a vague longing began to stir within his heart. One day, he shall emerge from this ancient Songming realm, crushing all those celestial beings who reside aloof above. Even the gods shall prostrate before me. Trembling before the myriad demons, Xianzhou, no, this ancient Songming realm is merely the starting point of my conquest. I, the Emperor, am the true sovereign of this boundless world. Boom. In an instant, as Su Ming's will surged forth, an overwhelming might swept out like a tidal wave, causing the void within 1,000 miles to shatter inch by inch, bringing down the majestic mountains surrounding it. The intangible waves of his soul spread in all directions, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. Go forth, flatten the 4 great holy lands for me. The conquest of Xianzhou is but the beginning. A chilling smile flickered across Su Ming's lips as he gazed toward the distant sacred land of the void, his icy voice echoing, igniting the morale of the endless demon army below, each one roaring in fervor, seemingly releasing the tumult within their hearts. Rumble. Amidst the tremors of heaven and earth, the vast torrent of darkness continued to surge forward, intent on devouring all. Meanwhile, in the sacred land of the void, amidst the vast mountain ranges, cloaked in mist, crane soared, as if it were a celestial paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon the heavenly cloud divine mountain, grand and opulent palaces stood tall, reminiscent of heavenly abodes, with faint celestial melodies wafting through the air, enchanting the heart and urging one to listen to the soothing tones, making the spirit feel ever more enlightened. Countless disciples of the sacred land traversed this vast expanse, either patrolling, conversing, or seeking knowledge from one another, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. At this moment, deep within the sacred land of the void, in a magnificent hall, in the silent chamber, figures sat quietly, their auras contained, yet an indescribable oppression filled the air, making one feel as if their very spirit was stifled. At the head of the hall sat a young man clad in white robes, his visage handsome as a celestial being, exuding an extraordinary aura, akin to a fallen angel from the heavens, commanding respect and reverence, enveloped in an air of unfathomable mystery. His name is Xiao Mintian, the holy master of this sacred land of the void. Though he bears the appearance of youth, his true age surpasses a millennium, and his cultivation is unfathomable, marking him as an unequivocal powerhouse within Xianzhou. Buzzing in that instant, as the ripples of space stirred, a figure clad in black robes appeared at the back of the hall. He cupped his hands and spoke directly. Report to the Holy Master. The armies of the demon race are less than 100,000 miles from our sacred land. If we do not halt their advance, they shall reach our territory in less than an hour. What is the response of the other sacred lands? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mintian narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing momentarily, as he inquired in a somewhat frigid tone. The speed of the demon race's advance is alarmingly swift. Currently, the Deluo and Tianlan sacred lands have dispatched powerful reinforcements, but even so, it will still take several hours for them to arrive. As for the Lei Tian sacred land, there has been no news from them yet, but I believed they have received word and are preparing. The black-robed figure pondered for a moment before speaking again. Hearing this, Xiao Mintian fell into contemplation, the gloom between his brows deepening. Presently, the observed demon army is formidable, numbering in the hundreds of billions. Although the sacred land of the void is not afraid, if they wish to repel them completely, it shall require a monumental cost, a conclusion he is unwilling to accept. The fools of the celestial sanctuary. Xiao Mintian cursed inwardly, his countenance reflecting a hint of displeasure. Secretly gathering strength, the plan to ensnare those demonic beings in one fell swoop was nothing short of impeccable. Yet, this imbecilic group faltered at the crucial moment. To think of subjugating those frenzied demons? It is nothing but a delusional fantasy. Utilize all the spirit stones within the sanctuary to fully activate the 10 Directions Heavenly Obliteration Formation. Sparing no expense to thwart those demons, After a prolonged silence, Xiao Minxin's gaze sharpened slightly, and he finally spoke. Additionally, awakened several esteemed elders from their seclusion. Now, we stand at a pivotal juncture for our celestial sanctuary. We must not afford the slightest negligence. Yes, this humble servant has made all necessary preparations. Should those demons dare to advance, they shall surely find no return. Upon hearing this, the numerous elders within the hall subtly nodded. Among them, a towering elder rose to his feet, his voice resonating like thunder, powerful and awe-inspiring. He was Du Yuan, the third elder of the celestial sanctuary, an imposing figure at the 7th level of the supreme realm. With terrifying combat prowess, after so many years, this old body of mine could certainly use some activity. The Grand Elder Zhou Qingyun laughed heartily, his body adorned with ancient golden runes that shimmered, radiating an overwhelming aura that caused the entire hall to tremble slightly. Rest assured, my lord. In this battle, we shall exert every effort to prevent those demons from stepping foot in our celestial sanctuary. The other elders rose in unison, their gazes resolute and fervent as they fixated on Xiao Mintian, their tones unwavering and solemn. Chapter 60. The 10 Directions Obliteration Formation. Boom, boom, boom. The vast demonic army obliterated all in its path. With each step they took, the very heavens trembled, and the void threatened to collapse. An endless tide of demonic energy surged forth, obscuring the sun, cascading down like a tsunami, plunging the entire realm into darkness. As if the apocalypse had descended, buzzed, Su Ming stood upon the deck of a demonic vessel, toying with the fragmented divine essence of the Emperor Imo Xing, feeling the overwhelming divine fluctuations within, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This was the essence of a celestial being, though fragmented. It still contained a thread of terrifying divine power. If refined, the rewards would be nothing short of catastrophic. Your Majesty, ahead lies the domain of the celestial sanctuary. Suddenly, a respectful voice broke through his reverie. Su Ming raised his head, and in the distance, he beheld a towering mountain, reaching skyward like a colossal pillar. Its imposing presence commanding the expanse, instilling a sense of insurmountable power. That place is Tianyun Divine Mountain, the very heart of the celestial sanctuary. At that moment, the area surrounding the divine mountain was enveloped in rippling energy, emanating an overwhelming pressure that stilled the winds of the heavens. The defensive formations resembled an immense spider's web, enveloping the entire Tianyun Divine Mountain, akin to an impregnable fortress. Whoosh! Observing the advance of the endless demonic army, thousands of figures surged upward from within the celestial sanctuary, gazing into the distant, dark void, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Undying Demon Emperor, you have entered the realm of our celestial sanctuary, though not take another step. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. An ancient voice resounded, imbued with undeniable authority, akin to the will of the heavens, sending chills down the spine and the void, led by the celestial sanctuary master Xiao Mintian. A multitude of elders and powerful beings stood resolute, gazing at the relentless armies emerging from the darkness, their expressions grave. Beside Xiao Mintian stood an elder clad in a dark robe, his countenance stern, exuding an extraordinary aura that hinted at immense power. He was Feng Guochen, one of the 2 esteemed elders of the celestial sanctuary, a peak powerhouse of the supreme realm. He had presided over the celestial sanctuary for millennia. A true ancient being with unfathomable strength. Alongside Feng Guochen was another elder, clad in white, his demeanor gentle, yet an air of profound wisdom surrounded him, seemingly ordinary, yet radiating an extraordinary essence that commanded respect. This man, like Feng Guochen, was also an esteemed elder of the celestial sanctuary, known as Lu Xinyan. Legend spoke of him as even more formidable than Feng Guochen, a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Now, nearly all the powerful beings of the celestial sanctuary had gathered here, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the demon race. Upon hearing this, Su Ming merely scoffed disdainfully, his fingers subtly curling, as boundless dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into a fearsome, colossal demonic claw that tore through the void, viciously grasping at the defensive formations surrounding the celestial sanctuary. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed. And this sudden turn of events ignited the fury of the numerous powerful beings within the celestial sanctuary. Demons, How dare you? Feng Guichen bellowed, an immense pressure erupting from his being, causing the demonic forces to momentarily stiffen. A sense of suffocation creeping into their hearts. Prepare for battle, Xiao Mintian shouted, and in an instant, all the powerful beings within the sanctuary soared into the skies, their true essence surging forth like a raging torrent. Buzz! Above the formation, countless runes flickered to life, radiant divine light bursting forth, coalescing in the heavens to form an extraordinary tapestry, exuding rich divine brilliance. The 10 Directions Obliteration Formation, an ancient array passed down through countless generations within the celestial sanctuary, possessed the terrifying ability to annihilate supreme powerhouses, serving as one of the sanctuary's greatest trump cards. Boom! As the formation activated, 10 colossal divine phantoms emerged in the void, their boundless divine radiance surging like ancient deities. Towering in the heavens, kill! Su Ming waved his right hand, his crimson eyes glinting with insatiable bloodlust. He pointed a finger, and the void shattered, a vast aura of destruction erupting, transforming into a pitch-black giant sword that lunged toward the radiant tapestry. Bang! In an instant, one of the colossal divine phantoms struck out, shattering the dark sword, which dissipated into an endless void of shadows. For the sake of the Demon Emperor, we shall eradicate all, obliterate these worthless insects. Let our demon race trample this place. The boundless demonic army roared in unison, their momentum overwhelming, akin to raging waves that threatened to overturn the very heavens. Those demons donned dark demonic armor, their bodies shrouded in terrifying demonic energy, their eyes gleaming with a savage glint, instilling fear and trepidation, as if they could slay all living beings in their path. Boom, boom. Jagged black beams cascaded from the skies, transforming into monstrous shadows that raged forth, howling towards the formidable array. Fellow warriors, defend with all your might. Do not allow these accursed demons to breach our sanctuary. Reinforcements shall arrive shortly. Xiao Mintian's expression turned frigid, his murderous intent boiling, his gaze fixed coldly upon the demonic army in the void, his voice low and resolute. Boom! Countless powerful beings of the sanctuary unleashed their various divine abilities, shattering the endless demonic forces and creatures that besieged the array. Blood spilling forth in a gruesome spectacle. This was a true battle to the death. The powerful beings of the celestial sanctuary showed no mercy. Every strike was delivered with full force, unleashing lethal techniques, vowing to annihilate the entire demon race. Chapter 61. The formation shatters, the slaughter begins. Buzz. Under the relentless assault of the demon race, countless runes flickered incessantly, waves of pressure coursing through the air, instilling a profound sense of oppression, destruction. Bai Maching's gaze turned cold, wielding his demonic sword. The terrifying intent of the Tianyuan sword surged down like myriad demonic dragons, directly shattering a colossal divine phantom, causing the vast 10 Directions Obliteration Formation to dim significantly, as if on the verge of collapse, prompting grave expressions among the powerful beings of the sanctuary. Crack! Simultaneously, Su Ming struck down with a palm, boundless soul energy converging in the void, forming a massive handprint that blotted out the sky, imbued with overwhelming ferocity, crashing down upon the formation. Boom! The earth-shattering roar erupted, divine light and demonic energy exploding in all directions, tearing the void apart as 5 colossal divine phantoms disintegrated into specks of starlight. Su Ming's aura surged, unfathomable as the abyss, stepping forth as if a demon god had descended, unparalleled in terror. He coldly surveyed the entirety of the celestial sanctuary, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With such feeble defenses, you dare to obstruct me? Ridiculous. As the words fell, before the crowd in the sacred land could react, Su Ming unleashed another devastating punch. This strike resembled a fallen star, carrying an unstoppable momentum that directly pierced through the remaining colossal divine shadows, crashing violently upon the 10 Directions Annihilation Array. Boom! The great formation trembled violently, its runes fracturing one after another, disintegrating into nothingness beneath the agonized gazes of the onlookers. Splatter! In an instant, several powerful individuals maintaining the formation were grievously injured, spewing blood and staggering backward, their eyes drawn to the endless demonic shadows in the heavens. Their minds plunged into a void, everything before them resembling an unfathomable nightmare. Boom! Subsequently, the vast demonic army poured down like a torrential flood, the terrifying aura of the demons pervading the skies, warping the very fabric of space into a dense, swirling black mist. Engage with all your might. The thunderous shout of Xiao Mintian echoed through the sky, his overwhelming aura erupting forth. Bang! In the next moment, he and two supreme elders joined forces, their boundless true essence intertwining with the immense power of the laws, coalescing into a colossal mountain that obscured the heavens, crushing down upon the dark mass of the demonic army. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The furious strike of the three unparalleled supremes was nothing short of apocalyptic, capable of tearing the very sky apart and making the ground shudder with trepidation. An unparalleled wave of terrifying energy surged forth like a hurricane, devouring countless demonic forces in the distance. Millions of demonic beings, along with tens of millions of demons, were utterly annihilated with this single blow. Not even a scream escaping their lips, they were entirely obliterated. However, for the vast army of billions, such losses were negligible. The demons above still blotted out the sun, descending like an unending swarm of locusts. Thud, thud, thud. Upon the blood-soaked battlefield, Su Ming traversed the void with each step, sending ripples of spatial distortion. An invisible force cascading downward, causing hundreds of sacred land warriors below to explode into clouds of blood, leaving no trace of their remains. Demon Emperor. Feng Guichen's face contorted with rage, wielding a blue ancient spear that exuded an aura reminiscent of primordial chaos. Imbued with a chilling sharpness, come and die. He swept the spear, and a colossal blue dragon, stretching 1,000 feet in length, suddenly materialized, charging toward the figure in the void, intent on obliterating it. Su Ming remained unfazed, his eyes icy as he regarded the rushing blue dragon with palpable disdain. Overreaching, he flicked his finger, condensing a wisp of soul power into an arrow that pierced through the void, and before the terrifying Imperial Realm soul power, the blue dragon crumbled like mere dust, dissipating into countless specks of light. Such soul power, to this sight, both Lu Xinyan and Xiao Mintian, standing beside Feng Guichen, could not help but change their expressions slightly. Merely sensing the pressure of that soul power made them acutely aware of a tremendous threat. Even the thought of utilizing their own soul powers felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Bang! In an instant, the vast waves of soul fluctuations surged forth like a tide, pushing Feng Guichen back several miles, his blood boiling within, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such soul techniques were utterly terrifying. Even as a peak existence of the supreme realm, one misstep could lead to his demise. His soul reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the battle within the sacred land had also reached a fever pitch. The demonic army surged like a flood, slaughtering numerous disciples of the sacred land, their corpses plummeting from the sky, transforming into pools of blood and flesh, turning the ground a deep crimson, resembling a hellish battlefield. The 6 hall masters, along with over a dozen elders, engaged in fierce combat, each wielding their arcane demonic techniques, unleashing earth-shattering power, forcing the dozen or so sacred land elders to retreat helplessly. Su Ming stood alone, proudly facing the 3 supreme beings of the Lingshu sacred land. Though his true cultivation was merely at the peak of the monarch realm, with the enhancement of the indestructible demon body and imperial realm soul, he possessed terrifying combat strength rivaling that of peak supremes, and with an absolute advantage in the realm of souls. He faced the 3 supreme beings without the slightest hint of fear. Additionally, Su Ming had yet another opportunity to harness the power of the demon god. Should he unleash it, the Lingshu sacred land would be laid to waste. It was merely a thought away, damn it. Looking at the current scene of blood flowing like rivers within the sacred land, Xiao Mintian's heart sank, his eyes flickering with resentment and indignation. His fists clenched tightly, even the nails digging into his palms went unnoticed, drops of blood trickling through his fingers. This act had truly touched his reverse scale. He could not tolerate it under any circumstances. These demons must die. Xiao Mintian fixed his shadowy gaze upon Su Ming, the murderous intent in his heart igniting fiercely, and then he coldly transmitted, 2 elders, join me in action. With all our might, we shall eradicate this fiend. Chapter 62. The Realm of Death, True Hell. Upon hearing this, Feng Guichen and Lu Xinyan nodded slightly, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. Whoosh! In the next moment, the three figures erupted forth, bearing down with boundless, infinite might, charging straight for Su Ming. Die. Xiao Minxian's gaze turned frigid, an eerie intent flashing within his eyes as a silver longsword suddenly appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling aura capable of tearing the heavens apart and severing the universe. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of sword cries rang out abruptly, like a myriad of swords returning to their origin, transforming into countless sword energies that enveloped the entire realm. Buzz. Lu Xianyan formed seals with his hands, murmuring quietly as dazzling golden runes flew forth from his brow, among which a small sun radiating endless divine brilliance manifested, illuminating all directions with a heart-stirring aura, primordial fire, refining the nine heavens. Lu Xianyan roared, and that small sun suddenly transformed into an immense divine furnace, suspended in the void, flames soaring within as if capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. The sky was set ablaze with rampant golden flames. Even the very space was being scorched away. Boom! Feng Guochen pierced the void with his spear, the terrifying laws of wind coalescing into countless wind blades, shredding everything in their path, carving enormous gaps in the sky as they shot towards Su Ming. The combined might of the three supreme beings was truly terrifying, evoking sheer horror. In an instant, the entire Tianyun Divine Mountain seemed to tremble, the space itself began to collapse in layers, and the skies above were engulfed in tumultuous storms and lightning. The Holy Master and the others, a sacred land elder, felt a surge of dread, his very soul trembling under the overwhelming might, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Su Ming looked up, revealing a cold smile tinged with disdain, his eyes layered with endless demonic patterns, resembling an eternal, indestructible realm of darkness, warping the surrounding space. The power of the burial world demon I complemented the realm of souls. And now, under the influence of the imperial realm's soul power, it resembled the eye of a god or demon, gazing down upon the world, reversing the cosmos. Buzz, in an instant, a wisp of ghostly light erupted from within the demon eye, causing the skies for miles to darken abruptly. Time itself seemed to slow, the entire world falling into silence, as if the flow of time had diminished by billions of times. The three attacks, imbued with terrifying law power, encountered the most insurmountable barrier, suddenly halting, unable to advance a single inch. This, Xiao Mintian and the others froze, their hearts feeling as if they had sustained a grievous blow. An unimaginable suffocating sensation swelling within them. Boom! In the next moment, they found themselves standing upon an endless, desolate land, scarlet lightning flickering across the dark heavens, casting the vast ground in a blood-red hue. This power of mine. At this moment, Feng Guochen exclaimed in shock, sensing the feeble power within him, his eyes widening with horror. What is happening? Why cultivation has. Xiao Mintian and Lu Xianyan also trembled violently, an indescribable sense of foreboding rising within them, their hearts sinking to the depths. How does it feel to be immortal once more? That instant, within this eerie, desolate world, Su Ming slowly materialized in the void, a cold smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon the three. Xiao Minxian's expression suddenly darkened, and with gritted teeth, he glared at Su Ming, exclaiming, "What kind of secret technique is this?" You kneel, however, before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming coldly interjected, his voice imbued with an irresistible will, causing Xiao Mintian to shudder involuntarily, as if compelled to prostrate himself upon the ground. Saint Lord, how could you? Bang! Witnessing this, Feng Guochen barked in anger, but in the next moment, his body erupted violently, crimson blood splattering and completely saturating the two others nearby, transforming them into blood-soaked figures. Feng. Elder Feng. Xiao Minxian's face went blank as he gazed at the bits of flesh and blood staining his hands, his countenance paling to an extreme. Yet in the next instant, Feng Guochen's form eerily reconstituted itself, his face contorted with madness as he shrieked, seemingly enduring unimaginable agony. Kneel. The chilling voice reverberated once more, akin to a divine decree, compelling all three to uncontrollably collapse to the ground. Under the terrifying pressure, they could not suppress a muffled groan, their bones cracking incessantly, blood gushing forth, rendering the scene grotesquely horrifying. What do you intend to do? Xiao Mintian stammered, his voice hoarse. Although he vaguely sensed that this was not reality, merely an illusion, their fates here were entirely at Su Ming's mercy, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Bang! Ah! Before his words could fully escape, Xiao Minxin's eyes exploded, the excruciating pain amplified to an unfathomable degree, nearly shattering his very soul and plunging him into an abyss of torment. Do you not realize that no matter how much time passes here, the outside world merely experiences a fleeting moment? Su Ming's frigid voice echoed like a harbinger of death, resonating through the void, causing the hearts of the three to race violently as an indescribable terror began to spread. Though I cannot truly kill you here, the endless pain of death will surely etch itself into your memories. Cackling, he revealed a sinister smile, opening his arms as if transforming into a demon from the depths of the abyss. Instilling a bone-chilling dread in the hearts of the three. Welcome to Hell. Chapter 63. Supreme Sevenfold, Annihilation of the Spirit Void. Boom. In the skies above the Spirit Void's sacred land, the assaults from Xiao Mintian and his companions were instantly obliterated. In the blink of an eye, their eyes lost all color, as if their very souls had been violently extracted. Go outsiders. It seemed only a fleeting moment had passed, yet within their perception he felt as though eons had elapsed. The torment they endured defying description, rendering every cell in their bodies trembling with fear. Within that bizarre space, perhaps it was 1,000,000 times, or perhaps 1,000,000,000, the repeated deaths and tortures had utterly shattered their spirits. They stood as if sculpted from stone, vacant gazes devoid of life or motion, resembling soulless husks. Is this truly your limit? How utterly dulled on the other side. Su Ming smirked coldly, his fingers subtly converging. An invisible ripple of spiritual energy surged forth, rushing towards the three. Bang, bang. The souls on the verge of collapse shattered under this intangible force, disintegrating into nothingness. Following this, their bodies erupted, blood and bones mingling in a violent fountain. Painting the heavens in a deep crimson, the three supreme apex powers thus perished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 3 Supreme Realm Ninefold experts, requiring the slaying of 2 more Supreme beings to complete the breakthrough task. Ding. Detected that the host's demon slave has slain a Supreme Realm Twofold being, requiring the slaying of 1 more Supreme being to complete the breakthrough task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Supreme Realm breakthrough task. Ding. Reward acquired. Demon Emperor's 6 layers of slaughtering heaven scripture, 5th order Immortal Demon Undying Body, Annihilation Law Power. In an instant, the system's voice resonated incessantly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, causing Su Ming's aura to skyrocket. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept forth like a tsunami, causing the very void of this realm to crumble, disintegrating inch by inch. Saint Lord, Elder Supreme. The sudden demise of the 3 strongest figures from the sacred lands left countless individuals in disbelief, their faces etched with horror as they felt the wrathful aura akin to divine punishment descend upon them, freezing them in terror. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's cultivation had soared to the supreme realm. The threads of annihilation law power swirling around him, chaotic and disordered, yet brimming with destructive energy, reminiscent of an apocalyptic arrival, sending shivers through all living beings. Buzzing, darkness spread, demons whispered, and the endless thunderclouds above churned ominously. As if to rend the very fabric of the sky. Boom! A thunderous bolt illuminated the world. Within that void stood an infinitely towering demon god, gazing down upon the universe, surveying all life. At this moment, Su Ming's cultivation surged forth like a flood unleashed. Supreme Realm Twofold, Supreme Realm Threefold, Supreme Realm Fourfold. As Su Ming's power continued to expand, boundless darkness emanated forth, seemingly resonating from the abyss, shrouding the atmosphere in an oppressive ambience that left all breathless. Confronting their deepest fears, buzzing, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, the crimson hue within deepening, as if containing a realm of blood and despair, evoking chills in the hearts of onlookers. Now, his cultivation had ascended to the Supreme Realm Sevenfold. Under the augmentation of the Annihilation Law, should he face Xiao Mintian and his companions again, with but a thought, he could effortlessly erase them from existence. Boom! As Su Ming ascended, countless demons also began to experience explosive growth and power. Their terrifying might shaking the heavens, threatening to topple the entire Tianyun Divine Mountain. Tens of billions of demon beings ascended to the revered realm, while those already revered directly broke into the monarch realm. The 6 palace masters' auras surged uncontrollably, all entering the supreme ranks, and furthermore, several true demon phantoms emerged, radiating unfathomable power, as if capable of suppressing the heavens. Yet, when they gazed upon the towering demon god above, they all bowed their heads slightly, faces filled with profound reverence and respect. Buzzing. Time slipped by, and all phenomena dissipated, millions of demons displaying extreme fervor, kneeling in unison, chanting, "We thank your majesty for your grace. We thank your majesty for your grace." The resounding chorus reverberated through the heavens, piercing the clouds above. Su Ming looked down upon the endless demons, a serene smile gracing his lips, then he raised his hand and lightly waved, unleashing a terrifying invisible force, binding the remaining sacred land figures in the void, rendering them utterly incapable of escape. What do you intend to do? Release me. I am willing to submit. Demon Emperor, I beg for your mercy. Bah, damn demons, come on, kill me. Cries for mercy, curses, and weeping echoed, as countless faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair and malice. Silence. The indifferent voice resonated throughout the heavens, laced with boundless intent to kill, causing those from the sacred lands to stand on end, an unprecedented fear rising within them. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. Countless explosive sounds erupted suddenly, and in an instant, those imprisoned in the void exploded, torrents of blood pouring down like a deluge, painting the world as if it were hell itself. Crack! The majestic Tianyun Divine Mountain crumbled at this moment, fissures appearing, ultimately collapsing into a cloud of dust. This ancient sacred land was thus utterly obliterated at Su Ming's behest. Chapter 64. The Fear of the Azure Dragon. The sacred land seeks peace. The obliteration of the spirit void sacred land sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Xianzhou, far exceeding expectations. That was indeed a true ancient sacred ground, a place that had remained unshakable for countless ages, untouched and unchallenged by any. Yet now, this colossal entity that had stood for tens of thousands of years has been utterly annihilated overnight by the hands of the undying Demon Emperor. Reduced to mere ashes, in an instant, an indescribable shock and horror surged within the hearts of all. Some admired the unmatched tyranny of this Demon Emperor, while others trembled in fear of his ruthlessly cruel methods. For him, the edict was clear. Opponents must die. Those who do not show respect must die. Those who refuse to serve must die. The demon race, inherently bloodthirsty, found in this emperor a harbinger of bloodshed, slaughter, and destruction, adhering to these principles without a trace of compassion. Now, that supreme demon emperor has forged a path paved with blood and bones, ascending to the highest throne. A dark era is on the brink of arrival. In the Songlong dynasty, within the imperial palace, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the Songlong emperor's complexion turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse, his heart engulfed by an unprecedented dread and unease. The Lingshu sacred ground. It was a formidable entity that far surpassed his Songlong dynasty. Yet now, it has been laid to waste by the endless demon horde in a single day, with all the powerful beings of the sacred ground brutally slaughtered. None surviving, and he had previously contemplated opposing the demon dynasty. This thought. The Songlong emperor felt his hair stand on end, drenched in cold sweat, his scalp prickling with fear. Father, are you all right? At this moment, the Songlong crown prince Gu Chunxian, standing nearby, noticed the emperor's distress and hurriedly inquired, Chunxian, quickly go and obliterate the ruins of the great law god sect once more. Additionally, remove that wretched Gu Yunxian from our royal lineage. His voice was hoarse, his face extremely pale, as if gripped by a terror he dared not express, trembling as he spoke. Once the demon emperor returns, I shall personally seek forgiveness, if I could exchange my head for the emperor's understanding. Father, what are you saying? How can you go and plead for mercy from the demon race? Smack! Before Gu Chunxian could finish his words, the Songlong emperor's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes ablaze with fury as he struck him hard across the face. Silence! Do you wish for the entire Songlong dynasty to perish alongside you? Even the sacred grounds cannot halt the demon race's advance. To oppose them is to seek death. But, Father, must we truly submit to the demons, relying on their mercy to survive? Gu Chunxian covered his reddened cheek, his eyes filled with indignation, reluctant to yield. "Be quiet," the Songlong Emperor barked, his face dark and foreboding. "That I act for the sake of the Songlong dynasty's citizens. And for my Gu family. If you seek death, do not drag the entire dynasty down with you." He understood that there were no other choices now. Submission was the only option left. Hearing this, Gu Chunxian froze momentarily, then lowered his head in silence. At that moment, the fervor within him gradually receded, his eyes filling with profound desolation. The power of the demon race was now insurmountable. Even the combined strength of the three sacred grounds would likely prove futile. This encroaching darkness was poised to engulf the entire realm, transforming the Xianzhou into a true demon domain. Meanwhile, on a somewhat desolate plain, the formidable beings from the three sacred grounds, Daluo, Lation, and Tianlan, gathered, gazing at the terrifying demon army before them, their eyes brimming with deep apprehension and gravity. The annihilation of the Lingshu sacred ground weighed heavily upon their hearts, making it clear just how formidable the demon race had become, now, only through unity could they hope to find a glimmer of survival. Should they fight separately, death was the only outcome. "Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor." The Daluo sacred master's gaze flickered as he faced the approaching demon army. His voice steady as he spoke first. "We three sacred grounds seek peace. Should you, Demon Emperor, be willing, we are prepared to offer half of our resources to the demon race, and from henceforth, we shall no longer interfere in the matters of Xianzhou. Even should the buried heaven demon dynasty rule over all of Xianzhou, we three sacred grounds will have no objections." His resounding voice echoed across the vast expanse, trembling the entire plain. Buzz, in an instant, a dark temple materialized in the void, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness that seemed to dim the very heavens. "Oh? Are you begging for mercy from me?" The figure of Su Ming slowly emerged from the temple, his cold voice resonating across the sky. "Ha ha, we have merely come to seek peace. If you agree to our request, we shall willingly offer our resources." The Daluo sacred master smiled, his demeanor seemingly filled with boundless goodwill. Yet a hint of chilling intent flickered in his eyes. "Goodwill?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile curling his lips, his voice turning increasingly frigid. "Why, goodwill is to slaughter every last one of you sacred grounds. Your Excellency, this jest is rather unamusing." The Daluo sacred master paused. Then, rather than showing anger, he chuckled, saying, "If our three sacred grounds were to fight to the death, would you truly be able to escape unscathed?" A faint smile lingered on his face, yet it fell short of reaching his eyes, instead exuding a subtle threat. "Have you finished your last words?" Su Ming coldly raised his head, his crimson eyes revealing a terrifying killing intent. His voice frigid as ice, carrying a chilling malice that caused the temperature around them to plummet. Chapter 65. The true demon of the divine desolation, annihilation in one strike. The overwhelming malevolence felt suffocating, as if a multitude of colossal mountains bore down upon them, making it hard to breathe. "Your Excellency." The Daluo sacred master's smile instantly froze, as did the numerous powerful beings from the three sacred grounds. Their energies surging, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens darkened, storm clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, as if an unparalleled beast were about to burst forth. Bang, bang, bang. Countless demon warriors struck their weapons, the sound resonating like rolling tides, sweeping across the land and shaking the very heavens. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloped the world in a shroud of darkness, rendering the scene increasingly eerie. It was as if any moment now, they would transform into malevolent spirits from the abyss, tearing everything asunder, reducing it to ashes. Su Ming's gaze was chilling, his entire being exuding an unfathomable pressure that seemed to make the very heavens tremble. The space around him being crushed into nothingness, he was akin to a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell, where blood flowed like rivers in his wake, and all existence met its end. This terrifying pressure made even the powerful beings of the three sacred grounds' hearts race, an inexplicable fear rising within them. "Kill!" A bone-chilling voice echoed from the heavens, resonating like the solemn toll of death's bell, causing all souls present to tremble. "Boom! Slaughter them! Follow your lord's lead!" "Ah! Ha ha ha!" The frenzied demonic tide erupted violently, and terrifying shadows surged forth like a locust swarm, instilling fear into their hearts. "Undying Demon Emperor," since you seek battle. Then we shall accompany you to the very end." Upon seeing this, the Lateon's sacred master bellowed, a massive, thunderous hammer appearing in his grasp, crackling with arcs of lightning that sent shivers down the spine. Boom! With the hammer in hand, he swung it fiercely, summoning a tempest of lightning, also unleashing a terrifying force of laws, its might resonating across the vast plain, shaking it to its core. This overwhelming force seemed capable of shattering the heavens and pulverizing the sun and moon. Boom! This earth-shattering blow, carrying the power to annihilate the world, struck directly at the forefront of the demon army. At this moment, all gazes across the realm seemed fixated on this scene. The heavens roared, thunder crashed, and lightning danced. As the violent power collapsed the very space itself, boom! That expanse of void burst like a punctured balloon, creating a massive gaping void, utterly terrifying thud. Yet, just as this horrifying strike was about to penetrate through countless demons, suddenly, an overwhelming and colossal force coalesced in the void, colliding with a single fist, boom. The clash of two terrifying powers erupted, unleashing a formidable energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, causing a distant mountain to fracture and disintegrate into powder. Splutter! The thunder heaven's Saint Lord felt an overwhelming might assail him, as if his very chest were being crushed, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Who is it? He swallowed the metallic tang of blood. Casting a dubious glance at the void shrouded in demonic mist, within the demon clan, when did such a powerful being emerge? Boom, boom. It was as if myriad thunders resonated between heaven and earth, and the terrifying roar reverberated through the cosmos, while that dreadful force swept across the 8 directions like a boundless ocean. A towering demonic shadow gradually materialized in the realm, overseeing all like a primordial giant deity. Exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, this power was terrifyingly formidable, utterly dominant. It seemed capable of suppressing eternity and crushing everything in its path. The demonic energy permeated the atmosphere, obscuring the heavens, as the colossal demon stood imperiously, looking down upon all existence. His eyes were profound and frigid, akin to 2 miniature suns radiating fierce light, and as his gaze swept across, an immense pressure enveloped countless human souls, causing their hearts to tremble. "I am the 5th Palace Master of the Demon Emperor, Fen Yuan, today. Let this master crush you insignificant insects, all of you." A hint of bloodthirsty cruelty flickered in Fen Yuan's enormous eyes, as a terrifying aura surged from his demonic form, sending ripples through the endless void. He was the inheritor of the true demon of divine wilderness, wielding earth-shattering power capable of obliterating all laws with absolute strength, sweeping away everything in his wake. Boom! In an instant, Fen Yuan's gigantic body surged forth, summoning boundless winds and thunder, creating a terrifying whirlwind. "Saint Lord, I come to aid you." Behind the thunder heaven Saint Lord, an elderly man with a somber visage shouted furiously, as he conjured countless thunder seals, transforming them into a colossal thunder dragon that roared towards Fen Yuan. Bang! The brilliance of lightning illuminated the sky as the 2 terrifying forces clashed mid-air, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that darkened the entire realm, causing innumerable spaces to collapse. Roar! A fearsome roar erupted from Fen Yuan's mouth, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast's furious howl, resonating with a disquieting vibration that made countless souls shudder. As if on the brink of disintegration, boom! Fen Yuan grasped the thunder dragon, tearing it apart, and then unleashed a punch. The dreadful fist energy morphed into a black light, carrying a devastating might that shook the heavens and earth. Striking fiercely against the somber elder, boom! With a heart-wrenching scream, the elder's flesh was instantly obliterated, his very soul extinguished, utterly annihilated. One blow was all it took. Witnessing this, Fen Yuan's face twisted with a more profound savagery and bloodlust, brimming with endless mockery and disdain. Kill! Simultaneously, accompanied by a chorus of terrifying roars, countless powerful demons activated the dark forces within them, transforming into innumerable blades that rent the heavens and charged into the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 66. The End of the Holy Land. Darkness descends, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, as boundless gales surged forth, shaking the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, while the dreadful demonic energy swept through, forming a vortex of darkness that threatened to engulf everything. Form a formation. Countless powerful beings from the Holy Land shouted in unison, their terrifying true essence surging forth. At once, there were endless seas of fire rising, or the 9 heavens thunder dragons howling, or the vast ocean surging, various violent energies rampaging through the air, forming terrifying torrents. Kill them all. Upon witnessing the fall of the somber elder, the Thunder Heaven Saint Lord was consumed by rage. His eyes crimson as he roared to the sky, wielding the thunderous hammer and charging once more at Fan Yun. Ants, bang! Fan Yun chuckled disdainfully, his colossal palm descending with a dreadful force that sent the Thunder Heaven Saint Lord flying once again. His body trembling violently. As if he could fall at any moment, with such laughable power, though you dare defy His Majesty's command. His gaze turned towards the Thunder Heaven Saint Lord, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes, as he suddenly conjured a sword of pitch-black darkness, seemingly as long as 10,000 feet and weighing billions of pounds, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Die. As the words fell, Fan Yun's right foot stomped down, his form surging upward, shattering the earth beneath him, the terrifying giant sword tearing through the sky with unmatched might, crashing towards the multitude of powerful beings from the Thunder Heaven Holy Land. Not good. In that instant, several Supreme Elders' faces changed drastically. Gritting their teeth, they spat out a few mouthfuls of essence blood, their auras surging violently, coalescing into a massive barrier in an attempt to block the terrifying onslaught. Clang! But just then, another sound of a sword's cry resonated, as the magic sword in by Machen's hand was unleashed, its endless sharp light illuminating the heavens, carrying a boundless aura of destruction, piercing towards the barrier forged by the 3 Supreme Elders. Boom! The sword light cleaved downwards, and the infinitely resilient barrier shattered in an instant, the terrifying sword intent bearing down upon them, leaving their faces pale. Not only that, but Fan Yun's giant sword also came crashing down. Boom! Like a mountain, the sword blade shattered the clouds, slicing through the void, akin to an apocalyptic disaster, as boundless waves of destruction spread forth, engulfing all in its path. Ah! Splutter! A series of mournful screams echoed as, beneath the sword's brilliance, the powerful beings of the Thunder Heaven Holy Land were reduced to mere paper, a torrent of blood mist erupting and filling the void. Boom! The 3 Supreme Elders were also sent flying like cannonballs, crashing into the distant earth, causing it to rumble as innumerable fissures spread, transforming into bottomless abysses. Demons, you shall not die well. You shall not die well. Ah! The Thunder Heaven Saint Lord, drenched in blood, roared beneath Fan Yun's colossal form. His eyes aflame, cracks running across his skin, blood raining down like a tempest. Even in death, I will not spare you. Bang! In the next moment, Fan Yun stomped down, crushing both his flesh and soul, utterly vanishing from existence. Death? You shall have no chance for that. Ha ha ha! He laughed maniacally, the malevolence enveloping him surging like ocean waves, as boundless demonic energy coalesced into a pitch-black cloud, shrouding the sky and obscuring the entire firmament. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Supreme Realm 9th Heaven expert. Host's cultivation has risen to Supreme Realm 8th Heaven. Boom! Su Ming looked down coldly upon the battlefield. With the fall of the Thunder Heaven Saint Lord, his cultivation also ascended once more, reaching Supreme Realm 8th Heaven. This moment, the 6 palace masters had transformed into terrifying harbingers of death, slaughtering all in their path, while those once exalted beings of the Holy Land appeared as mere chaff before them. Utterly laughable, this was no fair battle. It was a complete massacre, a one-sided slaughter by the demon clan. A true nightmare had descended upon this realm, and those of the Holy Land could neither escape nor resist. They could only submit to the darkness's merciless grip. I shall fight you to the end. In an instant, the Deluo Saint Lord bellowed, his body radiating myriad divine lights, as ancient runes flickered into existence. And suddenly it was as if billions of sword shadows manifested in the void, shooting towards Su Ming and painting the sky with a dazzling galaxy of sword energy. Boom! The sword radiance erupted with brilliant divine splendor, causing the far-off vast demonic clouds to shatter, and boundless light poured forth, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. This strike from the Deluo Saint Lord, named Heavenly Sword Commands the Gods, was one of the supreme sword techniques passed down through the ages in the Deluo Holy Land. With a single swing, it transformed into billions of heavenly swords, commanding the gods' whoosh. Wherever the sword light passed, all space was mercilessly obliterated. The sheer might truly astonishing. Futile struggles. Yet Su Ming's expression remained utterly apathetic. As if merely enjoying the performance of a clown, he opened his fingers and made a slight grasp. Buzz, as formless power surged, the billions of heavenly swords were instantaneously obliterated, scattering into countless specks of starlight. The supreme sword technique of the Deluo Holy Land thus crumbled. Annihilate. Subsequently, Su Ming unleashed another powerful strike, a vast force descending like the collapse of the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble. As if even the firmament itself quivered in response, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, and in that moment, it seemed as though all that existed between heaven and earth was obliterated into nothingness. The great Luo Holy Master, not even uttering a wail, succumbed to an abyss of despair, vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, the celestial phoenix Holy Master fell within the grip of calamity, a torrential rain of blood staining the barren plains, transforming them into a crimson expanse thick with the scent of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a Supreme Realm Ninefold expert. The host's cultivation has ascended to Supreme Realm Ninefold. With the demise of countless powerful beings, Su Ming's cultivation reached the pinnacle of Supreme Ninefold. At this moment, the blood-soaked battlefield was filled only with the echoes of anguished cries and wails. Everything had come to an end. The era of darkness was destined to arrive. Chapter 67. The subjugation of the dynasty, the dominance of Xian Prefecture. With the conclusion of this grand battle, within a mere day, the demon clan had decisively annihilated the three great holy lands, reducing them to the dust of history. The dark storm had already spread throughout the entire Xian Prefecture, instilling fear, trembling, and despair in countless hearts. In an instant, numerous factions voluntarily bowed to the demon clan, willingly becoming a part of them, too fearful to show any defiance. This was the inevitable trend of the times. The demon clan had truly become the sovereign of this realm. Unshakable and unmatched. Even though a scant few resisted fiercely, they were but mayflies attempting to block a chariot, seeking their own demise. Everything had settled into silence. Days later, in the demon capital of Diming, the emperor of the Songlong dynasty, Guimo Yun, knelt before His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Within the grand and imposing hall, the Songlong emperor bared his upper body, his back adorned with several dark thorny chains that cruelly dug into his flesh. Leaving gruesome wounds that bled profusely, he knelt respectfully, eyes filled with reverence, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, appearing utterly disheveled. The empress of the Tianfeng dynasty, Feng Qinggu, bowed to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Beside her, a woman clad in a crimson gold gown, stunningly beautiful and possessing an air of nobility, also bent in deference, pausing momentarily, seemingly unwilling to address the Demon Emperor as Your Majesty. The demon clan was bloodthirsty and endlessly brutal. And under the rule of the demon dynasty, the future of Xian Prefecture was shrouded in uncertainty. Her Tianfeng dynasty had never held enmity with the demon clan. She had never envisioned a day when she would relinquish her dynasty. Nor had she ever considered bowing beneath the feet of the demon clan. She was unwilling, yet powerless, for she knew all too well the cost of resistance would be the endless suffering of countless souls. Bang! At that moment, an intense pain surged through her body, abruptly severing Feng Qingwu's thoughts. Any further disrespect will be met with immediate execution. A cold voice echoed, causing the assembled vassals to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Qingwu softly groaned, her delicate form bending slightly, as in the next moment, boundless demonic energy transformed into demonic seeds, embedding themselves within every individual present, turning them into true members of the demonic race. Soon, the great hall echoed with muffled groans, as one powerful figure after another succumbed to the implantation of the demonic seed. Bowing once more before Su Ming, we pay our respects to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. In this moment, the eyes of all present were filled solely with an overwhelming fervor. Gazing upon the imposing figure on the throne, akin to a deity, stirring their hearts profoundly. This was the true emperor in their minds. This was the unparalleled Demon Emperor. Rise, Su Ming's lips curled slightly. His voice deep yet imbued with a chilling resonance that sent shivers down their spines. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily rose, their gazes fervent and respectful. "Xianzhou is now under my dominion. The sovereign of the buried sky demon dynasty, go forth. Attend to the matters that you ought to." This emperor does not wish to hear any further words of rebellion. With a wave of his hand, his figure morphed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from sight. "We see you off, Your Majesty." The thousands of powerful figures in the great hall knelt once more in unison, their gazes devout and filled with awe as they looked upon the dark throne. Their expressions suffused with a profound reverence that emanated from their very souls. "May Your Majesty endure for all eternity. May the demon dynasty remain everlasting. May Your Majesty endure for all eternity. May the demon dynasty remain everlasting." Soon, the resounding voices echoed forth, rising and falling like a tidal wave, lingering for an extended time. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Now, the buried sky demon dynasty had truly seized control of the entire Xianzhou, with countless beings implanted with demonic seeds, becoming part of the demonic race, and loyal servants to Su Ming. Those with ulterior motives were all eradicated, their blood flowing like rivers. Su Ming had truly become the Lord of Xianzhou, achieving the exalted status of the Demon Emperor, ruling over all beings and commanding the cosmos. His overwhelming imperial might had enveloped the world, instilling awe throughout the heavens. On this day, at the border of Xianzhou, beyond the abyss of despair. The location of Xianzhou lay in the far west of the Zhongming ancient realm, isolated from any major territories, with an endless distance separating it from the central domain of the ancient realm. Even a supreme being would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse from Xianzhou to the central domain. This was due to the unfathomable distance, compounded by the existence of a forbidden area known as the Abyss of Despair that separated Xianzhou from other continents. Within the Abyss of Despair, dangers lurked at every turn, with demonic creatures rampant and terrifying entities known as the Abyssal Ghost Clan. Born from death and darkness, they were virtually immortal within the abyss, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Once they set their sights on a target, escape was nearly impossible. Buzzing in the dark boundary, as a distortion of space occurred, two figures emerged. One was an elder, tall and thin, with hair and beard as white as snow, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Yet his eyes were like profound depths, unfathomable and vast, akin to an endless ocean, evoking a sense of reverence. The youth beside him was strikingly handsome, clad in a green robe, his face radiant like jade. Though a flicker of hatred glimmered in his eyes behind him, he bore an ancient long sword intricately carved with the sun, moon, and stars, its scabbard adorned with archaic, intricate patterns, emanating a fierce and intimidating brilliance that rippled through the air. The sacred talisman has been extinguished. Beyond the abyss lies the desolate land known as Xianzhou. Now, without the sacred talisman, the Jiang family would undoubtedly be unable to traverse the abyss. The elder gazed at a dim talisman in his hand, a flicker of power circulating before it was obliterated into nothingness. "Young master, we should be temporarily safe." He lifted his gaze towards the boundless sky, his voice raspy. "The forces here should be feeble. If we remain concealed, we can at least ensure our lives are secure." The elder spoke solemnly, introducing himself as Yimo, an elder of the ancient Yi clan, now reduced to just the young master Yi Qinshu and himself, barely surviving after their clan's annihilation, fleeing to this desolate region. The Jiang family. Young master Yi Qinshu clenched his fists tightly, trembling at the mere mention of the Jiang family, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Blood seeping forth. "The downfall of my Yi family is entirely due to the Jiang family. If this grudge remains unavenged, I, Yi Qinshu, shall not rest." His eyes burned crimson as he gazed into the dark boundary, radiating intense and frenzied murderous intent. Chapter 69. The city at the border. Apostles of the Demon Hall. Young mastered. Yemo sighed softly, then placed his right arm across Yi Qinshu's back in a comforting gesture, saying, "You possess the Taihao divine body and have gained the recognition of the ancestral sword. Attaining the imperial throne is merely a matter of time. Be wise then. The mere Jiang family will be but a flick of your finger." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinshu gritted his teeth, nodding vigorously, yet his eyes hinted at an overwhelming battle intent. He was determined to grow stronger, to personally annihilate the Jiang family and avenge the Yi clan. Let us proceed. Yemo shook his head, taking Yi Qinshu into the air once more, soaring towards the distant horizon. In a city on the border of Xianzhou, the crowd was in a constant uproar, lively and bustling, as if a grand event were underway. Dozens of apostles clad in black robes from the Demon Hall maintained order, each possessing formidable power at the level of a respected master. Their overwhelming energy suffusing the air, instilling fear in those who beheld them. In the heart of this city, within the grand and opulent city lord's mansion, a festive atmosphere prevailed, with guests from all directions gathering, toasting and laughing, creating a vibrant scene. Ha ha ha, we welcome all esteemed lords of the Demon Hall to our Beiyuan city. Today marks the wedding of my son, and I, on behalf of him, raise a toast to all esteemed lords. A hearty laugh rang out in the hall, as a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood up, lifting a wine jug and addressing the crowd with a loud voice. The peace we enjoy today in Xianzhou is entirely due to our supremely exalted Demon Emperor. May his majesty endure for all eternity. May our demon dynasty remain everlasting. He downed the contents of his cup, his bold proclamation resonating throughout the hall, causing every guest present to erupt in joy, eagerly echoing, "Indeed, we shall forever follow in the footsteps of His Majesty the Demon Emperor. His Majesty the Demon Emperor is mighty. May His Majesty the Demon Emperor endure for all eternity." In an instant, the entire hall erupted, the shouts ringing out, echoing through the skies. Since the unification of Xianzhou, the vast majority of humanity had transformed into demonic beings, revering the Demon Emperor as their common faith. Countless disputes, countless battles, endless bloodshed and chaos seemingly vanished overnight, replaced by an exceedingly tranquil and harmonious scene. Such a spectacle stood in stark contrast to the previous perceptions of the demonic realm. Resembling a dreamlike vision, I am the junior Jiang Qian, honored to meet all esteemed lords. At this moment, a young man adorned in splendid attire, remarkably handsome, entered the hall, bowing respectfully to the crowd. Ha ha ha, indeed a paragon of talent. He shall surely become a leader among the demons. An apostle of the Demon Hall clad in a black and gold robe remarked approvingly, then produced a token, handing it to Jiang Qian. "What is this?" Upon seeing the token, Jiang Qian's expression changed dramatically, hastily returning it with both hands, saying, "I truly feel unworthy. I hope esteemed lords will retract it. This is the emblem of the Demon Hall, granting an unconditional opportunity for a trial within the hall. Should you succeed in the trial, you shall truly enter the Demon Hall and become a distinguished apostle." Within the Demon Hall, the highest authority was the Demon Emperor, followed by the 6 hall masters, and then the masters of various sub-halls. Below the hall masters were the ordinary apostles of the Demon Hall, divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and mortal. Even the most basic mortal rank apostles required at least the strength of a respected master and to survive the perilous trials to be selected for entry into the Demon Hall, making it a formidable challenge. Young Master Jiang need not refuse. Our Demon Hall is currently seeking to recruit talents. With your qualifications, you are undoubtedly the prime candidate. Moreover, I am merely offering you a chance at trial. Whether you can enter the Demon Hall still rests upon your own capabilities. The apostle concluded, placing the token back into Jiang Qian's hands before raising his cup to continue drinking. Ha ha ha, you lad are truly fortunate. Lord Wei is a master of the earth rank in the Demon Hall. To gain his favor is indeed a stroke of great fortune. Beside them, several formidable figures within Beiyuan City couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon witnessing this scene. Although they possessed considerable strength, they were unable to be chosen by the Demon Palace, a sentiment that weighed heavily upon their hearts. "You old relics, my son's natural talent is unparalleled. How could you possibly compare yourselves to him?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qian's father, the lord of Beiyuan City, couldn't help but display a proud demeanor as he spoke. "Old Jiang." The onlookers could only shake their heads in resignation, subsequently returning to their jovial banter and drinks. However, at that moment, a series of violent sounds of air being torn asunder emanated from the distant horizon. Instantly, several envoys from the Demon Palace rose, their gazes alertly trained on the source of the commotion. The lord of Beiyuan City set down his cup, his expression growing grave. How could there be such a potent aura of demonic energy in this place? Soon, 2 figures appeared in the skies above Beiyuan City. those being Yi Qinshu and his companion. They looked down with a hint of disdain, their eyes shimmering with a chilling light as they surveyed the city below. I am Jiang Han, the lord of this city. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Beiyuan City? Jiang Han ascended into the air and solemnly addressed Yi Qinshu and his companion. Humans? Several Demon Palace envoys also soared upwards, their cold gazes sweeping over the young master. Upon witnessing this, Yimo couldn't help but furrow his brows, transmitting a thought. This place, being a stronghold of demonic forces, radiates no trace of humanity from them. Could it be that the demonic energy from the Longyuan has seeped here, transforming this region into such a bizarre land? We should hasten our departure to avoid provoking these demons, lest we invite calamity. Yet at that moment, Yi Qinshu appeared to have completely disregarded Yimo's warning, his cold gaze fixated on Jiang Han, an ominous aura of killing intent subtly emanating from him. Chapter 70. The Fall of Beiyuan. The hypocrisy of duty, Jiang? Yi Qinshu stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure cascading like a tidal wave, enveloping all of Beiyuan City. The forms of several Demon Palace envoys trembled involuntarily, their faces paling, nearly causing them to plummet from the sky. Crack, crack. Jiang Han, meanwhile, bore the brunt of an even more terrifying oppressive force, the sound of his bones cracking echoing painfully as his face flushed, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to resist this dreadful pressure. Young Master Yemo, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene, yet ultimately retracted his hand, allowing the terrifying force to wreak havoc enough. Perhaps the young master requires an outlet for his frustrations. These demons are merely a nuisance. Slaying them need not evoke excessive concern. Audacious. In an instant, one of the envoys from the Demon Palace could no longer contain his fury, the demonic energy erupting from him like a volcano, transforming into a colossal claw that obscured the sky as it lunged towards Yi Qinshu. He was a formidable being at the 7th layer of the sovereign realm, unleashing his full power, creating a spectacle that could shake the heavens. Even an ordinary sovereign-level warrior would be instantaneously annihilated by such might. Humph! Witnessing the demon's audacity to strike at him, Yi Qinshu coldly rebuked, his thoughts coalescing as a magnificent dragon's head manifestation surged forth. Crashing against the monstrous claw, boom! In an instant, the claw shattered into nothingness. The envoy, spitting blood, plummeted like a broken kite from the sky, crashing down upon numerous structures. What audacity! At this moment, several more envoys from the Demon Palace soared into the air. All sovereign-level warriors, their eyes fixed on Yi Qinshu with murderous intent. The Wei surname envoy, in particular, radiated an overwhelming aura of malice, as if surrounded by countless wailing specters, instilling a sense of dread. His name was Wei Xian, a mid-tier envoy of the Demon Palace, having reached the 3rd layer of the sovereign realm, temporarily serving as the deputy lord of the 82nd Hall, enjoying a position of high authority. Lord Wei, save me! At this moment, beneath Yi Qinshu, Jiang Han was drenched in blood, kneeling on the ground, the terrifying pressure having nearly shattered his body, his bones fractured and on the verge of collapse. Lord Jiang. Wei Xian's fury escalated, his figure abruptly darting forth like a streak of black light, hurtling towards Yi Qinshu. Boom! The vast waves of demonic energy surged forth, tearing the air asunder with terrifying power. As if splitting the heavens open. Overreaching, Yi Qinshu's eyes shimmered with a faint golden radiance, his fingers spread wide, summoning thousands of divine symbols to coalesce into a golden divine sword, slicing down with an edge of lethal sharpness. Boom! The clash of golden light and darkness erupted, sending shockwaves through the void, accompanied by thunderous detonations. Bang! Yi Qinshu remained unmoved, his gaze coldly dismissive as Wei Xian was sent hurtling back, crashing into a towering palace and reducing it to rubble. Subsequently, Wei Xian spewed forth another mouthful of blood, his complexion paling dramatically, the demonic energy around him waning. "Who are you?" he bellowed, his eyes filled with intense disbelief, realizing that this human had effortlessly defeated him without even shifting his stance. This individual was undeniably extraordinary, Lord Wei. Witnessing this, countless demons within the city involuntarily gasped in shock, their hearts stirred by waves of terror. Hemy name is not one that you lowly demons are worthy of knowing. Yi Qinshu stood tall and aloof, looking down upon the demons with contempt, his voice icy. Let the slaughter begin with this wretched Jiang. Ah, boom. In an instant, under the pressure of overwhelming force, Jiang Han's body exploded. His very soul obliterated into nothingness. Father! Jiang Qian cried out in anguish, his eyes filled with boundless fury, fists clenched tightly as he charged towards Yi Chensu. Yi Chensu smirked, his gaze flashing with disdain. Boom! With a mere thought, the terrifying pressure bore down upon Jiang Qian, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mist of blood, utterly annihilated. A group of worthless demons, what right do you have to exist? What right do you have to make noise here? All of you shall die, boom. Yi Chensu roared, an endless torrent of power surging forth, crushing every demon within the city into oblivion. Ah! The air was filled with the harrowing screams of the demons. Both the common folk and the envoys alike, all reduced to blood mist, utterly erased from existence. This once peaceful city was instantly transformed into a true hell, blood-soaked and littered with corpses, after a mere incense stick's time. The entire city lay in ruins. Crimson mist rose, tinting the sky a deep red, resembling a realm of slaughter, instilling a profound sense of fear. Young master, is this, perhaps a bit excessive? Yimo's expression reflected his discomfort. Although the demons were indeed deserving of their fate, such a scene left him feeling profoundly uneasy. No, they are merely demons, a horde of fiends from hell, deserving only of death and suffering. I slay them not because of their wrongdoings, but because they should never have existed in this world. This city should never have existed. A frenzied glint flickered in Yi Chensu's eyes, his intent to kill intensifying. Is this the sensation of exterminating demons? Truly, it is intoxicating. Young master, Yimo sighed, gazing at the blood-soaked ruins, and with a thought, he buried it all, merging it back into the earth. Chapter 71. Taihao Divine Sun. The darkest moon. Meanwhile, in the demon capital of Daiming, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, as if sensing something amiss, with strands of demonic patterns flickering in his gaze. At this moment, within his perception, millions of demons had fallen, including a sovereign-level envoy. The direction of this occurrence was. Su Ming stood, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite voids, faintly glimpsing the tragic scene of Beiyuan City, alongside two powerful presences akin to an abyss. One among them, as if sensing his scrutiny, unleashed a surge of power that struck like a thunderclap, abruptly severing the scene. The human race? In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. The humans of Xianzhou are barely hanging on. How could such a formidable being emerge? Could it be that they hail from beyond Xianzhou? This notion deepened the furrow in Su Ming's brow. The chasm known as the Abyssal Rift lies between Xianzhou and other great continents. Traversing it is perilous. And even he, in his current state, cannot underestimate its dangers. To perceive the Emperor's gaze, the cultivation of that human must be at least above the earthly sovereign level. Su Ming murmured to himself, recognizing that he had only just begun to tread the path of the earthly sovereign. If he were to remain trapped in Xianzhou, unable to slay even more powerful beings, it would severely hinder his path to cultivation. Regardless, those who dare to slaughter the Emperor's subjects must pay the price. His eyes narrowed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Summon the 6 great palace masters at once. We shall venture to the borders and eradicate the foreign human race. Yes, a guard outside the hall immediately responded. Turning to depart, if those two truly come from beyond Xianzhou, perhaps they could be the key to my demon race's escape from Xianzhou, Su Ming mused as he flickered away from the hall. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, yet another city fell to ruin, countless demons perishing, their blood forming a mist that enveloped the sky. Yi Chensu's eyes burned with ferocity. As he waved his arms, a torrent of law power surged forth, crushing several demon envoys charging at him into a crimson rain. Ha ha ha! Come on! Come on! He roared madly, each movement resulting in the annihilation of tens of thousands of demons, blood mist swirling around him. Meanwhile, Yimo's gaze grew increasingly grave. This was already the second demon city they had reached, and his divine sense extended for 100,000 miles, revealing the presence of billions of demons. Sending chills down his spine, one moment, it felt as if a dangerous gaze was locking onto the two of them, instilling a profound sense of deathly threat. Yimo's heart tightened. The strangeness of this place far exceeded his expectations. This was not the barren land of legend. It was a true den of demons, fraught with peril. Young master, enough! At this thought, he could not help but exclaim, an overwhelming pressure descending, gradually restoring clarity to Yi Qinshu's eyes. The crimson hue fading. Someone is watching us, young master. We must leave immediately, or the consequences will be dire. Yimo's expression fluctuated, his gaze sweeping towards the distant horizon, a flicker of inexplicable trepidation flashing in his eyes. You mean these weak demons? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Let them come. I, Yi Qinshu, shall wait for them right here. I want to see who will be the first to meet their demise. Oh, however, at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the heavens, infused with boundless killing intent that made the very heavens and earth tremble, warping the space as if it could shatter at any moment. This is why Imo's expression shifted slightly as he looked toward the source of the voice, only to see a vast black cloud slowly coalescing at the edge of the boundless sky. An endless breath of darkness descending, shrouding the heavens as if doomsday were upon them. As darkness enveloped the land, a massive crimson blood moon rose slowly from the horizon, casting its eerie glow upon the vast earth. The fusion of blood and darkness exuding a terrifying wave of death. Above the clouds stood 7 figures, all enshrouded in darkness, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, akin to black, venomous serpents devouring everything in the void. Thud! The foremost figure stepped forth, emerging from the darkness, his radiant white hair dancing in the wind, and a black-gold imperial robe accentuating his boundless nobility, as if an unparalleled emperor had descended. Surveying all living beings, his scarlet eyes mirrored the blood moon hanging in the heavens, beautiful, yet radiating an utterly bloodthirsty glint that sent shivers down the spine. His low voice echoed across 1,000 miles, shaking the very fabric of space, as if countless swords were slicing through the void, emitting a series of resonant hums. Weak demons? The demonic might swept forth like a tidal wave, engulfing all directions. Su Ming's voice was deep, akin to a sound from the abyss, filled with coldness and cruelty, as if time and space itself had frozen. Roar! Where the shadows fell, endless demonic creatures surged forth, their terrifying roars echoing like the wails of countless tormented souls. You are the leader of this demon race? Quite the audacity. This horrifying scene, however, did not instill even a hint of fear in Yi Qinshu. Instead, he smirked indifferently, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. As the scion of the Yi family, what scenes had he not witnessed? A mere demon leader was nothing to him. Although the Yi family had fallen, he, Yi Qinshu, was not a trivial being to provoke. Young master, do not underestimate them. Why? Imo's expression was grave, his voice low as he cautioned. Mo Lao, have the days of prolonged flight made you forget your own identity? The former king of Tianma, now fearful of a group of demons from Xinzhou? Hearing this, Yi Qinshu could not help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. The divine blood flowing through my Yi family is that of the ancient Taihao emperor. Under the radiance of divine glory, all darkness and evil will be reduced to ashes. My slaughter of those demons is not fueled by the enmity of the Jiang family, but rather the divine blood within me boils and stirs. Yearning to obliterate all those dark beings, he stepped forward, his aura growing increasingly powerful, as behind him, the radiant sun of divine light seemed to rise, dispelling the surrounding darkness, leaving only the blinding divine radiance illuminating all. Buzzing. Yi Qinshu's long sword resonated. Stars, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, countless divine runes flowed along the blade, ancient and weathered patterns emerging, as if recounting the history of the primordial wilderness. Upon witnessing this, Imo's form trembled slightly, a sense of familiarity welling up from within. As if recalling past events, in ancient times, the Taihao emperor had vanquished 3 ancient demon emperors, securing peace for countless beings and quelling the chaos of 100 states. What a grand feat! The Yi family had long been dedicated to slaying demons and eliminating evil, paying an immense price in blood. Yet, 8,000 years ago, 3 ancestors fell in the abyssal rift, leading to a dramatic decline in the Yi family's power. Suffering an unprecedented blow, now, in a millennium of survival, the Yi family, having endured countless years, was finally on the brink of extinction, save for that one remaining divine scion. Yi Qinshu bore the divine blood that had not manifested in 10,000 years. Alongside the boundless hatred of his ancestors towards demons, King of Tianmo, Emo shook his head, following Yi Chunxiu as they gazed into the distant gloom. Boom! Behind Su Ming, the 6 palace masters slowly emerged. Standing at his flanks, their overwhelming demonic energy surging like an unfathomable sea, roaring like countless demonic dragons. Demon race, I am the divine scion of the Yi family. Yi Chunxiu, as a formidable being, you have the right to state your humble name before your demise. Buzzing. The Taihao divine sword unsheathed behind Yi Chunxiu, its astonishing sword light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire realm, the limitless sharpness aimed at the heavens, as if to tear apart the very void. Arrogance. Upon hearing this, the first palace master, by Maching, immediately bellowed, his form transforming into a streak of white light, erupting forth, as if a towering sword demon roared behind him, the terrifying sword intent sweeping across the heavens. As if to pierce through the radiant sun. Boom! Emo remained expressionless, an aura of profound laws swirling around him as he grasped. A massive ancient bronze blade materialized out of thin air, inscribed with celestial beings and chaotic phenomena, annihilating the void, cleaving the heavens, and bursting forth into the sky. Boom! By Maching and Emo struck simultaneously, their terrifying forces colliding, the impact causing the space for miles to shatter. Countless fissures spreading like a spider's web, instantly covering the sky. After the cataclysmic collision, Emo's form remained unwavering, exuding an aura of formidable terror, while Bai Machin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Staggering back several steps, his face revealing a chilling intent to kill, the Earth Sovereign, bah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, his complexion pale, yet his body stood tall and straight like a spear, defiantly erect in the void, betraying no sign of retreat. If one wishes to strike at the young master, they must first tread over the corpse of this old man. Emo's voice was cold and commanding, his aura surging once more, as the 1,000-foot-long bronze battle blade radiated a dazzling ancient brilliance, an overwhelming wave of energy spreading forth. Mo Lao, those 6 demon clans are entrusted to you. I shall personally confront the leaders of these demons and enlighten them. What it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the demons. Kill? Yi Chunxiu's eyes were icily cold. Without waiting for Emo's response, he swung the Taihao divine sword, summoning celestial radiance that erupted like exploding stars, unleashing millions of sword energies towards Su Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, Emo moved as well, the vast power of the laws coursing through the void. The terrifying bronze blade once again swung forth, resembling the shadow of a celestial dragon piercing through the heavens. Directly aimed at the 6 palace masters. Insolent wretches, Su Ming's gaze was frigid, the dark aura surrounding him transforming into an abyss of eternal darkness, devouring all light and hope. Ha ha ha. Come, then. Yi Chunxiu let out a long howl, his entire being surging with power like a tumultuous tide, his golden divine body appearing as if forged from gold, adorned with ancient runes that shimmered, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. This was the monumental strength possessed by the divine body, now combined with the might of the Taihao divine sword, resembling an unparalleled deity descending to the mortal realm, exuding an invincible arrogance. Su Ming merely snorted coldly, and in an instant, the supreme power of the heavenly burial demon god descended upon him once more, causing the surrounding space to collapse in an instant, the endless sword energies being ground to dust by that terrifying pressure. Subsequently, he faced the Taihao sword, which descended like a divine being. Bang! Without the slightest hint of retreat, Su Ming confronted the sword's edge with his flesh, a terrifying storm howling like a colossal wave, sweeping across the entire firmament. Boom! The celestial radiance still erupted infinitely, but no matter how it surged, it could never shatter the palm of Su Ming. Instead, a series of piercing, shattering sounds rang out, threatening to rupture eardrums. Cracked eye in the eyes of Yi Chunxiu, filled with horror, terrifying fissures appeared upon the Taihao divine sword, and then, bang! With a crisp sound, the ancestral sword of the Yi family, which had been passed down for countless ages, shattered. Boom! Bang! In the next moment, Yi Chunxiu's form was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several towering mountains before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating what seemed like a chasm within the earth. Chapter 73. Withering and Decaying, the Might of Absolute Burial. Young Master. Meanwhile, Emo, engaged in battle with the 6 palace masters, witnessed this and his expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed toward the direction where Yi Chunxiu had fallen, the bronze ancient blade illuminating with myriad divine lights, forcing back the 6 palace masters before lifting the fallen Yi Chunxiu from the pit. Cough, cough. Yi Chunxiu coughed violently, the faint golden blood of his divine body spilling forth continuously, appearing utterly disheveled. Now, he bore no resemblance to the celestial being he once was. Instead, he seemed like an elderly man on the brink of death, as if he were about to fall. Chunxiu. Yimo's eyes brimmed with anguish. Channeling his own essence into Yi Chunxiu's body to combat the lingering darkness. The ancestral sword, the ancestral sword. Yet Yi Chunxiu gazed at the shattered Taihao divine sword, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. Murmuring continuously. The divine body shattered, the ancestral sword broken. Su Ming's strike had nearly entombed him in despair, obliterating his greatest belief, the demon clan. Witnessing this scene, Yi Mo directed his gaze toward the towering silhouette of the demon in the heavens. A tempest of murderous intent surging in his eyes. Those who harm the young master of the Yi family shall die, he roared. At that moment, his aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation, boundless sword shadows appearing behind him. Formed from the endless power of the laws, resembling the judgment sword that embodied the will of the heavens, radiating an unparalleled might that made the very heavens tremble. Yimo's cultivation soared instantaneously, breaking through the limits of the earth's sovereign, reaching the true realm of the heavenly sovereign. In that moment, he seemed like a genuine celestial deity, enveloped in an endless, magnificent force, his divine might overwhelming, capable of tearing asunder the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture. So, he has finally ceased to conceal his power. Upon witnessing the terrifying phenomenon emanating from Yimo, Su Ming merely smiled coldly, as if he had anticipated this all along. The heavenly sovereign, merely a step away from the legendary domain of the emperors. The power he possessed was far beyond that of the earth's sovereign. As the name implies, the former represents the earth, the latter the heavens. The gulf between them is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Buzzing. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, distorting and fracturing the sky for miles around. And then, boom! Yimo slashed with his sword, the infinite sword shadows following suit, erupting like divine thunder from the ninth heaven, as if transforming into the blades of celestial punishment, annihilating this space entirely. The sword shadows swept across, carrying unmatched divine might, breaking through the firmament, directly aimed at Su Ming. Bang. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent, as if merely observing a splendid performance. With a single step, streams of demonic power enveloped him, causing the surrounding laws and time to come to a standstill, rendering Yimo's terrifying sword, brimming with might, frozen midair. Although the power of the heavenly sovereign was formidable, before Su Ming, who wielded the power of the demon god, it appeared utterly insignificant, ridiculous. How could this be possible? In an instant, Yimo's expression shifted dramatically, feeling an immense sense of oppression that threatened to shatter his very soul. The heavenly sovereign, before this emperor, merely a feeble, insignificant insect. Su Ming spoke coldly, the vast aura of the demon god surging forth like a raging sea, causing Yimo's hair to stand on end, his essence wildly circulating as he sought to flee. Alas, at this moment, he had no path of retreat. Boom! In that instant, the colossal hand of the demon god, akin to a shroud covering the sky, descended directly to suppress him. No, young master. Bang! With a thunderous clap that shook the heavens and the earth. Yimo had no chance to escape, obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind, not even his soul, reduced to nothingness. A heavenly sovereign thus fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a heavenly sovereign of the first heaven. Cultivation elevated to fourth heaven of earth sovereign. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a heavenly sovereign of the first heaven, gaining 10 kill points. Ding! The power of the demon god's essence has concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring absolute heaven's annihilation. Instantly, the system's voice resounded, and Su Ming's cultivation and power saw another enhancement. Moreover, absolute heaven's annihilation, one of the supreme divine abilities of the heavenly burial demon god. A taboo force that demands the destruction of all things as its price. Even now, When Su Ming wields it within 1,000 miles, all space, earth, laws, and beings shall instantly collapse, transforming into a chaotic void. This can be said to be the ultimate trump card. An absolute killing move. Once unleashed, even the user themselves will suffer profound backlash. Casually reviewing the system's description, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the barely surviving Yi Chinxiu, a cruel coldness flickering in his eyes. At this moment, the latter, upon witnessing Yi Mo's fall, appeared devoid of spirit, utterly drained of all power, collapsed upon the ground. Buzzing with a thought, Su Ming imprisoned Yi Chinxiu in the void, then approached within 3 feet of him. An endless torrent of dark power surging into his mind, causing Yi Chinxiu's entire body to tremble and convulse uncontrollably. In the face of Su Ming's brutally invasive soul-searching, he could only endure for 3 breaths of time. Before emitting a series of heart-rending screams, his eyes filled with deep-seated resentment and a ghastly expression. The excruciating agony, akin to having one's very soul torn asunder, rendered him incapable of speech, his features continuously oozing blood. His eyes bulging with an appearance most grotesque and fearsome in the realm of Dongtian Dao domain, among the ancient clans, the Yi and Jiang families. Each name escaped Su Ming's lips, plunging the listener into a nightmarish abyss. With a sudden gasp, Yi Chinxiu ultimately succumbed to the unrelenting pain, spewing forth a copious amount of blood before fainting. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained deep in contemplation, assimilating the information gleaned from Yi Chinxiu's mind. Seeking a method to lead the demon race away from Xianzhou. Chapter 74. Delving into the Abyss, the Enigmatic Sanctuary. Sacred Talismans? After a lengthy pause, Su Ming murmured softly, his gaze sharpening. Within Yi Chinxiu's memories lay an exceedingly rare ancient talisman. Reputedly crafted by an unparalleled master of talismans, possessing formidable restraining power over demonic entities and the abyssal specters dwelling within the desolate depths. Thousands of years prior, the Yi family fortuitously retrieved 3 sacred talismans from an ancient battlefield. Yet now, the last talisman had been expended by Yi Mo and his companion. Leaving none behind, Su Ming remained silent, yet a flicker of ire ignited within his eyes. How dare the mere abyss obstruct the path of this emperor? By marching, abruptly, he spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with a lethal intent. Your subordinate is here. By marching, standing in the void, immediately knelt, responding with utmost reverence, command me, your majesty. Su Ming regarded Bai Maching with a calm demeanor, stating, bring this individual back to the demon city. Let his flesh endure the torment of 1,000 blades, and thereafter, employ the soul-biting insects to gnaw at his very essence. He who dares to slaughter the subjects of my demon dynasty. This emperor shall ensure he cannot live nor die, as you command. Upon hearing this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Maching's eyes before he seized the unconscious Yi Chinxiu. Moreover, Su Ming's gaze drifted toward the distant boundary of the abyss, where the ominous depths seemed palpable, even from hundreds of thousands of miles away. One could sense the unfathomable dangers lurking within that eerie darkness. This emperor shall venture into the abyss alone. The march of my demon race must not falter here. Though his tone was cold, it bore a weight of sanguinary intent, causing the temperature around him to plummet to freezing levels, as if the very fabric of space were to freeze in his wake. Your Majesty, think carefully. At this, Bai Maching's expression shifted dramatically, urgently advising, the abyss is fraught with peril. Even a being of supreme caliber would find themselves ensnared in endless danger, perhaps even perishing. Your Majesty, allow us to accompany you. You are the true core of our demon race. How can you risk yourself so lightly? Please, reconsider. In an instant, the 6 great palace lords knelt in the void, collectively beseeching him with utmost sincerity. No need for further words. This matter has been decided in this emperor's heart. Su Ming interrupted their council directly, his eyes radiating an intimidating brilliance, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominion. The demon race ought not to fear any obstacles. Yet if this emperor cannot even traverse the abyss, how can we speak of conquering the heavens? Before his words could settle, Su Ming transformed into a streak of darkness, surging forth toward the abyss's location. Your Majesty, watching Su Ming's departing silhouette, Bai Maching and the others paled noticeably, their eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Let us go. Lin Yuan's deep voice resonated, causing the eyes of the assembled demons to momentarily glaze over. I understand your thoughts, but with our current cultivation, go rashly enter the abyss is akin to courting death. Your Majesty would not wish for our demise. We need only follow your will, torment this man, and await your return. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the unconscious Yi Chunxiu, his eyes gleaming with unrelenting cruelty. Whoosh! Thereafter, Lin Yuan transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the void, while the other 5 palace lords, with a resigned sigh, hurriedly followed suit, departing from the scene. The abyss, known as the most profound and terrifying forbidden ground in the collective consciousness of Xuanzhou's beings over countless eons, remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows where one might end up after traversing the abyss, nor the terrifying dangers concealed within. Throughout endless ages, numerous powerful beings have attempted to navigate these depths, yet few have managed to escape the clutches of death. Perishing within the abyss, boom! Amidst the mingling darkness and sanguine hues, Su Ming's form gradually descended, the ferocious pressure beneath him crushing several grotesque demonic creatures into a mist of blood. Here, light appeared to have lost its way, darkness consuming all, the entirety of the abyss suffused with an oppressive, chilling gloom. Only the eerily radiant blood moon above the heavens emitted a faint crimson glow. This was the true visage of the abyss, a pitch-black expanse, replete with an overwhelming sense of desolation, evoking the feeling of an unfathomable depth, akin to the very essence of the 9 hells. At this moment, Su Ming had ventured 1,000 miles into the abyss. Exhaling a long breath, Su Ming narrowed his eyes, gazing at the blood moon atop the abyss, and in that moment it seemed he could discern blood-like tendrils writhing and twisting within, emanating a horrific and tempestuous aura, as if it were a living entity, sending shivers down his spine. Indeed, this abyss was far from ordinary. A chill coursed through Su Ming's heart as the boundless power of the Demon Emperor surged around him, enveloping him in protection. Though he, too, was a creature of darkness, the aura of this place invoked an extreme discomfort within him, a power starkly different from that of the demon race, embodying an exceedingly sinister and bizarre energy. Buzz? Suddenly, Su Ming felt a shift behind him die in an instant. The space and objects around him transformed, as though they had been forcibly relocated to another realm. This place is... Su Ming furrowed his brow. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, before him stood a dilapidated yet ancient edifice, adorned with peculiar engravings, exuding an enigmatic and cryptic power. Boom! Abruptly, a deep, resonant chime echoed from the structure, reverberating throughout the realm, causing the ground to tremble slightly. You have arrived. In that moment, from within the edifice emerged a figure clad in a dark robe, their form ethereal and fleeting, resembling a dissipating specter, exuding an aura of the sublime. Chapter 75. The Death Trap. The initial skirmish with the abyssal specter, a voice resonating with the grandeur of divine sound rang out, instantly altering the surrounding scenery, as if an endless chant enveloped Su Ming's ears, conjuring vivid visions in his mind. As though he were listening to a celestial melody transcending the mortal realm, the figure slowly extended their arms, seemingly welcoming Su Ming's arrival, a vast divine aura swirling about them, rendering Su Ming as if he were a god. Pure and unsullied, transcending the mundane. I am the divine sovereign of Dongtian, the inheritor of the legacy. Do you wish to accompany me in ascending to the pinnacle of immortality? Buzz. Their expression radiated compassion. And behind them, a faint golden divine halo emerged, illuminating the surroundings, causing this place to seem not like an abyss filled with despair and death, but rather an exalted realm of divinity. Yet at this moment, within Su Ming's eyes, intricate demonic patterns began to materialize. The eyes of the world-burying demon unfurled silently. Ha! Gazing upon the ancient edifice suffused with divine radiance, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. His gaze turning ominously frigid, reflecting an endless chill in his eyes, the true nature of this edifice was fully revealed. Merely a dilapidated palace, entirely shrouded in darkness, its surface carved with grotesque visages of malevolent spirits, seemingly hailing from the depths of hell, suffused with an oppressive and frigid aura. Below, a sinister and formidable presence, brimming with the essence of terror and slaughter, lay in wait, eager for Su Ming to unwittingly walk into its trap. In this abyss of despair, What inheritance of the divine sovereign? What realm of the afterlife? It was nothing more than a death trap. Once ensnared, one would be doomed to eternal damnation. Yet the eerie entities within the abyss dare to call themselves divine sovereigns? Su Ming stepped forward, the blood of the underworld sword materializing in his hand, shimmering with a bewitching crimson light, harboring a terrifying and boundless power, as if possessing the ultimate might to obliterate all. The pinnacle of immortality? This emperor shall ascend in due time, but you are unworthy. In the next instant, Su Ming's figure soared through the vast sky, the terrifying force of darkness erupting like a tsunami, transforming into a black torrent that swept across the heavens, surging towards the figure clad in dark robes, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. Boom! In that moment, the illusory figure was utterly obliterated, and the celestial brilliance vanished in an instant. Revealing a sky interwoven with darkness and crimson, a thunderous roar echoed, and a dreadful storm surged forth, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble violently. Boring, bang. Amidst the enveloping dark haze, a grotesque entity of extreme distortion emerged. Its massive form resembling a towering mountain, slowly rising from the depths of the earth, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the hearts and souls of all beings. 6 blood-red eyes opened in the darkness, and in an instant it felt as if mountains were collapsing. An overwhelming oppression descended upon this space, causing the void to crack and fissures to spread as if on the verge of collapse. Hiss! The piercing sound resonated for miles, causing the creatures of this area to tremble incessantly in fear, in dread. The abyssal ghost, was it? Within the dark storm, Su Ming's figure gradually materialized, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This emperor is rather curious to see just how far your so-called immortality can truly extend. Step by step, Su Ming advanced, his aura suddenly surging to its zenith, as if a majestic shadow of a demon god loomed behind him, radiating boundless demonic might, as if to subdue the heavens and bury all existence. Boom! He stamped his foot upon the void, and his figure instantaneously shifted, the soul-blood sword in his hand striking mercilessly at the twisted and colossal form of the abyssal ghost. This strike was enough to rend the very skies and obliterate vast landscapes. The soul-blood sword sliced through the air, and wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated, the terrifying sword light seemingly capable of severing all things in existence. Blood-flesh. The abyssal ghost emitted a hoarse groan, and amidst its contorted form, countless grotesque and terrifying faces appeared, devoid of features, with hollow eye sockets swirling with dark mist. Crash! In the next moment, the sword light cleaved downward, and the abyssal ghost's massive body continuously disintegrated, only to reconstitute itself in an instant, cackling. The 6 blood-red eyes scanned below, seemingly mocking Su Ming's audacity, as the abyssal ghost grinned wickedly, its body suffused with a sanguine glow, surrounded by a multitude of phantasmal beings, each more fearsome than the last, exuding boundless malevolence. Kill! Su Ming's gaze sharpened, the thunder of annihilation and the devouring flames surged forth, transforming into a terrifying sea of thunder and fire, obscuring the sun and enveloping all beneath. Boom! Where the thunder fire passed, all things were extinguished, countless phantoms disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Kill! Whether beneath the earth or within the void, endless phantoms emerged. They were all fallen warriors of the abyss, their last vestiges of resentment harnessed by the abyssal ghost, morphing into a terrifying tide of spirits. Annihilate! Su Ming shouted, invoking the heavenly burial demon realm. A vast power of annihilation surged forth, crushing millions of phantoms. Fresh blood and flesh, delicious, cackling, bang! In that moment, the abyssal ghost moved, its distorted form suddenly extending thousands of terrifying, grotesque tentacles, each as sharp as a spear, seemingly able to pierce the heavens, carrying an overwhelming, terrifying power. Lunging fiercely at Su Ming. Boom! The heavenly burial demon realm once more erupted with a dark radiance, countless phantoms vanishing in an instant, and those thousands of tentacles were mercilessly shredded into swirling black mist. Die! Su Ming's gaze darkened, the blood of the demon emperor surged within him, the boundless power of darkness roaring forth, like a myriad of demonic dragons howling, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! In that moment, He slightly closed his fingers, and the majestic demon god behind him moved in tandem, delivering a punch that seemed to bring down a dark star, shattering all illusions, annihilating the ancient heavens. Chapter 76, Slaying the Abyssal Ghost. The truth of the abyss. The heavens and earth roared, the terrifying assault causing the entire abyss to tremble. An endless storm surged forth in an instant, raising waves of millions of feet, causing countless beasts and grotesque entities in the distance to explode in an instant, turning to ash, bang. Like a multitude of thundering roars, all of the abyssal ghost's tentacles were annihilated in an instant. Its massive form exploding, transforming into a sky filled with thick, black, viscous matter, emitting a foul stench that permeated the world. This move was a divine technique Su Ming had comprehended from the Demon Emperor's slaughtering heaven scripture and the laws of annihilation. Known as Return to Ruin, the power of Return to Ruin stemmed from the absolute rules of annihilation, and once it struck, it could fundamentally disintegrate and obliterate the enemy's body, soul, and even their very existence. Its dreadful might was beyond imagination. Vast amounts of viscous matter continuously gathered, only to completely collapse the next moment. Simultaneously, the abyssal ghost's excruciating wails echoed incessantly, but moments later, they ceased entirely, dissipating into thick, black mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Earth Sovereign Ninefold Heavenly Evil Spirit. Cultivation upgraded to Earth Sovereign Fivefold Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Earth Sovereign Ninefold Heavenly Evil Spirit. Earning 2 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a fragment of evil god power. Would you like to absorb it? The system's voice rang ceaselessly, and as the last sound faded, Su Ming's gaze flickered with surprise. Evil god power? He furrowed his brows, having never heard of this evil god name within the realm of Xianzhou. Evil god power. A faint essence of power derived from an unknown evil god, possessing the ability to distort existence and chaotic will. If one's mind is not resolute, one will surely suffer a curse, transforming into a puppet of the evil god. Yes, he beheld the information manifesting in the system. Su Ming felt a jolt of caution regarding this unknown power. Meanwhile, he gained a new understanding of the true nature of this desolate abyss. This was the very source of the abyssal ghost's supposed immortality. Buzzing, Su Ming opened his palm, a wisp of eerie, dark power swirling within, akin to liquid, yet containing an immensely chaotic and destructive aura. The intensity of the fluctuations was such that it seemed to draw in the elements of the world, causing them to converge frantically towards this location. Boom! In that instant, several monstrous entities, resembling mountains, were drawn near, intent on tearing Su Ming apart and devouring that evil god power. Seeking death, Su Ming's expression turned icy. The power of the laws of annihilation surged forth as formless waves, directly obliterating those monstrous entities, their blood vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Subsequently, he even swallowed that evil god power in one gulp, and in the blink of an an overwhelmingly vast power erupted within him, as if he had consumed an ocean of energy, causing Su Ming's body to tremble, his blood surging like a volcano poised to erupt. Boom! The terrifying power surged forth like a primal ferocious tiger breaking free from its chains, causing his organs to nearly shatter, and the meridians and bones within him to crack and splinter. As if on the verge of disintegration, simultaneously, an intensely twisted, chaotic will relentlessly assaulted Su Ming's soul, seemingly attempting to transform him into an evil spirit, plunging him eternally into the abyss. Submit to this emperor. Su Ming roared within, the blood of the Demon Emperor boiling fiercely, the vast power of darkness surging forth like a torrential river, suppressing that chaotic evil god power. Boom! A resounding roar erupted from within him. The terrifying demonic might sweeping across the heavens and the earth, forming a dark pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a fragment of evil god power. Gaining the trait, Unnameable, Eternal One. Cultivation upgraded to Earth Sovereign Sevenfold Heaven. Ding! The undying body of the Demon Emperor has received external power augmentation. Overall power increased fivefold. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a deity within the darkness, emanating a terrifying, boundless, and eternal aura, compelling others to instinctively revere him, as if they were to submit to the endless darkness. Becoming eternal slaves, perfectly absorbing this fragment of evil god power brought about a monumental transformation in his strength. Although his cultivation had not significantly increased, his essence had undeniably reached a frightening level. Even when facing another heavenly sovereign, without bearing the power of the demon god, he could easily slay them. The unnameable. Your form possesses the power of distorted thought. Should the feeble-willed gaze upon it, their minds will gradually warp, collapse, and ultimately transform into mindless, soulless husks, forever descending into the path of wickedness. The eternal. One of the supreme tiers of existence, endowed with infinite longevity, eternal memory, and transcendence over the cycle of reincarnation. As Su Ming beheld the system's introduction of these two formidable traits, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling a profound sense of dread within. The eternal, possessing boundless lifespan and residing within the memories of all beings. It could be said that Su Ming, in the present, has truly attained the state of undying immortality. Furthermore, he could even bestow a portion of this eternal power upon his subordinates, sharing this nearly everlasting life with them. Is this the bloodline power of the Dark God? Su Ming pondered silently, as legends spoke of the abyssal chasm being the manifestation of a fallen deity. It now seems that the unknown Dark God must indeed be the very deity spoken of in those tales. A true eternal being, reduced to oblivion here, is a notion that leaves one utterly astonished. He could only imagine the might of the existence capable of slaying such an eternal deity. It would surely be so powerful that a mere thought could shatter galaxies and rend the very fabric of reality. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from afar, illuminating the heavens and abruptly severing Su Ming's train of thought. Past the aura of humanity. Within the depths of his soul's probing, Su Ming quickly discerned the presence of several powerful human figures, causing his expression to momentarily tighten. Chapter 77. The Emperor of the Void Sky. Enemies from beyond roar. The howls of demonic creatures reverberated through the sky, akin to the wails of countless tormented souls, sending chills down one's spine. Boom, boom. Terrifying assaults descended like a torrential rain, stirring up a dreadful tempest that shook the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air being rent apart echoed continuously. Dozens of figures swept in from the distance, surrounding Su Ming entirely. Who would have thought that amidst this abyssal chasm point one might discover a practitioner of the demon race? Behind them, a robust man clad in bloodied battle armor, wielding a war spear, stepped forward, exuding an aura of palpable ferocity, his cold gaze fixated upon Su Ming, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Just perfect, the prince desires a demon practitioner as a plaything. This will certainly simplify matters. Beside the imposing man, a woman adorned in sheer fabric, her beauty captivating, emerged. Her figure was enchanting, her skin as fair as snow, and every movement exuded an irresistible charm. Dozens of figures, each exuding an aura surpassing that of earthly sovereigns, while the two leading figures emanated a depth akin to abyssal seas, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Their cultivation was at least at the level of celestial sovereignty, far surpassing that of the previous Yimo. Witnessing this, Su Ming's gaze suddenly darkened, threads of murderous intent subtly permeating the air, causing the temperature around him to plummet. He, as if sensing this murderous intent, the leading robust man could not help but let out a derisive chuckle, then fixed his mocking gaze upon Su Ming. Little fellow, we are from the Emperor of the Void Sky. I advise you to surrender obediently, lest you engage in futile struggles. The Emperor of the Void Sky, you say. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes revealed no reaction, a calm smile gracing his lips. Have you considered how you wish to meet your demise? At this remark, both the robust man and the alluring woman were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces twisted into expressions of scorn and mockery, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in existence. Laughing, demon, do you not realize that? Boom. However, before he could finish his words, in the next instant, Su Ming flickered, appearing before the latter as if teleporting, delivering a devastating punch, accompanied by a piercing sound of rupture. His head was crushed as if it were a watermelon, brain matter and blood spraying into the air, a crimson mist painting the surroundings, evoking nausea. A single strike, a fatal blow. This scene left all present in a state of shock, their expressions freezing instantaneously. The leader of the celestial sovereigns at the 3rd tier has just fallen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the 3rd tier of celestial sovereignty. Cultivation level elevated to the 9th tier of earthly sovereignty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a being of the 3rd tier of celestial sovereignty, gaining 5 points of kill value. Bang, bang, bang. Following this, the sounds of flesh and blood exploding echoed continuously, dozens of divine abyssal warriors perishing in an instant, their screams never having the chance to escape their lips as they transformed into a crimson cloud of mist. Ah, ah, in the end, only the alluring woman remained. At this moment, she was utterly terrified, her screams piercing the air, her delicate body trembling violently, her face pale as a sheet, her eyes brimming with profound dread and horror. Cracked Su Ming grasped her neck with a single hand, the terrifying strength causing her bones to creak ominously, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Don't kill me. I will do anything, I will say anything. Please, the woman pleaded incessantly, blood oozing from her features, her once beautiful visage now twisted into a horrifying grimace, resembling a malevolent specter. Yet, before her words could fully escape, Su Ming's soul power had already penetrated her consciousness, relentlessly peeling away her memories, seeking all information regarding the realm beyond the abyss. So it is soon. The woman's wails faded, replaced by a vacant expression, her face adorned with a foolish grin, embodying a state of mental disarray. Su Ming murmured to himself, a knowing glimmer flashing in his eyes. The Emperor of the Void Sky, a transcendent dominion ruling over hundreds of states, rumored to be presided over by several mighty emperors. A colossal force within the ancient realm, merely a guard of an imperial prince, possesses the means to breach the abyss. Their reliance lies in a teleportation talisman forged by an emperor, capable of traversing directly to the abyss and easily returning to the imperial court. Their current objective was to seek a rare treasure known as the Nightmare Grass within the abyss for the 9th Imperial Prince's alchemical endeavors. Crack, with a casual motion, he crushed the woman's neck, extinguishing her life entirely, and Su Ming fell into contemplation. Within her memories, the ruler of the Emperor of the Void Sky was indeed a true emperor, having governed the court for millennia, his methods earth-shattering. A genuine titan of existence. Furthermore, the emperor's eldest son was a formidable being on the brink of emperorhood, also possessing the legendary double-pupil divine gaze, in the presence of the so-called ancient clans. Before the Emperor of the Void Sky, they are utterly insignificant. A mere imperial decree suffices to reduce them to ashes. Currently, both this emperor and the forces of the demon race remain far too weak. Su Ming lifted his gaze toward the shadowy abyss, his eyes deep with a hint of madness flickering within. To consume the power of the dark god would provide him with immeasurable enhancements. And if he were to slay all the abyssal spirits here, continuously absorbing the dark god's power, his strength would undoubtedly undergo an unimaginable transformation at that time, even when facing the Emperor of the Void Sky. He would not lack the strength to contend. Who could have anticipated that this legendary land of death would become the very opportunity for this emperor? A smile curved upon Su Ming's lips, the madness in his gaze intensifying, and with a flicker of his form, he plunged deeper into the abyss, hunting the abyssal spirits. Chapter 78. The Abyssal Lord. 3 days later, I am the Emperor of the Void Sky. At the Qianli Palace, thousands of rays of light cascaded down. The majestic palace floating in the sky resembled the fabled realm of deities, imbued with boundless majesty and nobility, compelling all beings of the mortal realm to bow in reverence. This place served as the residence of the 4th Imperial Prince, Jun Wuchen, and was a magnificent ancient imperial artifact of immeasurable power. Within the grand hall, a figure cloaked in flowing white robes adorned with golden patterns sat regally. Black hair cascading freely down to his waist, emanating an ineffable depth and vastness. Jun Wuchen, the 4th Imperial Prince of the Emperor of the Void Sky, possessed transcendent strength, rumored to have already ascended to the brink of emperorhood. Your Highness, at this moment, a graceful figure approached, her features exquisite beyond compare, her demeanor warm and elegant, a natural embodiment of grace. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, exuding an intoxicating charm with every glance. Yet, amidst her boundless beauty, there seemed to lurk a hint of sharpness. This woman, named Yunxi, was one of Jun Wuchen's most trusted confidants. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Sovereign's 9th level, and he possessed an imperial art, rendering his power terrifyingly formidable. Even within the entirety of the Void Sky Empire, he was not to be underestimated. "What brings you here?" Upon the arrival of Yunqi, Jun Wuchen remained with his eyes closed, surrounded by a myriad of flowing radiance, making him appear as a majestic and noble deity. "Your Highness, 3 days ago, after Su Ran and the others entered the abyssal Longyuan, their life force was irrevocably severed." Yunqi slightly inclined her body, her voice gentle and respectful. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuchen finally opened his eyes slowly. The inky blackness of his gaze glinted with a hint of coldness. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a detached manner. "I am aware." As soon as the words left his lips, he flexed his fingers, causing an endless brilliance to burst forth, coalescing into an enigmatic rune that soared into the void. Buzz, the rune flew beyond the grand hall, merging into the vast heavens, vanishing in an instant. Oh? After a brief pause, a subtle smile curved at the corner of Jun Wuchen's mouth as he muttered to himself. After such a long silence, I did not expect someone to touch upon its existence. Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly rose to his feet, divine light surging around him, as if countless magnificent scenes flickered past, ultimately crystallizing within a realm of darkness. "This is within the Longyuan?" Observing Jun Wuchen's actions, Yunqi's beautiful eyes brimmed with uncertainty, fixated on the dark world illuminated by the divine light. She had never witnessed His Highness employing such arcane methods. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a surge of dread emanating from that luminous screen. Suddenly, an unfathomable wind howled through the endless darkness, accompanied by a terrifying aura of slaughter that surged in all directions. Roar! The horrific roar reverberated through the skies, as if some colossal entity was struggling and roaring, desperate to break free, causing the very fabric of space to quiver violently, as though on the verge of collapse. Boom! The earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and the deafening roar intensified, seemingly instilling a sense of dreadful pressure even in beings far beyond the distance. "What is this?" A look of horror filled Yunqi's exquisite face, as that overwhelming ferocity made her heart race. Even with her peak heavenly sovereign cultivation, she struggled to suppress the tremors coursing through her. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, thunder roared through the boundless void, tearing the very fabric of space apart, as endless darkness cascaded down. Carrying a world-destroying terror, the thick, impenetrable darkness seemed to have transformed into a genuine being, wreaking havoc wherever it passed, shattering space inch by inch, with countless spatial currents rampaging in all directions, such abyssal fiends. Upon witnessing this, Yunqi's delicate form froze, her fair face turning deathly pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. The abyssal fiends, bizarre creatures born from the abyssal Longyuan, were birthed from boundless hatred, brutality, and bloodlust, each one possessing unimaginable strength and a terrifying capability to annihilate all. They thrived on consuming life, nurtured by the energies of death and resentment, and as time passed, their power grew ever more terrifying. Records tell of an ancient demon emperor who descended here, attempting to refine the entire Longyuan, only to attract an abyssal fiend of incomprehensible might, ultimately leading to his annihilation, leaving even his imperial bones to disintegrate into nothingness. The legendary abyssal fiend was thereafter referred to by future generations as the Abyssal Lord. How intriguing! Upon witnessing the emergence of the fabled Abyssal Lord, a flicker of unusual emotion stirred within Jun Wuchen's cold gaze. However, he soon shifted his focus towards the direction of the Abyssal Lord's roar. There, a figure materialized, appearing feeble in comparison to the indescribable, terrifying enormity of the Abyssal Lord, akin to a flickering candlelight amidst a raging tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, in the next moment, that figure erupted with a force that sent shivers through all living beings, causing Jun Wuchen himself to feel a hint of oppression. Within the Longyuan, Su Ming slowly raised his head, gazing into the void as if he had long sensed the scrutiny of Jun Wuchen and Yunqi. A peculiar smile gracing his lips, this individual, witnessing this scene, Jun Wuchen could no longer maintain his composure, his brow furrowing deeply, his gaze fixated intently on Su Ming within the luminous screen. He was eager to see if, in the face of the legendary Abyssal Lord, this individual could remain as calm and collected as before. Eyes moved. In an instant, Yunqi's beautiful eyes narrowed, her fingers gripping her skirt tightly, the joints of her delicate hands turning pale from exertion. At this moment, the fearsome entity rumored to be the Abyssal Lord finally took action. From the thousands of abyss-like eyes, an endless chill erupted forth, then boom, before the astonished gazes of Jun Wuchen and Yunqi. The entire realm of darkness began to crumble inch by inch, rumble. Even the entire Void Sky Empire trembled slightly, countless powerful beings soaring into the air, their gazes directed towards the Abyssal Longyuan.